Good evening, everybody. It's another Saturday night, and here we are hanging out at the Clubhouse. I definitely hope some of you popped on over to Aaron's stream right before this one. Is actually the whole reason I pushed back, because I want to make sure people got to spend some time checking out Toy Therapy on Saturday night as opposed to the usual Friday time. He's hanging out with Jay Bartlett over there, so I wanted people to make sure they got a chance to check that out. And then, of course, you guys know we'll be going all night over here. So even if you're catching the replay on this and you're wondering where everybody's at, it's because we got some people that are still hanging out over there. While the chat's still manageable and tame, let's go through. We'll run through and we'll say hey to everybody there first, and then we'll say hey. So we've got Anryu hanging out. He was first in chat tonight. We've got, figuratively speaking, John hanging out with us as well. Paul Morales. We've got K-Roll, followed by K-Dog Broadcasting, asking if the wizard is a little long behind the curtain. And then apologizing for the bad pun, but I love it. Keep that shit up. Don't you dare stop. And we've got Kenzo's Creations in the house hanging out with us tonight. Good to see you, Kenny. Thank you for being here, brother. He was hanging out with us on Friendsgiving this Thursday. And if you guys didn't catch that, make sure to go back and enjoy some amazing chat and a good conversation on what was supposed to be a short live, but that's just not something I know how to do. So we've got Ray Black here with us as well. Good to see you, Ray. Joe pulling double duty in the chat and on screen with us. And I'm actually going to bring up something that Joe posted earlier today that is really awesome. I'm going to bring that up a little bit later here because it's perfect. And everybody saying hey to one another. We are officially a toy stream tonight. We got Nolan in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. You are not a toy stream until Nolan shows up in your chat. It's an unwritten law to having a toy tube channel. It's very, very true. And we've got Thor and Acostia in the chat. I believe I pronounced that right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Thor. And Eternian Ellipse, Sir Clifton himself joining in, saying, hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. I know we certainly did. And, glad that you were hanging out in the chat with us a little bit later that night, brother. I know you've been working hard. So thank you. Appreciate that. All right, guys. How are we all doing? We all had a good Thanksgiving?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. I know Ed was pulling like double duty on Thanksgiving. He probably, I don't think he's quite gone longer than he has with me, but between joining Jim's stream at 7 until whenever we stopped streaming that night at like 2 a.m., I think you and I have gone longer only once when we did the extra long Black Friday drop, and then we continued to stream until like 4 a.m. the following morning. But that was a fun stream too. Plus, we had Trevor here showing off the Red Death before anybody else got to see it, except for Dork Lair. So that was pretty badass. Oh, excellent! I got it right. Yes. I like it when I get it right the first time. Woohoo! I'm not a loser. Yeah, I am. Whatever. So we all have our full bellies still from the week long of Thanksgiving leftovers, I'm sure. No, I've enjoyed some turkey sandwiches for days. Love it.
Luke and I made homemade pizzas tonight because we were just done with the turkey and the mashed potatoes and all that. So.
One thing that I used to like doing back when I was living with Connor's mom and all like that, we would do make your own pizza night, right? And we get like various toppings, like little sliced up black olives, you might put some onion on it, pepperoni, everything like that, sausage. It's fun doing that? Like any leftovers you have of the toppings the next morning, and you wake up, make omelets. So you throw like the leftover toppings in the omelet and then you put that on there. So it's like really cool dual purpose meal. Make sure you don't have like a whole bunch of like leftover wasted stuff, but you already got like that shredded cheese. You just throw right in the egg.
Yeah. Every year I go on a trip with my 3 of my best friends, and we pick some random place, usually stay in a nice cabin, Airbnb somewhere. Nice. And that's what we do. Whatever's left over from the steak or chicken or whatever was cooked the night before, the next morning we get up, just throw it in a frying pan, throw some egg with it, and just
A little bit of potato in there, man.
Yep.
Always
Nice.
All right. Well, guys, we all know what comes after Thanksgiving, right? We all enjoyed ourselves Thanksgiving night. We were talking, spending time, reminiscing, being grateful for everything. Then the next day, we all wake up. Well, actually, we were streaming right through the beginning of most of the sales for Black Friday. We streamed after midnight, but you throw all that gratitude and everything you're grateful for out the fucking window because now you got to go rush out and buy all the new shit, right? It's just what you got to do, right? You were grateful, so now you've said your piece with that. Now you got to go out and buy all the new stuff. All right, so is there any sales that you guys took advantage of? Anything new that you picked up?
He went on early in the week on sale.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
nice, Thanos.
Another one of those good, nice. That's the 5K works. Axie Toys.
Yeah, it was the Mithril Studios one.
Mithril Studios.
Yeah.
The
cool.
not Warcraft orcs.
That axe is some badass shit right there with the
right.
jawbone
Isn't
on
it
the
just
backside.
gorgeous? And look at that! Look at that armor. Like, oh, that bone armor looks so good.
The braids on that hair is awesome. Damn, that looks good.
Yeah,
and really I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Mythic Legions, but these orcs are just that beefier looking orc that, the way I feel they look, but that's because I was spoiled by Warcraft orcs and humans back in the day.
But they'll fit right in with the mythics anyway. So
they do.
This is like adjacent.
How I want my orcs, like big, beefy, badass,
chunky boys, right?
Yeah. But they
ugly and thin.
And then I had gotten this one before, but I ordered the other version of them because that went on sale too. So
okay, nice. And you got all the extra nice armor gift there.
Yeah, I picked the green skin, and then the other gift armor was the basically it's his dad. It's Grom Hellscream. This is Garrosh Hellscream. Yep. So yeah.
No, it's not Garrosh Hellscream.
Not sure it is. I mean, these are the tusks of Manaroth. Like, okay.
Brick, what are you doing just hanging out in the chat? Get on here, man. Come on now.
I saw Fat Red Foo jumped in somewhere too.
I was gonna say Fat Red Foo is here. Always good to have you in the chat, brother. Good seeing you. Oh, so K-Dog said everything was closed around here. They opened at 5 or later. Okay. All right. So some of those that still do just the early opening, not the midnight opening. And, I always thought that was better. I never liked the idea of the midnight opening because, again, from being in a position where I worked, in retail, and they'd be like, well, you don't have to work on Thanksgiving, but we're opening at midnight.
Yeah, so I have to work on Thanksgiving, is what you're saying, because
right, because
I got to go to sleep.
Magically going to be ready at midnight for the doors to open and people to come in. Like the registers are just going to automatically have the tills in them. I don't have to set the safe, nothing like that. No. All of it's just going to magically set itself up, and the doors will open.
That's probably one of the good things the pandemic did cause, was that a lot of the stores went back to that being closed until the next morning. True Black Friday morning time frame.
A lot of things.
There are some that still start early, but most of it was online that started at midnight,
Right. Yeah, it was a lot of things reset with the pandemic in the retail world that I liked. Because even today, there's living in Baltimore, which again is a dense metropolitan area, a lot of things would be open 24 hours. And, that was always good for me because I've always preferred being up at night and everything else. I'd be up in the morning too, but like my social life was always at 9 o'clock and after. So it's nice having all these places that would be open through midnight or later. But one thing I will definitely say is it always kind of killed me working in those. And I get why. But, I will say now, things have gone back. I do get a little upset that I have nowhere to go at midnight when I want to get coffee from a Dunkin' Donuts, and all the Dunkin' Donuts around are closed.
Well, Dunkin' Donuts killed their 24 hours before the COVID ever happened. For whatever reason.
No, not around here. They were still open. Yeah, most of them were 24
right
hours.
at the pandemic around here.
Oh, no, New York. in New York, they had stopped doing 24 hours years ago because I used to go there when I was younger and drank,
man,
and then we'd hit Dunkin' Donuts for coffee and donuts after drinking all night. And
now,
then
do
they
any of
shut
your
down the
Dunkin'
24 hours, but
do any of your Dunkin' Donuts still do their own donuts?
no.
Okay. Most of the ones around here do not do their own donuts, but the one that was closest to my store, they did their own, and it was the same guy like day in and day out in there making the donuts. No, he didn't
make the donuts.
He didn't look like him though, but it was still like this older guy making the donuts day in and day out. And they are one of the few now that is open until 10 p.m. But most of them now close at around 7. And it's like, well, where are the late night people really?
A lot of the ones down here by me are closed, like, especially during the week, like 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Oh God, no.
Ours closes at 9, and I always go in about 8:45 and order a coffee and 1 donut, and then they give me like 15 donuts because they're just going to throw them out anyway. So.
Oh man,
I just clear it out.
Yeah, I guess most of the workers now just either go to a Royal Farms because there has been a lot more Royal Farms that opened up, and those guys are open 24 hours. It's a convenience store, sells amazing fried chicken. And Wawa's. Western fries with cheese. Yeah, Wawa's are popping up everywhere now.
It's hard to find any place that makes their own donuts anymore.
Oh God, no. Most places won't. They just get them from. Well, again, that one guy, he makes them like all the time, and then like they distribute to the surrounding Dunkin' Donuts. There's normally like one Dunkin' Donuts in an area that will make, and then they distribute to the rest. Got a couple more people funneling in. We have Jamie Sanders here. Good to see ya. And let's see who else popped in. I know we had Toy Mama is here. Good to see you. Aaron, the Toy Enhancer, is here as well. Good to have you, brother. Thank you for jumping in. And Eric Perryman is in the house. What's going on, Eric? Good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure to have you along. I think that gets us caught up there. So, who else got some outstanding Black Friday deals? Anybody, whether you purchased online or you went to a store? This guy down
I purchased online because I don't have any stores within 100 miles of me. But I got the Target had a really good deal on the D&D cartoon figures, so I got the 3 left that I didn't have, all for under $10, which was, I thought, really good. And nice. I got the white owl bear for 15.
Oh, nice.
Oh wait, and, the owl bear was on sale. Is it still on sale
at Target for $15? Yeah. So I snagged that.
While I make a little online purchase.
All right. And then this wasn't a Black Friday purchase, but something showed up that I was excited about. So I couldn't wait. I got on eBay, got the Valiant Knight. Yeah.
Yes.
So I haven't opened them yet. What's that?
Only one?
Sorry, what was that?
Only one?
I'm sorry. It's the new one that
got one of the Valiant Knights.
Oh, on eBay. So I paid twice what retail was just to have it, you know. But when they come out with the regular thing, I'll get a lot more. But I really wanted to play with the new articulation, so
I definitely want to hear your opinion on the articulation. So,
you know, and I'm not really an articulation guy, but at the same time,
it's nice to have.
I'm not going to complain.
Even if it's not your main thing.
Right.
Oh, you know what?
You know, it's one of those things where I never minded the limited articulation, but now that it's there, let's have some fun with it.
Well, you know, the nice thing that they did is they really didn't give you more articulation. They gave you a couple extra points, but they gave you better articulation that just lets you move them a little farther than they already did. So it was a good middle ground without going crazy on, you know, cutting up the molds and the cleanliness.
Right, exactly. They're not breaking the sculpt, so it still looks like Mythic Legions, but
yeah.
All right, so I may need to go to a Target tomorrow because they're still showing. It shows as $29.99.
I hope it wasn't just the Black Friday
It may have been. And that's okay. Like, if I miss a deal or two, that's okay. But I'm definitely going to pick up that owlbear. But I'll just go pick him up in person tomorrow instead of having to wait and get him delivered by next week. Here he is. He is finally jumping in with us.
Hey,
what's up, Rick?
Just
Hey,
walked
travel
in the
man.
house. Just walked in the house. What's going on, folks?
Hey, Britt.
We got a
Dude.
valiant night, right?
Yeah, Joe, where were we earlier? We were on Saturday Night Live, not Saturday Day Live, but Saturday Night Live,
Right.
in the chat.
He switched his time that he's like kind of just permanently going later now?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he still goes on earlier than me, so that's good because then I don't have to worry about it. Like, I'm not worried about it not getting people here because we've got a very grounded fan base that'll be here no matter what. It's more of the matter like I don't want to overlap his stream, and I do like catching his live, so I appreciated the Saturday Day Live.
I was just saying that I went to that shop earlier today and got to play with the Valiant Knight. They were selling them too. I came close for $70. They had a bunch, and I was like, I can wait because as I showed you guys earlier in the chat, I told the guy, listen, I'll get that later when that comes out. But I want one of your customs. So I got a custom goblin from Matt, Major Reaction. Yeah. And I was like, dude, no, I'm gonna pay for your artwork. I'd rather like have something.
That head is amazing.
Yeah,
right.
That's it's a head printed. Oh, I gotta remember who it was from. He did a video on his channel a while back, but and then he added that that helmet that I believe is from a. Well, I don't know. Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure it's a helmet from a dwarf. But anyway, I got to play with that figure. So you haven't unboxed yet, huh, Joe?
No,
he's going to do it tonight. He's going to play with it.
Sorry, what's that, Oz?
Got it.
He's going to do it tonight and play with it now in front of us so that we all rush out and try to get more Valiant Knights.
Well, he's going to play with his little soldier in front of us.
That'll cost you extra, but sure.
More than a Valiant Knight on eBay.
Also, Brick, if you could do me a favor and stand up real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Because, big shout out to our boy Just Shelvin Jesse and, rocking the new shirt and merch he had while at Legion's Con, which, Brick was able to go up and hang out with her boy Adam Highly Articulated, which was able to get him his Legion's haul. Yep. And that cheap shipping cost of just shipping yourself over the border.
Shipped myself over the border, brought him some Ghost Jaga contraband from the United States, and he brought me a
smuggled
Vermilius and this shirt. I got a Cabal shirt and a couple of stickers and little bits here and there.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. So, Terrence, you've been keeping quiet, and we got to talk about your haul because we all saw what you did when you were at Legion's Con.
It's painful, a little embarrassing or shameful, but
no shame here.
Not here. This is a safe space, man.
So it's been about 6 hours since I've made a purchase. My name is Terrence, and so I know Bill W. Anyway, so it started, I think, maybe even Wednesday or Thursday for me. I'm not really sure. The first thing was I got this crazy idea that, you know what, holy crap, BPTS has a bunch of mythic stuff that is stuff that I haven't gotten, and I wanted it. So I ordered all the pre-order stuff that's not going to come out until like next year or whatever. And didn't think anything because I'm like, I won't have to pay for it until that stuff comes out. Cool. And then they had the Mythic sale. And I think I bought everything that wasn't a horse.
Why didn't you buy the horse? The horses are down to $60.
Yeah, I didn't buy the horse, or I don't think I bought the horse. I think
you don't think he bought the horse.
He doesn't think. He's bought so much at this point, he can't even remember whether he bought a horse or not.
So I pretty much
Terrence, I love you.
I bought everything. Now, when I say I bought everything, that doesn't mean I necessarily just got one of something. Like if I saw that like there were builders or there were like, for whatever reason, the sentries for the Cosmic, I've decided I wanted the Tusk sentries. Like I wanted a bunch of them.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
Because I decided, like, I don't know, I had been walking around for a couple days and I started thinking about all the different things you could do color-wise with them and popping out heads and putting different heads on them. And, like, not even just other mythic heads or cosmic heads, but, like, go crazy. You know, if you want to make those into just, like, spacesuits and, like, put whoever in them, you know what I mean? Like, you can put a different head on. I mean, you could do something as basic as, I don't know, you want to do Power Ranger colors on the center? Go for it. You want to put Avengers or Marvel characters in them? Cool, go for it. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know completely what I wanted with them yet, but I wanted a bunch of them. So I think I got 7 of those. And then like, I don't know, I did 2 of a bunch of like the goblins and the...
Terrence is making Curtis proud right now. Having bought that many centuries.
I already had one that I had gotten at Legion Con, and the other thing was, for whatever reason, my 13-year-old son, that was the figure that, of all the crazy characters that are in the Cosmic line and the mythic figures I bought, for whatever reason, that was the one he wanted to play with. Like, he wanted to mess around with the weapons and the attachments and everything else. And so something about that, which chances are he'll never look at them again, by the way, now that I've made the purchase of 7 more. But in my head, I'm like, oh, it's cool. Maybe me and him can do that as like an art kind of creative thing.
I was going to say, give him one to paint and see what that does for him.
Yeah. I mean, so it's funny. I'm an artist. I'm an illustrator and whatnot. And but I mean, anything that I can do creative, like, you know, I'm not saying it's always good, but I'll mess with stuff, you know, until I figure something out with it. But anyway, he can draw when he puts the time into it, and then he'll say he can't. But like, you know, when I've sat down and watched him draw, usually when he's not paying attention, he's actually pretty good. He's better than I was at his age. And because I had gone to an art high school and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's funny, like I'll give him things and then he'll show no interest in them sometimes. But I don't know. We love to build dioramas and stuff like that. And so I've got all these crazy ideas I want to do with the Mythic Legions and Cosmic Legions with dioramas and stuff like that. Like I can't wait until we're in the process of moving. So until I have a little more, I can't do much. But
that's the other thing I love about this. Because, you know, I've been talking to Terrence and he showed me that he's got some things packed up and everything. And he goes, and I'm moving. He's the only person I know, though, that is probably in the process of packing all of his stuff into boxes, then rushed out, bought a whole bunch of more crap just to bring it home so he could pack it up in boxes.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I spent a good part of the last couple of days actually going through all the Kickstarters and, you know, all these different programs that, like, I had to make sure they had the new address and
oh yeah, that's a good point.
You know, like, because like a couple of them I'm having a little bit of a problem with. Like one of the ones I'm a little concerned with because I think it's shipping soon, unless I'm wrong, is the Dark Wolf, the Frazetta Girls Dark Wolf.
Okay, yeah.
And they had one of these. They had one of these ridiculous, like online chat bots. I think it is. Like I don't think it's a real person, and the conversation didn't go well. So I'm going to try again. And if that doesn't work, I just might reach out to like someone like Eamon O'Donnell and see if he can, help me out a little bit because like I just couldn't make contact with them to switch it out. But I think that's supposed to ship in December, no? Or am I wrong?
Soon, but I'm
I
not sure.
do believe it's
December or January.
supposed to be. I was going to say, I thought it was before the end of the year. I think they said they wanted to have it so that people could get it before Christmas.
And I know
there's a customer service helpline on the FrazettaGirls.com though, so you might want to try that too.
Yeah, I'll try that. I mean, because that one's the one I'm more concerned about because I just think that's shipping like soon, you know,
now versus later.
Yeah, so Monday I'll definitely make a phone call. I'll make some other effort on. But I mean, I have other stuff like obviously I'm not worried about Legendary, and I'm not worried about
You got plenty of time for the Legendary.
I'm getting a little
Cyberzoic even too at this point. Like you still got plenty of time for stuff like. Did you go in on Cyberzoic?
No, that I'm skipping on that one. I mean, I love that. I'm not really interested. I'm not a dino guy, but I do love that dragon. That dragon is kind of hard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, even if you're not into the dinosaurs or the saber-toothed tigers, the fucking dragons.
I think Cyberzoic was because I'm a 1/12 guy, and I just felt
Okay.
like size didn't quite scale up with what I'd want for like any of my 6 or 7 inch type, figures. I mean, it's still really cool.
Right.
I mean, he's big. I mean, he's bigger than a lot of the other dragons I do have, and like
Right.
bigger than Storm Collectibles dragons and stuff like that.
I mean, their one T-Rex that they're doing is 5 feet long. 5 feet long. Like, I know people shorter than this dragon, or shorter than this T-Rex is long. I know people shorter than him.
Yeah.
That's a massive T-Rex. So, like, the dragon, although maybe it's not like height-wise impressive. Like, Brick, what did I know when I was talking to Chaotic while we were at PowerCon, he was mentioning how big it is, but he couldn't quite say fully. Do you remember how big they were saying not the forest dragon, but that other furry dragon is? Because you and I have been the ones that are
the Arctic dragon.
Yeah, the
white
Arctic
one?
dragon.
I think it's 2 feet tall.
2 feet tall. So I mean, it's
think.
still pretty
Yeah.
massive.
It's 2 by 3, right?
Yeah, it's
yeah, I knew it was
longer.
like at least like 3 feet long. He said, because he said it wasn't as long as the T-Rex. I do remember that.
I'll find out.
While we're getting, I was gonna say, I know Brick's already on it, grabbing that information for me right now. So while that's going, I'm gonna run through a bit more in the chat here because I noticed we had some other people rolling in. Aaron the Toy Enhancer is saying he grabbed 6 more Viper packs, and at GameStop he scored Crimson Vipers, buy 2 get 1 free. So that's pretty awesome. Ken right now is watching some Survivor Series, and he says CM Punk just showed up at Survivor Series. Now, it's funny. Earlier today, I specifically heard there was a little clip that had kind of gone around online. It was leaked footage, or it was leaked video from a Teams meeting amongst WWE superstars, Triple H in charge of creative right now. And he was talking about how he knew, like, they were bringing CM Punk back tonight for Survivor Series. And he understands that he's got some beef with Seth Rollins, but, act freaking professional, as he was saying. And I put that in the chat specifically for Ken earlier, hoping that he would see or hear that. Now, mind you, I wasn't sure if that was actually about tonight or not. But then, like, somebody was yelling at Jey Uso, like, if he said yeet one more time, he'd eat him out of the damn thing. All right, so I'm definitely going to pull that up here in a sec, Brick. I just want to get through some more of this. K-Dog's mentioning that he was bargain hunting at Ross tonight. Only got a couple of things. It's epic either way. And
so I can tell you that I was over the last couple of days, and it was not good. But they didn't have a lot as far as action figures, but at least in the ones I was at. But it also was like a disaster area. They had these like that were like set out like for toys, and that and unattended children. Which, I mean, you expect children to be in these stores.
Always.
But like there were children making like blockades and barricades with like baby dolls and stuff like that in the aisles. That like and they have these really narrow aisles with like people pushing carts through them and stuff like that. So I lost patience on it pretty quickly, but like just not wanting to be there anymore. But I didn't see any really action figures, nothing G.I. Joe, Master Universe. I mean, they do have some turtles. I mean, but it's mostly those video game turtles they have.
There's
like,
a lot of turtles out right now.
Yeah. So didn't see any DC or Marvel stuff. That stuff seemed to be all like stripped gone from what I saw. I mean, there might have been some of the Star Wars stuff, like archive Palpatine and like stuff that's been for a while. But as far as Black Friday, I went to Mystic Legion stuff and Cosmic Legion stuff. I also grabbed a couple things off of Hasbro Pulse, mostly Marvel stuff. I grabbed the Dr. Octopus and the Green Goblin Mary Jane 2-pack. And there was one more figure, but I can't remember what it was. But it was, again, something else in that same Spider-Man or Avengers-esque type thing. And then I decided, even though it wasn't a Black Friday thing, I just figured I was fooling myself by not committing to the pre-order on the next Mythic Legions wave, and I needed that bear. So I went in on the all-in on a second bear and a second Atlas.
Rising Suns.
Yeah, because I needed it.
Oh,
I definitely
love those Rising Suns.
When Adamon, sort of.
Yeah, it was the same base sculpt from Adamon that they used to make the Atlas. And honestly, with his new axe and everything, I'd say he looks a little bit more like, what we expect from He-Man now with that versus just how the original Adamon figure looked.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here was the other name, another big, awesome, amazing YouTube name here, Radical Toys. Adam, one of our good friends from up north, he was mentioning mostly just some good Switch game deals and didn't see anything deal-wise for toys in Canada. I don't know. Check out, I know Mega J said he was hitting up some stuff at like Toys R Us. And, hey, you guys have Toys R Us. We don't. So...
Well, the other thing is their GameStops get some cool stuff that we don't get down here, from what I've seen on video, with Mega J and stuff like that. So,
yeah, their GameStops seem to get the Hasbro Pulse exclusives, and I'm not exactly sure why, because Hasbro Pulse is available in Canada. But it seems that GameStops end up getting like the Pulse exclusives in store, and they'll get them like 1 or 2 weeks like after they're announced, and people just pre-ordered on Hasbro Pulse before anybody who pre-ordered is getting them, it seems. But that's some kind of exclusive deal that they've got going on, which it does happen. It definitely happens. So more shout outs here real quick. We've got Death Seeker just joining in with us saying good evening, and he ordered his mythic horse. Nice. Glad to see you got the horse. And Jim Largo from Largo's Lair popping in saying hello to everybody. Jim, always let me know if you want to jump on, brother. We'd be glad to have you again, my friend. Oh, now he's rubbing it in with that sweet posing of that new Valiant Knight. The articulation on this, the crossed hands that you can do with it now.
Yeah, this is
I really don't
amazing.
know.
It's definitely a game changer for Legions. I think it's great. I want to see that happen across the line for sure.
Yeah, it's still not quite as epic as the AWOC articulation for sure, but it is a big step closer to what we see that modern articulation can really do.
Yep.
I think that photography is going to really be able to do some things they haven't done before.
Yep.
So,
like this, I picture like a king or a queen, like honoring him, knighting him or whatever, and this is a kind of pose that, for photography could be really slick. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what people do with them for sure.
Thanos?
We'll see.
Some honoring? No, I'm just kidding.
So
I'm crafting something right now for one of those picks. So
No, it's really cool, man. I love just sort of playing with it, posing it up, and it's definitely just does so much more than what previous Knights and Legions could do. So I'm glad to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Is it just got the one head, Joe?
No, it has a second knight head.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Also, the new retail Father Christmas has no, it's not the Father Christmas that has a good head to go with it. Not the retail one. It was the previous Father Christmas, I believe, that had the silver bells.
Oh yes, they have the
Yeah, yeah.
in the Santa bag.
Got it.
Hold on a sec here. We've got new
Hey,
puppers.
look at that
Yep.
puppy.
That baby girl.
Made her debut earlier tonight on
Yes, she
Aaron's
did.
stream with Jay, and now she's popping up here on the Clubhouse, joining us. Look at that cutie.
Are we doing pet therapy now?
Yes, yes,
Right.
we are.
Look, this is a very pet-friendly stream, and we encourage you, bring your pets.
Yes, we do.
I had my 2 last. So
She just wants attention right now.
So here's that look at that Arctic dragon, and
I was
as you
way
can see,
off, by the way.
yeah, you're right. It's definitely not 2 feet tall. We've got 10.5 inches tall, which is still pretty decent size scale. And 31 inches, wide. That's still pretty close. It's only about 5 inches off of 3 feet long. But oh man, it's just gorgeous. It looks gorgeous. And next up, hanging out with us tonight in the Clubhouse, we've got Redna.
What's up, Brandon?
What's up, everybody?
What's
Good
up,
to have
Brandon?
you here, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Probably the most widely toy tube popular non-toy collector of the group, but we appreciate having you.
Right on, man.
So,
Well,
want to
I'm
say
finally
You mean the
opened up
only
some
one
from,
with
PowerCon.
I was gonna say the only one of us with self-control.
So, well, it might be a different genre. That's all.
that's true.
We
So-
won't talk about it.
Bud right now is telling everybody, he says 24 people watching and 13 likes. Smash that like, y'all. I appreciate that. And then Ray jumps in and says, that's the only thing she has smashed today was that like button. Thank you. Thank you.
Today.
Nolan, you got some splaining to do. Oops. Allison Troy in the house. Earlier today, she went live showing off the Cabal coloring book
Yeah,
of
she did.
Mythic Legions, and it was a great live to see her look through and all like that. And look, Allison, don't worry about those names. I run a show called Legions Class, and I'm still trying to get most of those names right. But
Oh, no,
of what
she
you
got 'em
had,
right. She was right.
she
What
was
it?
getting most.
Horny Fiery Head, I think, was one.
Horny
of them.
Firehead, which
yeah.
that's
That's right.
truly what Arathir's actual name is. That's what I heard they call him in the streets.
Yeah. And she covered a
and-
lot more of the science than we ever did on Legion's Class, like the
Ain't that
the
true?
science of Alethea's powerful neck bone to hold up her headdress, like all that. It was great.
Right? Right?
I
Absolutely.
loved
She
it so
covered-
much, man. It was so good.
It was really, really phenomenal. She did a great job going over that book. And I'm sorry I was supposed to be going live with you, but I had a friend in need and unfortunately was not able to be there. But it was still amazing, just the same.
So what I missed?
Just going over Allison's review of the Cabal coloring book earlier today.
Okay.
Sorry, Thanos demands full screen action right now.
I
And
showed
Black
him off a
Star,
little
by the
bit.
way. Black Star, by the way.
Yeah, showed him off a little bit earlier, but there's no reason we can't show him off again.
Oh, sorry. Well,
The
yeah.
not
Oh,
Warcraft
man.
works.
Look, and their legs aren't broken.
Nope, they're still in good shape. They move good. They stand good.
Rick, is that jealousy?
Yeah, it is. 5K. I'm gonna put them on blast. One, they weren't responding. Two, I had to go Karen on them a little bit and get myself banned on Instagram for trying to
Oh man,
get them to actually acknowledge me in their chat. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't.
had to go pull a Roman Reigns acknowledge
Are you
me.
still Are you still on the block list, or did you get back
No,
into good graces?
on the 22nd, I was. It wasn't just for them. I wasn't able to comment on anybody's anything until the 22nd.
You got the full ban.
And then, but they said, yeah, okay, no, we got it. They still didn't reply to my email. I finally sent them messages and said, hey, look, check this out. This is the video of it opening on this channel and the leg fell off. And I was thinking of making another video about it. And they replied to me within like less than 30 seconds. I saw him typing. And then it was yeah, and then it was, oh well, the factory is shipping some back for, and it'll take maybe a couple of months or something like that to get your replacement. And I was like, oh, and I sent a screenshot, and I was like, oh, it's funny because you just posted that these are in stock now and they're on sale for Black Friday, and so we'll see where that goes.
KJ's got your back, Brick. He said, "Get him, Brick." Also, by the way,
I hope they get you one that works because they are really cool.
No, they're fantastic, and given how much money I've already got with them on pre-order, it's just kind of silly.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with 5K, so it's kind of bizarre that they're, I don't know.
It's
no,
not
I've
a
had
very
a problem
common
with their
issue.
customer service stuff, but like they're great. The toys, when they're great, they're great. And I've had one other issue. They responded. It just takes them a long time to actually answer an email, right. And so I was just worried that they wouldn't, be able to deal with it. But I'm good now, being told to wait.
Hurry up and wait.
I was gonna say, as soon as he gets a head back on there, the other beautiful half of Waltor the Mad that Aaron has now sports that foxy head and just looks incredible, perfect with that orange armor. Outstanding.
That looks great, man. Waltor.
Yeah, love it.
And we have Lawrence joining us this evening. Good to have you here, Lawrence. Appreciate it.
I feel like I got to come on here to find my moderator.
What's up, Larry?
What's going on?
Damn it, Larry. I forgot one time.
You missed yesterday. That's 2 times. 2 days in a row.
Man, you're going to have to knock his pay, I guess. Huh?
Look,
yeah, he pays you so well. I mean,
he wasn't here last night, all right? So I don't want to hear your shit about it.
Yeah, where was I last night?
I don't know where you were.
He was too
I mean,
busy
really,
trying to
that's
make
way
pizzas.
we tune in till Lawrence is to hear him talk shit about stuff. So it's and Roman, of course.
fair enough.
Fair enough. Say hi.
You got
You're
Hammer
giving
here.
Matthew a
He's saying,
complex,
"I
Lawrence.
love
Do you
it."
see this? Do you see this? He's over here having a complex now.
Matthew's always there.
So Travis earlier was calling out about CM Punk and him coming back. And Travis, in the patron chat, I teased about CM Punk coming back earlier today. There was a little board meeting call that was in there in the Patreon chat. So apparently CM Punk he returned tonight at Survivor Series, and he will be taking over Monday nights, apparently.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That guy's an asshole. He's such a piece of shit fake fucker.
Wow.
Honest to God, dude.
I agree with you 100%.
But he's straight edge. Oh, wait.
Fucking lying piece of shit is what I think. I mean,
All right.
Seriously, in all honesty, in all of life, how many times can you act like the asshole and get fired, and then people still want you back to give you a job, and you repeat the exact same thing? I mean, I know there's some people in the toy world that also do the same thing, so I guess it's maybe a bad.
I've been fired from the place that I work at twice, and I'm back. So,
Wow, you sound like my shipping guy.
Gee, Thanos.
I haven't been fired from my job.
Do we dare ask why you were fired?
I have given them my 2 weeks notice, and they waited until the last day.
Snow Serpent gear?
All that crap.
There is a Cobra bag in the baggies, so it should be here. Why? Do you have an extra Snow Serpent gear on your desk and I have a different Cobra bag?
No, I just want to make sure that I actually packed it in because I couldn't find it. And I was like, did I remember to pack it?
Okay.
It's been a long week.
So the first time I was
Yes,
fired, we were in a staff meeting, and I told my boss that he pissed me off, so he fired me on the spot.
Oh, nice.
I went back to work like 3 weeks later in a different department. They gave me like a really big severance package, and I went to Vegas and had a great time. Then came back and got a job. And then the next time I was fired, I probably shouldn't talk about it, but there was some stuff going on in the building that I was not happy with the way they were handling it. So I got in the boss's face about it.
And you work in the medical field, right?
Yeah.
People posting
a lot of
pictures
egos.
of
Yeah.
like were people posting pictures of like Motu guys like having homosexual thoughts about each other, and you're like, I can't have this. And
I freely show those to people at work, but I preface it. Would you like to see something inappropriate?
and
I say yes, but I show it to them.
And Allison, I've been at my job for 22 years. So
I'm just astounded that you said
a little bit
homosexual
earlier.
thoughts. But okay.
Well, Pat Red Food's asking if Lawrence, it's time for you.
It's not even thoughts anymore. It's straight up actions.
No,
but
just, yeah.
So before we went live, we were having a bit of a discussion about the new upcoming. Well, you know, it's kind of out now. People are getting them. The retail exclusive Father Christmas, and so Joe graciously posted this comparison a little bit earlier. One of the best co-hosts you could ever have by your side here, Jesse. Just shelve it. You know, catch him on Sundays doing Shooting the Shelf. You see him here on Legion's Class and every other Friday on Off Worlds Podcast. Jesse's an amazing guy. He does the Mythic Minute in the Cabal. Basically, if you're involved in the Cabal or you do anything, you know who Jesse is. And he does strike a very big resemblance to the retail exclusive Father Christmas in this picture.
So pretty dang close.
It's definitely close.
So
and you can't say that
that's why I
Jesse
put
and
the
Santa
X-Files
in the same vicinity as each other.
Man, I
So
could definitely pull that off too, I think.
I don't know who
yeah,
he
you
is.
definitely could, Brandon.
I don't know who he is, but I want to apologize because I thought it was Laser Pants. So I want to apologize to this guy for thinking that.
Laser Pants.
Oh no, he's definitely not Laser Pants. But just again, a fantastic nod there. I love that. Now I actually want Jesse to get up full.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
just I don't know. Like Jesse was sitting there, and I was like, he just looks like the new Father Christmas. So,
no, it's not an inaccurate assessment.
Right? Yeah, you wouldn't put that green hoodie on when I said it, though. So, there I had to get my conspiracy theory going on Instagram. So.
For sure. Well, and even just in his presence and just the kind of person that Jesse is, he embodies that Father Christmas spirit. So it is really, really, really a good comparison. All right, so I'm opening up that Snow Serpent bag just to make it sure. Yeah, we got
You got fur.
The wolf cow.
You got fur. As long as you got fur, we're good.
And we've got the cape, which I'm going to figure out how to adapt this onto either a Legions or a Masterverse figure of some kind. Maybe even just put it on an Origins figure. Yeah, I could work on Origins too. Either way,
can you hold the cape up? I'm just curious to see how it rests.
Here, real quick, let me full screen
Now,
myself.
I did keep the cape from Waltor. Sorry,
cool.
I wanted it for something else.
No, that's okay. That's absolutely fine. I just appreciate the gift, the rest of the gift in this package.
I actually apparently forgot the single arrow.
Oh no. That's okay. I'm sure you will find use of it.
What's the name? Walthor?
Well, that cape right there, that's all from the Snow Serpent.
It's
now that big
Waltor.
This is the one from Waltor.
A barbarian.
Yeah, well, sort of.
Barbarian.
It's actually it's a skeleton, but the Legion's community kind of gathers in this one group called the Facebook Cabal, the Legion's Cabal.
Correct.
And it was started by a guy named Walter. And so it's a tribute to him. It's Waltor the Mad.
Right.
Nice. I love stuff.
And it's
This-
a 2-pack because it's like got the mythic side and the cosmic side. Because
Go ahead and put me back up if you
he's mad and he's multiversal in his mind. It's kind of rad.
All right.
because this all came in today.
Oh,
Damn, boy.
Ooh.
And then, of course,
It's a lot of snakes.
Oh, the
Oh.
other trouble bubble.
Double Bubble.
Python Patrol.
And then,
one
of course, I've got
to
my
shoot out of
pile
the
of
sky.
loot that's sitting
Stands
over
out.
here just staring at me, but I'm not opening it yet. But it has, new Eternia, Trapjaw,
Nice.
Helix, and
Okay.
then, of course, the infamous Headless Horseman.
Oh, yes, but
Nice.
well, you have graciously offered to wait to unbox that with the rest of us, and I appreciate it because there's nothing more that I like than unboxing Headless Horseman with my friends.
Oh yeah. That's happening tonight, right?
No, I haven't gotten mine yet. We're not doing the
Oh, never
unboxing
mind.
tonight.
Oops, never mind.
Tonight we're just talking about Black Friday. What did you get? How did you survive? Did you even go out and shop, or did you do it all digital online?
Honestly, I didn't get much.
Well, I exercised
haven't
some self-control. That was the only thing I got. And
Nice.
You,
It's a good gift.
Had I
came
not-
back.
What's that?
You came back from an amazing trip this week, though. So
I did, yeah, and there was money spent there. And even there, I only bought one figure, and not counting what Adam brought back from Legion's Con for me.
right.
And again, in both places, it was just sort of like, I mean, these were things that I wanted. They were good deals, especially with the exchange rate.
The exchange rate in your favor.
Yeah, and I just wanted to support Toy Traders, which is that shop, just absolutely amazing. Small outfit but gigantic building. And then same today, just going to independent toy store and just wanting to support them and actually buy a artisanal, organic, locally grown custom action figure. So. Is that Karen? No. Oh, Karen. That would be awesome.
Karen.
Okay. A
Not
21st
Karen.
century.
It could be Karen.
Yeah.
Be the equivalent of a Karen. It's a toy Karen.
Manager.
She wants the manager. Yeah, exactly.
That's her action feature. I demand management. I was trying to find it. I think Nolan mentioned that he got his as well, and I'm realizing I missed
Monday, and he got charged $89 for the brokerage fee or whatever.
Well, I say that would suck, but I honestly think that might not be too bad. I'm not sure what that normally is like, but I hear that can be very depending on the person at customs attitude that day. So, but Ray Black saying she didn't get any figures or toys for Black Friday sales, but did get a winter jacket for $111 compared to $300, and that is a steal. Nolan did mention he picked up a couple of Mythic Legions and a Snake Eyes with Timber. Very nice. I just want the Timber, Oh,
I
also
almost pulled the trigger on some stuff, but then I decided, you know what? I have to be the mature adult and not buy shit that I don't need.
sometimes, right?
About
Sometimes.
time, Kane. About time.
It's hard to say.
Ray does have a interesting question here, a bit random, asking if anybody has seen or tried lemon yogurt. She hasn't. Didn't even know it was a thing until her
sounds
dad
awful.
brought it.
I have.
I've never tried it, but my kids like it.
I've been known to
Okay.
enjoy a lemon
Awful.
yogurt.
Who's doing that to themselves?
Is that like a Greek yogurt or a red?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is that Greek
I mean,
yogurt?
not necessarily. It can be either. It could be any yogurt, but as long as I'm assuming lemon flavored.
I think my son's been eating a lot of that.
Yeah.
I just look at it and go, no, thank you.
I like yogurt. Have time with Greek. A little more bitter.
Greek yogurt's
Can I
good.
quickly say fuck Ohio? I forgot to say it when I started.
Oh my God, you in Ohio? You know, Lawrence, we're just gonna get you a room for you in Ohio to work out your issues.
No, it's Ohio.
Look, he had a whole
What?
weekend in Ohio and
No, I
couldn't
didn't.
work out his
I
issues.
literally drove
That's
through
right.
it.
You came for the day. You came
Yes.
for the day in
No,
Ohio.
no. I was just driving back, and it fucking killed my car. But that's okay because they lost today, so that makes me happy.
There's nothing wrong with Ohio except the snow and the
Everything
rain.
is wrong with Ohio.
So I will say, even though I did not get the Cape soft goods for my half of the Wall Tour the Mad, Aaron is amazing because I did get. Let me put myself on full screen here for this. The exclusive
Nice.
Cabal shirt.
Nice.
Nice.
This is only available with Wall Tour the Mad. Get that shirt. So that is another awesome win. Thank you. It also comes with that little drinking gourd that we got with our Monkey King with a Cabal sigil on there as well.
Very cool.
And I believe this is the couple of other goodies down here towards the bottom, of course. One is just another dagger, but it's one that I really like. Nice stealth dagger, nice blade, but a very familiar Keltis style head to go with them, as opposed to just the normal head. I say Keltis, but it's also from our good friend Scapular as well. And it's got like one of those more
scapular
guitar swords and one of these nice styled daggers here. Aaron, thank you again, brother. I really, really appreciate this. Thank you so
Well, you know
much.
how I am about skeletons, so I knew somebody else would want the skeleton. I just wanted the orange armor.
You know, it's going to fit in very well with my collection, my growing army of Necronominus, because I've already got, oh man, who do I already have? I've got a Scaphoid, I've got a Tibius, a Malice, which is already one of Necronomus's children. And then I've got Belulith on the way. So, you know, I'm just building up my army of Necronominus. I only have enough people to fight them, but I got more skeletons, so he must have already killed most of my other guys. Brought them back. All right.
You know, if anyone, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, apparently that lemon yogurt is Activia, folks. Regular yogurt, Activia.
No lemon yogurt. That just sounds awful. I'm sorry.
Mine's from Aldi's because that's where I shop.
Y'all special.
Hey man, Aldi's got some great stuff, Lawrence. I hear you, brother.
I
was referring
so
to
much
the
money
lemon
shopping
yogurt.
there.
No.
Yep.
If anyone doesn't have the Ultimate Elf, it is $23 at BBTS right now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Seriously,
Yeah, like I said,
amazing.
plenty of
It's one
stuff
of the
out
best
there.
figures.
On Ryu's question, Oz.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I
that
was
pains,
trying to
that's
catch
for
back
you, man.
up through the chat here. We got quite a lot. Let me grab it real quick. But K Dog was asking if Cyber Monday's a thing anymore. Yeah, we still got sales
There's
coming
still
on
some
Monday.
Cyber Monday
folks.
deals.
Yep.
If there's people who are going to spend money, it's a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so
Well, I don't know.
let's
Apparently
grab
Black
this.
Friday was a bust.
You want water-based polyurethane, and you would gently paint it into the joint itself, wiggle the joint as it dries, and then you should be able to tighten that up, because that's all Kiki's is.
Well, that's
And
one way to
Kiki's
do
is-
it.
You can buy a quart of the water-based polyurethane for the price of one itty-bitty bottle of Kiki's.
What I tend to like to do too is before you do anything like that to it, you can always do the hot cold method. Get it extremely hot and warm it up, and then use a little ice bath to immediately cool it down. And the science of that is the shrinking molecules pull it tighter. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. but it's something you can do simply without having to buy anything else. Try that, and if that doesn't work and tighten it up at all, definitely go with what Paynes was saying. And yes, polyurethane.
I wanted to show one thing on these orcs. So these are like two different. Like this is the Mithril Studios one, and this is the Star Studios one. But the
Mithril
pieces,
action.
like this is the Mithril one on a Star Studios, and so is
They're
the head.
probably the same manufacturer, just somebody else paying for the.
They're quite a bit different the way they're done.
Go for it.
Like this one is like a soft torso, almost like the Storm collectibles, and they have like vastly different like butterfly joints.
Okay.
Yeah, they, some of the
But
pieces.
the peg system's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just wanted to show that in case people were thinking about picking them up. You can mix and match some of your orc pieces.
Right, and they
there's a lot of
scale
folks
really well.
Who like will say like, oh yeah, they're all kind of the same, maybe the same company. It's it seems like they're not. They often will use the same sort of contractors for sculpting sometimes, but then to say they're the same manufacturer too is also kind of funny because it's like Hasbro's using the same factory as Mattel, as Four Horsemen. Sometimes
I was
like,
going to say,
it's a,
you know, one thing that Ace cued me in on is there's like 3 factories in China that actually have English speakers.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, any toys that are dealing with English speaking toy companies, it's getting made at one of 3 factories over there.
Hey, Payne,
there are other factories, but
do you notice on his eye he's got the smiley face?
It's a smiley face like the Last Action Hero.
I was gonna say, is that the nod to the Last Action Hero?
Yeah.
Is like that official?
It's gotta be.
That's what I love that.
The only reason I could think of why they would have a nice day in the eyeball.
Right. When I noticed they announced it, and it was like there was like that one picture where you could really see the eye good, and you saw the smiley face. I was like, that is awesome because I love that movie.
Yeah, my knocks are getting
Last
closer. One more down.
I actually forgot about that movie. I haven't seen it in so long.
Right.
Oh man, it's such a good one. One of the best
Shouldn't
Arnold
you
action
technically
movies
forget about
ever.
that movie completely? Because
So,
That's
Daddy
a
Petty
hole
Patch
in
Adams saying, kids went nuts, bought me a bunch of gridiron upgrades and a grunt from Amazon.
Nice.
That is epic. So he didn't have to go out and do any Black Friday himself.
my
He got
snowtrooper.
Black Friday shop for. Oh,
It's getting
yeah,
there.
you were working on this for your new snow dio shelf.
Yeah.
I'm liking that.
That looks
Yeah,
good.
it looks good.
Looks good.
Sweet Action Force stand.
Hey, you know what? It works great for painting, Lawrence. You know why? Because I don't care if it gets messed up.
What I want to know is what color Radnop's painting his console.
Looks
Yeah, you're
green
getting
to me.
you're getting your puke green, Ed.
Yes.
And I dyed
appreciate
I dyed the popsicle sticks. Well, I stained them.
And this is like 90% done. I still got to work on the tolerances for the missiles, but it's getting there.
Oh, it's looking good. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, so good.
Considering you're using a
aren't quite
Build-A-Figure
exactly where I
bottom.
want 'em, but I gotta hone them in a little bit.
Corey,
oh,
what
is
you
that
got?
that's Marvel Legends, huh? When you said
Yeah,
that,
it's
Marvel
Bone
Legends
Breakers.
based.
yeah, that's right.
That wave is like
the ESOL that came out today. I didn't get a chance to clear code it before the video went up. It's actually I had already made this figure earlier in the year, but a buddy of mine wanted me to make him one, and if I was going to make one, I might as well make 2, and so I made 2, and one of them's up on eBay right now. So if you want to go watch that video and want ESOL, go bid.
What'd you use for the head on that? Oh, I'm
Clamp
sorry.
champ.
Got it.
Clamp champ.
this wave is at DD's. in
Can't see him real
California.
well because he's Mod Podged right
I'll
now,
pull 'em
but
up there.
yeah. So and then I just added hair to him.
Got it.
So yeah, I just started with Clamp. It was easy. Just take Clamp Champ and Battle Armor He-Man and just basically put them together.
I was
That's
gonna
really all
say
I
these
had.
are at DD's.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta go check it.
$5.99 a figure.
I completely forgot. I was at that place that I was at. I just realized there was a DD's by him. I completely forgot to check them out.
Thanos, if you swing by there and they have the Wolverine and the Sabretooth from that line, I'm looking for those.
Okay.
Wait,
I'll be running around tomorrow.
Oh, do you just want the Sabretooth itself?
Well, I mean, I want the Sabretooth, but I also want that Wolverine too to go with.
Well, okay, but do you want the Sabretooth? Because
he
I
has
had to buy
Sabretooth
an
he
extra
bought for a
one.
necklace.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Well, whenever I get around to shipping out again.
Wait, where'd you find those at?
DD's. That's a store they have out there on the West Coast. I don't think we've really have.
I got mine at Ross. I got
thought
one
you
of the
said
bucket
DG's,
pieces
like,
at Ross. I already
Dollar
had the
General.
siren.
Yeah, I think Ross owns DD's, so like basically.
Yeah,
it's like same parent company.
Yeah, they're all connected.
It depends, like where you are is what they call the particular ones in your area, and you may have more than just the one style there.
So is anyone else getting the Mezco Roadblock?
No. After I saw that face, I can't unsee it, Lawrence, and no, I can't do it no more.
Well,
Looks
they
like
have,
he's
like-
trying to pass gas or trying to hold off
They have
passing
three
gas.
different heads, so it doesn't matter.
Don't matter, but that face looks like he's trying to hold off passing gas in front of his girlfriend.
He looks good.
Which, if you guys have not watched Lawrence's review of this figure,
Yeah, if you have 45 minutes. There's a
I do
lot.
like the weapons accessories, but at that point,
yeah,
I can't. For $100, no. Just for a couple, I can go buy some gridiron packs for that price if I'm going there.
Yeah, but you don't get the wonderful figure.
I did get this nice little snub nose from Arsenal of Pew Pews.
nice. Oh yeah, look at that.
Going to my Crimson Viper.
Right. Good call. So Kenny is mentioning the fact that they have a Ross, DD's, and TJ Maxx in the same shopping center. So
Yeah.
he's telling me is that whatever their parent company is just trying to rent out that shopping center.
Right.
Ross, Marshalls, and Burlington. I have one
Right.
of those not too far from my house. That's where I got the second piece of the Bone Breaker, and I decided to do this from there.
So, Rednam, you and Corey are going to have to team up on an epic crafting video of some kind.
I mean, it's always a possibility.
Pull up K-Dog's comment about Roadblock.
Here we go. Coming up here.
All right, so I know $100 is expensive, but if you are interested, if you're saying Roadblock is your favorite, right now BBTS has the 3.0 Roadblock, the 12-inch one, for $103, I think. And I have the 3.0 Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, and they're awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's like your favorite figure and like you just collect Roadblocks, I'd jump on that 3.0.
But he is 1/6 though.
Yeah, but he just said it's his favorite character, so I don't,
I know.
Yeah, some people will collect multiple scales, the same figure.
Yeah.
I hear you.
But he just needs to know that it's 1/6 scale.
And I said
Be
that,
prepared.
12
Do you
It's
two
probably
need
the
to get
size
a
of his
room?
palm.
And work some things out.
Did any of you get promo figures? Legends of
What was
Dragon.
it?
The Legends of Dragon.
I did.
Did you have any problem with the attachment for the Build-A-Fig for the legs?
Not at all. They connected perfectly.
Huh.
Might just
If
need
you're
to
having
warm
some
Nothing
them.
ever
trouble,
goes
give it a
wrong
heat
with
treat.
Thanos's figures.
It's not true. That is not true. I wish it was, but
I don't know. Everybody else had broken
Thanos never needs
Dungeons
to go
and Dragons
all Karen.
figures, and his all came out of the box just fine.
Yeah.
See, Thanos is just smart and watches everybody else's reviews first,
Yeah,
and then
totally.
sees how to delicately pull them out of the box and not force it.
Well, Thanos buys all his figures naked, so that's why they all come out good.
yeah, they come that way just for me.
He just has to be careful when they're hitting their male stuff, that they're not hard at that time.
His figures are just more active, limber, and
plain
happy.
shipper.
Guys. Come on.
That's how all his figures come.
actually spent a good chunk of time translating into Portuguese how to attach genitalia to figures for someone.
Wow.
Wow.
Conversation.
That's
I
a
was like,
whole new level there, Thanos.
I was like trying to be
don't
an
know.
translator because I was trying to be helpful.
I don't know whether I should be worried about looking at Thanos' search results.
Well, I just like popped
I mean,
up a translator and was like,
It's going to be exactly what you expect. There's nothing to worry about, really.
I don't know. Now we have something to worry about.
But Thanos, did
Look,
you use
if
your hand gestures to properly communicate in Portuguese? Sorry, never mind.
I kind of do that anyway, so
Here's a better question for
With
you.
a little
Thanos.
bit of Italian.
What pictures don't make the cut because you think they're too risque? Because there's got to be some that you even go, nope.
I have it was not a sexual, but I had a picture idea that I did not take the picture because it might have been a little bit too bad taste. I don't even think I should say. Like, if you're still hanging out when we're behind stage, I'll say, but
2 orcs, 1 cup.
it wasn't in any way sexual. It was just a very bad taste joke.
Was it violent or
It was
not taste bad taste in what
So-
you don't have to
a Thanos copter and a couple of buildings on a day in September.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ah,
So I
yeah.
did not take
Yeah.
that shot, but it ran across my mind. Let's see how many subscribers I can lose now.
Yeah.
So have you thought about
That-
doing?
Okay, I just went unsubscribed. No, I'm kidding.
You know
Have
what?
you
I
thought
lost 3 subscribers this week, and I'm just like, I don't know what the hell I did to 3 some people, but obviously,
Yeah, those are probably just bots.
it's all right,
about-
Aaron. You know,
What about doing Tila and Evil Lynn getting ice cream from the sorceress?
Like a soft serve coming out the lower region.
I think you should do a little bathe in my milk episode.
What would we call
Wow,
go
that's
to
how
one
you
cup?
win.
no, negative.
So one thing I don't do right is
Scat.
Tila and Man at Arms and Sorceress never have any dealings with each other. Same with Fisto because of the 2000X continuity. No, He-Man and She-Ra, because no twincest. Like I have lines. I do have
That's,
lines.
that's the most nerdy thing ever. You're like,
eBay has
I
lines.
have
Plastic
lines
penis.
about fictional characters that have
Plastic-
no
I don't allow
reason.
incest
Yeah.
in my photos. I do have taste, guys. Come on.
oh my goodness.
it's not just
He
some
has
simple
standards.
heathen.
These are the standards. So no Princess Adora getting caught in the dryer.
No.
Well, if it's a
Um,
stepsister, it's okay.
Yes.
According to those rules.
right? According to the Hub's rules, it's all the rage.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanos, have you ever done a reel with the Pornhub intro music?
I have not, but that's not a bad idea.
It'd be funny for sure.
How do you know what the Pornhub intro is?
He's
Because
a
I was
single
hanging out
guy.
at your house last week, Larry. No,
Whoa.
man,
If
I've
you've been
spent
on
way
the
I don't know if
internet
there's
in
anyone
the last
alive who doesn't know what an
right.
intro is.
Come on, yeah, it's impossible.
years.
Can I just say I love you all?
We love you all.
Prolapse.
There we go.
Like anuses that we are, and you love us, we know.
That's
So,
true.
Oz, can you bring up Brad Knob's console so I can see this? Since he's in the
Sure
middle of
can.
painting
So here you go, Ed. I got the.
it? That
It's
is
a
the
little wet.
perfect color.
So you see, it's gonna have wood grain on it. I've never I usually just paint the wood, but I was like, you know what? Let me stain the wood and give it like this retro
What is-
vintage look.
I kind
What
of
is
dig
that
that.
for?
Yeah, like
It's the family truckster.
Yeah, because it's the same green.
Did we get the
as
Willie's Jeep to go with it?
the computer consoles and the flag?
Oh no, it's just the green I used for my captain's chair and my a different console. So I was like, well, just gonna use it.
Yeah,
As
that's
long
why I
as
was
on the hub.
wondering. Were you doing some sort of flag diorama?
I told
No,
him
but
to
it
pay
does
me
look-
because we started talking last night about the
We'll go with that.
the wood. So
so. Lawrence,
Yeah,
you
All
might
normally
the
I
old
have
take
station
said-
wood.
wagons in the 70s had that green with the
Right.
wood. You had to go with it.
Right. Yeah, normally I
did.
take a popsicle stick and I'll use it as a background and just paint it a flat color. But I was like, you know what? Let me stain it. It would give like that 60s, 70s
It'll
vibe
give it
to it.
pop,
Yeah.
right?
And
So-
is it is the same color as the family Christmas station wagon?
That
I
was
mean-
what I told him to go for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I used a green I already used on some other pieces, so it kind of matched together. So I didn't try to match it that exactly, but close.
Does it have an ashtray and a cigarette lighter, so it really came from the 60s and 70s?
Oh, dude, I need to get one of those a window crank on the side of it would be pretty funny.
Oh my god.
Dude, you want to hear something funny about that? My son took driver's training and he's telling about the car and he's like, it has crank windows. I'm like, how old is this car? He's like, it's not that old. And then I see it, it's like a 2020, but it just has like crank windows. I'm like, doesn't it cost more to put crank windows in?
Yes, it does. It costs more because it's an additional option now to get it made with manual windows. It
probably
costs
doesn't break
more
as
to
much
get
though.
Transmission now.
Yeah,
Get a
that's what I was
manual
gonna say.
transmission on a car now is more expensive. Where 20, 30 years ago, it was way cheaper.
And it's
Yeah.
slower
That's
now.
standard.
Huh.
Right. But that's the thing, right? Because whatever becomes the standard and whatever becomes the option, regardless of how stupid it sounds, that's what's going to be extra because they've got to make it specially. So
It's probably
like eventually
the
cars
factory
with
is not is optimized for whatever's more popular. So when automatic's more popular, they're set up to do it. Where if you want the other, they have to probably pull you off to the side and do it manually or something like that.
It's like the opposite of the economies of scale.
Yeah.
Like well, in the action figure world, when people say, well, I don't know why they won't just make more of this figure. I don't know why they won't just make more of this figure. When these factories are set up to do a wave of production, right? They are producing strictly that wave. So yes, even though they may have the tools already done and everything else, when they move beyond that in the production line, because everything is timed, like up to a year or more out, that when you want them to do this one specific character again, or like you want them to make more of a specific wave, they have to reset the factory to go back and redo that.
There you go, just making excuses for Hasbro. You're just a Hasbro's. You're a shill.
I was talking about Mattel.
Don't
What
let
the
him
fuck?
steal
Who
your
gives a
thunder,
shit
Lawrence.
about
Yeah, that's your
Hasbro?
job.
That sounds more like a He-Man.
I was
thing
gonna.
than
I was gonna try and imitate someone, but I can't even act that stupid and talk that bad.
All you have to do is drop a whole one-syllable words.
The only person
randomly
that can talk like that on purpose is Ken.
Ken.
Well,
Yes.
the other Ken.
The other Ken.
Yes. I ain't saying his name. But
I'm pretty
there's
sure we
another
all know who
Ken.
you're talking about.
The other
What?
Ken does a really, really good job, though.
Oh my God, he had it locked and loaded. And you told me he sent you one too.
He sent it to me, and I laughed hysterically because I just got finished watching. It was good. It was good. Cracking a window down is just as satisfying as dialing on a rotary phone. A rotary phone was a pain in the ass to dial on.
But you know what? There's an
We
there's
still
an
have this.
aesthetic there now.
Yeah.
There
We
is.
still have
There
this.
is.
We don't use it, but it's a push button rotary phone.
Rotary.
Where you-
I was going to just
Where
say.
you hit the 9
There-
and it'll still go 8, but it's push buttons versus the dial.
Right. Push
Yeah,
buttons
so-
versus.
So it's an
the
automatic
touch tone.
rotary phone.
It's an
is what you're
automatic
saying.
rotary
Right.
phone.
So
Yeah,
I've
they've
seen
got the
kids
buttons.
struggle. I've seen kids struggle with a landline and a touch tone phone because they don't know about a dial tone. They like trip out on it. I could just imagine a rotary phone. It would take like 5 hours to figure out what the hell was supposed to happen with that.
Years ago, when I got my parents' smartphones, I teased them that I was going to see if I could find a way to make their keypad a rotary phone for their smartphone so that they feel more.
Oh, it exists.
Because they're so old. And I looked for a while, I couldn't find it, but
I mean, I'm guessing
Really,
the
I'm-
phone company won't even understand the rotary input anymore, right? It would have to output a dial tone like a fake rotary, because I don't. Is the phone company
Well, they
really going to
switched-
be set up to know that? I mean, I
Yeah.
don't.
no, I mean
Yeah,
the phone
no, it
itself should work the same way. If you plug it into a phone line, it should still work. It just might be, I don't know.
If
I
you
don't
can
see why
find a
It
phone
depends.
line that's no longer a digital line, everything's
Yeah.
digital now. They ripped all.
I was
Right.
going to say they've
copper out.
swapped out
Yeah,
most
because
of those
it's
lines.
a different output.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that for the fax lines that we have, I have to carry just a regular analog phone.
Oh,
And
yeah.
one day I was sitting in the back seat, and my kids got in. They're like, "What's this?" I'm like, "It's a phone." And my daughter's like, "How do you use it?" I'm like, "It plugs into the wall," and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "You know that big hole?" I'm like, "You know that big hole in the wall that the calendar hides because your mom put a calendar over it?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "That used to plug in an actual phone."
Yeah,
And they're like,
phone
"It
used to
plugged
hang.
into the wall?" I'm like, "Yep." We could just go anywhere we wanted. How old are you again? Like, you know what? Like,
You guys, it's like remembering before you had to use area codes.
Yeah.
oh,
right?
man.
It's just 7 digits.
Now this is
I'll
kind of
never
obscure, but does anyone know the? Do you remember the little? They sold them at Radio Shack. It was a small little device that you
Dialers?
could put phone. Yeah, with a touch tone in it.
Yeah.
You just hold it up to the phone and go beep 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 beep. beep. Dial
Did
your
you ever
number
crack?
for you.
Did you ever crack a dialer? And you could
2600?
Yep.
No,
You do
never.
different coin tones. And,
Nope, never messed
So-
with any of that Captain Crunch stuff.
Yeah,
man.
no,
Not me.
never. But
Right? For anybody wondering, I brought
it
up
allowed
a
for the
couple
punk
weeks
rock
ago.
network to communicate.
A couple weeks ago, we were talking about the movie Hackers and
Oh, yeah.
how expensive it was to buy that VHS when it was first released, because a lot of the hacking methods that they talked about in the movie, not how you actually saw the hacking go
Yeah,
down, that was all
exactly.
digital bullshit, but the hacking methods they talked about in order to hack the internet back then was very accurate, and they didn't want people just really randomly figuring out how to do it. And what Random and Brick are talking about right now is recording the tones that it made, dropping change into a payphone so that you can make free calls, which is something they
Freaking.
talked about in the movie.
Yeah, phone freaking.
Yeah.
Yep. Appreciate you guys bringing that up, 'cause some people think I'm like talking completely nuts when I say that, but it's like, yeah, that was legit.
Do you guys
Oh, yeah.
remember information 555-1212?
Yes.
For me, it was just 411.
Yeah,
Yeah,
411.
so there was a guy 555-1212, and my buddy would call, and he's like, I was wondering, do you know how to make a turkey? And they're like, this is information. He's like, well, I
Yeah.
need the information, not how to make a turkey. He got some lady to talk to him for like 10 minutes, like explaining how to do shit. She was
I
probably
called up
so
information
bored.
and
They probably charge you a
information and asked
fortune.
them the distance to Mars, and they were like, "I don't know." I'm like, what the fuck kind of information is this? And hang up.
And
When
you
prank
guys
calls
were
were
both
fun.
the inspiration for Google, basically.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
Well, it's just, calling up bowling alleys. Do y'all have 16-pound balls? Yeah, we sure do. How the fuck do
Would
you
you-
walk?
Who remembers the Jerky Boys?
Oh yeah.
Yes, they were the inspiration
That
for.
that could never happen today.
Nope.
No.
And
Most
they
of
put out
that's-
two. I mean, they put out multiple albums, but I think the first two albums were just.
Uncle Freddy's dead. Oh my goodness.
And it does
Saul
still work.
Rosenberg,
If you put star 67.
Mhm.
Yeah, because star 69 was how you called a number back, like when you missed and it dialed it back. But star 67 will still block your number when you make a call, folks.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That does still work. That is a
Mhm.
thing. Now, this right here, the 1-800-COLLECT, this, I'm not sure if
God.
that still works. No, it does work because prisons still use it. That's right.
Yeah.
It's the only place I know that still uses it, but that's because like you don't have pay phones to go up to.
You know this for a fact.
What about a movie phone?
What, that prisons still have 1-800?
wow.
Yes.
Calling movie phone.
Thank you
Yeah.
for
Oh
calling
yeah.
movie phone.
Listening and not hoping you don't get interrupted because then you have to listen through it again.
All the way through again.
We used to have for the Detroit News, they had a 1-800 number, and for about I think they go 5 to 10 minutes, he would tell the wrestling news, and he'd have all new. It was M.O. Curley who ended up getting busted for child molesting. Shocker, right?
Oh,
But I
right.
remember dialing that up at work all the time. It didn't cost anything. It was an 800 number.
Right, it was toll free.
I'd listen and find out what the latest wrestling news was.
Well, CM Punk apparently.
Is that what I would find out today?
That's it. Yeah. Right now, CM Punk.
I
That's
still don't
all
understand.
it is.
I don't understand wrestling pay-per-views on Saturdays. They're supposed to be on Sundays.
Right? Like it was always Sundays. Now they're doing them on Saturdays. That started a couple years ago. And they switched over to network.
I don't like it. That's why I don't watch it anymore.
I honestly, this past week was the first week I've sat down and watched Raw in like a year.
Really?
And that was because I had
Monday,
seen
huh?
some stuff.
You sat down on Monday to watch it.
And then fell asleep.
Huh. On Monday,
Yes.
you were watching Raw.
You know what?
Yes,
You could have fallen
and-
asleep to your dulcet tones, Lawrence. What's the worst thing?
Well, look, here's the thing, though, right? I sat down watching that Monday on a TV. I
Even
can
my
still pull
moderator
up.
made it on Monday.
I did make it on Monday.
I can still pull up your live on my phone, and I do.
He can.
He's gonna act like I don't watch his stuff, but then I drop comments in chats about what happens in your videos.
You know what's funny? You always know who's. You always know that like the people that actually like that are chatting, like in your comments that are on a phone because you can't actually tag anyone. So like names can't actually highlight. So like you're like, oh, they're watching on a phone. Where if you're on a computer, you can actually at them.
You could do the at them in the chat. Yep. That's why I just gave up because I watched so much on my phone that I'm like, I'm not adding anybody anymore. I'm just sitting there saying hey to everybody at once.
Oh yeah, I saw those guns that you posted, Payne. Those are really nice.
Yeah, they do a great job.
Now, how much do those cost? I know. I think I asked you.
I think it was like $9
for each gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not bad.
That so a little bit cheaper than Gridiron, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think on the site I looked, it was like in between 6 and 7 up to like 12 or somewhere around there. Depending on which gun, but they were nice. Yeah.
Yeah, but they do a really nice job with the paint too. Whereas Gridiron, you don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I noticed the ones you had posted, and I thought it was like those look actually really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Although I have so many damn guns, I don't need to really order
the front.
anymore.
The only thing on these the vectors is that front post. The foregrip is a little bit narrow and small, but
Lawrence has so many guns. The ATF's about to show up at his house demanding
the plastic ATF. That'll be all it is.
No, it's going to be the legit one, and they're going to be really, really confused.
Yeah, he has all those hands in a vase that he's got to fill with something.
Now you need an ATF custom to sit there and like be eyeballing all your stuff all the time. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, see, the funny part is if they spent 5 minutes and watched his channel, they would know that none of them would be worth a shit because they're all bent.
He just bends them prior to coming on, and then he's like, "This is bent."
You know what? Maybe Hasbro thinks like maybe Hasbro looks at it like in real life when you're firing, the gun, the barrel will warm up and you can just
warms up and it
as you need to.
That's what it is. So your toys just have to fire their guns more around the corner.
I replace all the guns anyway, so it doesn't really matter except for the handguns. Those go in the holsters and never come out.
putting a gun rack in
There
your
you go.
porta potty for all those shit guns would be kind of funny too.
Yeah, exactly.
The porta potty just becomes the gun locker.
Yeah.
All right,
No,
so Tony's Figs is here. Tony's hanging out with us saying Gabe at Arsenal Pew Pew stepped up his game faux show. And I feel a headache, so somebody's not getting laid tonight because I got a headache. They're here. Hollywood Squares. Thanks, headache. Fat Red Foo saying phone guilty. Man, I got a nickname from the amount of prank calls I used to make. Huge nickname. Touchtone Terrorist. Oh. Here we go. Janet Renault just put on her jacket and is warming up the car to head over to Lawrence.
She called from 1995 to hunt him down.
She going to Waco or looking for Elon?
I don't know. Take your pick.
Who knows at this point, as long as her wine rack's full in her car. You can't own guns, but it's okay to drink and drive because I do. As long as you buckle up.
Like anyone's ever been killed from drinking and driving?
Right? That never happens. It doesn't kill more people.
What
are
is
you
it?
talking
It's in UHF where the guy says, "Guns don't kill people. I do."
about? Right. With guns.
He's got that big, I think, 44 Magnum.
Yeah, Terrence, I'm realizing now there's no trigger hands in the case for Waltor. So yeah, I'll need the hands.
Yeah, I'll send those out.
What do we got next? Got some sweet Cosmic Legions Wave 2 here. Book 2. My bad. Book 2. Oh, she has to drive through Ohio, so it's probably okay. No, that's Oklahoma.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and it's not okay. They
It's
should,
not
they should
okay.
change
It's
that thing
OH.
to Oklahoma is not okay. 49th in
Be
education.
careful with her neck bag, Terrence.
Yeah,
Careful
Joe's
with
not
the neck
Be careful
bag.
with her neck
So.
bag. Yeah.
Joe was
Get
being
up.
a little rough
I
with the
just
neck.
popping the head off and the neck peg snapped. So
Uh-huh. Sure.
go
Get
just
some
sure.
hot
You're
water
being
on
gentle with it.
standby.
You just went.
I didn't even
Tear
think
off
I
the
was that rough. Maybe I don't know my own strength.
That's what she said.
All right.
He's got a nice tail.
Got some nice tail. Got to plug that
Oh
boom
yeah,
boom
it's a
hole.
great.
It doesn't have a boom boom hole. It's just the tail's attached to the head on the neck piece.
Oh yeah.
Weird.
Okay.
It's an interesting connection.
I was gonna say I don't have that fig, so I'm not sure how it or
Well,
where it
you'll have that
connects.
piece
But
with
normally,
that one character that the others, the one on the newest wave, should be the same piece. Look like it.
I think
Okay.
they said it's slightly different. They were going to use it, but
Yeah, they had to resculpt it because of the way the factory cut it for her. It wasn't going to work for the new one. So it's the same piece but resculpted.
right.
Yeah. I was gonna say it looked like an awful lot of reuse. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
turn
was
that
the
around
intent,
a little bit
the
there.
original intent.
Let us see the backside. We're checking out the junk in her trunk.
Yeah, I see her tail.
Well, because it's. Oh man! Did that just snap the
That's
gray?
abuse.
no.
That was supposed to be the gray that did it there. I mean, at least they gave pretty good warning about that before people started getting it in hand. They were like, "Hey, by the way, everybody heat this up."
yeah, don't. I didn't even bother heating it up. I just didn't pose it. He just stuck. Just don't move.
Mine's not stuck. I didn't even bother heating it up. I just moved it real slow and it worked out. But then the wrist broke.
Oh,
Okay,
such a
sometimes
bummer.
I'm still getting
Hi,
used to
Tony.
the cosmic stuff. This thing just fell out of her.
Should peg back in the front.
I didn't know there was a hole there.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's
That
what he
is the
said.
real boom boom hole.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
even
that be
even
more like the fun
everybody's
hole?
got
I
a.
would just say.
It's the same here, Terrence. It's not
I
just for Cosmic.
Yeah.
just
Right. Yeah. Hold
It's a
on there,
cod
Brick. Let me
piece,
pull you up.
sort of.
Oh, just here. Of course, I chose an all black figure, but yeah.
Right. That's all right. I got it. Because this wall tore the mad earlier when I was doing a little bit of posing. That piece popped right out. But so like on the front here for the little flap that comes off.
Yeah,
Peg right
that
there.
honestly makes
And-
no sense for a skeleton. I'm just saying. What's it protecting?
Well, it's to cover up.
No, I'm just saying in general.
It's so no one sees that shriveled up bony wiener.
There's no bony wiener. It's a skeleton.
Well, there's no.
Don't be insensitive. He wasn't always a skeleton.
That's right.
Look. There's no pelvis. There's no hips. There's no sacral joint down there. Nothing.
Oh, I know.
So, they got to give it a little bit. And we have Johnny Sorensen hanging out with us. Howdy, hi. What's up, Johnny? Good to have you here, brother. Thank you.
K-Dog's right. So is Bone and Roll Show.
It's true. Skeleton's got lots of bones. No meat on them bones.
Big old pile.
And Kayla is here hanging out as well. What is up, Kayla? Good to see you. You've missed so many tonight already. I'm sure we'll make plenty of more inappropriate comments. Ah. So we got the alien skull, which you can pick up. I believe that's in the skulls pack, if I remember correctly.
No, I kept that because that's gonna be in awesome.
Well, it's going to
That
work
one's
good for your
exclusive.
cosmic, of course.
So
That
one
one's
will
the
look nice on my
exclusive
display.
con hit for the Cosmic Walter.
Oh, see, look, that's
Oh,
right.
nice.
Kayla was
We
out
talked about
meeting
that last
Mark
week.
Hamill. Meeting Mark Hamill and the Hobbits. Did you meet this Hobbit?
Oh, nice. Oh, that's right. I forgot that was today. Or this weekend.
Yeah,
It didn't happen.
She posted earlier from sitting there waiting to meet him.
Oh, did she?
She did. I completely forgot about it myself. And I liked that photo earlier, too. I always forget stuff. It happens.
Now, honestly, I have a question. Is there some reason that this has the most ridiculously long post?
I mean, you need enough room so where you can stick it in something or you can put it high. I don't know.
It's got to stand up above the horde of troops.
The horse. Well, no, it's
It will
also
stand up
from
above the Legion.
when they sit on horseback. It's. I mean, you got to remember those like war flags and all like that are meant
It just
to be
seems
from.
like it's awfully. Yeah, I know.
So
It
you
seems
know
like
where to
awfully
aim your
tall.
cannon. Oh.
If
Right?
you had a horse, Aaron, you'd know how
Shoot
long it
this
needed to
guy.
Yeah, I do have a horse. It's sitting over in a box that I can't open yet.
He does have a horse now. But
Why
that
didn't
horse.
you-
Can you leave that? Can you leave the middle section out, Aaron?
Yeah, you can. It pops out.
So
I guess
that's
it's
what I
also
have to
so
do
like
on mine. They're all. Well, I have the original banner pack, but they're too tall for all of my shelves, so I had to leave the middle
that's
section
that's
out.
what my concern was when I was looking at that. Like, I don't know if that's going to fit on the shelf.
All right, Kayla also says it's because they like it long.
And girthy.
Do they though? Do they though?
Girthy. How about that girth?
On Pornhub they do, but
Well, how would Larry know that?
because random man watching porn over my house last week, I guess.
True story.
You know what? Hey, Lawrence, this is Stalker's hat on Grunt's head.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Aaron.
let's go.
I gotta scroll through all the screens to full screen you.
I think it would look good as like a Falcon replacement.
That's what I was gonna say. That looks like a really good Falcon.
Pretty good. Yeah.
All right, I know what I'm doing.
Also makes me think if you could take the head off of Big Ben, it might work for him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with Big Ben's head. It's Falcon that we have a problem with his
Yeah,
head.
exactly.
I'm just pointing out yet another figure whose face sculpt would work better for Falcon than Falcon's.
I mean,
Well,
pretty much that line is only
Anything
like
would work
one.
better for Falcon. I'm just saying.
Hopefully,
Like every
when they do
man
it-
has a derpy head, so you guys are doing good over on the Joe line.
Yeah,
That's
Well,
true.
that Falcon head, even Lenny didn't like it. Like, and I'm being nice by saying he didn't like it.
Well, wasn't there like some reason behind
Well, he's
like
a
with
damn
the
designer.
rushing
Why do you
of
let
it?
it be designed that way?
Okay, so I'm gonna try and explain this as best that he explained it to me, and this almost goes back to the same thing that Brian Flynn has talked about in the past.
Yeah,
where
it's a production atmosphere.
so they had a sculptor, and he said him and Tony were going back and forth with the sculptor, and he goes, "This sculptor just didn't want to do the fucking job." Now, to me, it's like, why didn't you just fucking pull it? But I guess maybe he had a contract or whatever. And he said they kept going back and forth. He sent the sculpt back and forth, and then he said, because I'm like, it looks nothing like what that digital render was. He goes, that's what it was supposed to look like. He said, finally, we get a sculpt, and we're like, it's not what we want, but it's good enough. And he goes, you know how Falcon has those, has the dimples. He said, so the original face sculpt was supposed to look better, but once the mold got done and when it started to heat, the way the dimples were, it somehow pushed the face up to make it look even worse. Now, I'm assuming they were already behind. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of.
They were behind because they also moved factories too right before that wave.
Well, and
they were forced to move factories. So.
Yes, and he did tell me that all those he didn't say they were forced to move the factories. He did tell me that the best factory in China was making those god awful
starting lineups. They
starting
got
lineup that nobody bought that you get for $13 at TJ Maxx.
I still need one if anybody finds one.
Oh, I saw one and I thought
preferably Trey Young would be great because that way I don't have to paint.
But do you really want those diapers?
No, I need the torso. I don't need anything else.
But I guess that's what happened. He really hates that sculpt.
Oh,
and
quit making excuses for Hasbro, you shill.
Jeez. I am. So what's funny about it though? You guys, like anyone that's done a live stream will understand this. So like if you play an intro, you can, if you're hosting, you can see everyone at the bottom. So like I can't see who's at the bottom, but Oz can see everyone that's at the bottom right now, right? So when I had Lenny on there, I played my intro, and the last shot in the intro is the 5 of them sitting there. Those 5 figures. And I could see his face when he saw Falcon sitting there. And we had talked about this before we went on. And I was like, oh my God. So then we finish up. I play it again, and I'm watching his face, and it hits there, and I came back, and I'm like, I could see your face every time. He goes, I cannot believe that you had that figure in that. He goes, that figure is so bad. He goes, I wouldn't even display it. He goes, I thought it was going to kill the line. But I could watch his face, and he went, oh. I was like, of all the pictures I have in there, so.
Well, it isn't just the face sculpt. There's a lot of balance issues. The backpack is too heavy for the body.
But he specifically has an issue with the face sculpt. Like that's
it isn't. So the whole thing overall was kind of it was go with it because it's too late to change it at this point.
Right.
I didn't talk to him about anything else with that. I just the whole face sculpt thing came up, and again, like it sucks because, in all honesty, that's really the only bad face sculpt they've had. I know some people don't like CoverGirl, but it's not bad.
I really like the CoverGirl. I think it looks great.
I do too. It's just chiseled. You have Elite Legend saying dude doesn't look like Lady J. Have you ever seen the O-ring Lady J? It looks way better than the O-ring Lady J. That's one of the
pretty much
ugliest-
anything. O-ring Lady J looks like she was beat up and left
Yeah,
for
that is
dead
one of the
somewhere.
ugliest figures, along with CoverGirl, which is one of the ugliest O-ring figures.
Oh yeah, see, that's an awful head.
Their heads were fucking huge. So, but I mean, I've heard people, bitch about some of the, the head sculpts for the, for the classified. And I'm like, other than Falcon, and I will not make excuses for, or apologize for that thing because it is by far one of the worst sculpts I've ever seen. Name the rest of, tell me another bad one. There are none that are that bad.
Right.
I know some people don't like Flint, but Flint is really good. You might just say, I don't think it looks like Flint. I heard people complain that Stalker looks too old. Like, that Stalker face is awesome.
Why do they? Okay, maybe I guess I could see. I don't know. I don't think Stalker looks old.
That's perfect for that merman.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
It is.
Yeah, that is perfect. Oh man, you talked about that last week too. That is perfect. That would probably look good with the.
Did you
like
get the
classic
Python
or
Patrol
the Masterverse
officer?
one because it'd be bigger.
I got a Masterverse merman right here.
Yeah.
Is that the classic
Sorry,
or the origin one that you had on
better
there?
on that. Oh yeah.
Huh.
Is that a seahorse anatomically correct?
Seahorse is forever.
I don't know seahorse anatomy, so
Is that the seahorse for Aquaman?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that thing was out.
Yeah.
That thing is large.
It is, and it's
Right?
like super solid. Like you could murder somebody with this thing if you wanted to.
Well, that's exactly what I was planning on using it for. Oh shit!
Don't hang it from the ceiling, is what he's saying. Don't hang it from the ceiling.
It does
That's
come
what
with
I
like a nice stand though. Like it's
that's really good for Aquaman. Like, I mean for Merman there.
Yeah. I prefer the Origins one though, because the loincloth doesn't get in the way of them actually sitting on it properly.
Oh yeah.
No, but when you said about that thing being like heavy and stuff, and you could murder someone, every time we're at a toy store and I see one of the LJN wrestling figures, I tell my kids, I'm like, yeah, these are things you used to play with, and then when you got mad and you hit like your friend with it, you're always going to get in trouble because it was a weapon. Those things were weapons, man.
Dude, I had a friend that freaking grabbed his little sister's Cabbage Patch doll and swung it by the leg, like all out at my head. And I freaking got it almost knocked me out, man. I swelled up like a giant egg.
Solid, dude.
It was super solid.
Or like a bowling ball with cloth attacks.
Yes,
They were.
It was rough. Yeah,
No,
it was rough.
I think that head would like.
I'm not sure they have meds for this.
I'm
It's
trying
poor
to.
knife.
I'm just imagining 7-year-old random there with only an orange beard getting hit in the head with a fucking Cabbage Patch.
I mean, I was probably about 12 or 13 actually. And yeah, he just swung it all out too. I mean, it really freaking literally an egg.
Do you have a dent to this day?
No.
There was a kid that he had all the Motu stuff, but he was kind of a dork. And I remember we'd always kind of, I don't know, we were kind of mean to him, I guess you'd say. And one day we were wrestling, and I headbutted him super hard, and he fucking started crying and shit because of how hard. And I just remember it hurt so bad, but man, I was not going to let him know that it hurt me because he went home crying. And I just remember going, "Oh my god,
okay, I'm sorry,
that hurt."
Okay,
like you watching wrestling, and as a kid, you don't realize, "Oh wait a minute, if I smash my head against someone else's, we're both gonna hurt just as bad."
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
was
the
not
good old
expecting to get
headbutt
to
maneuver is a two-way street.
Yeah,
That's
I
like a
learned
last
some of that
resort
too.
type thing.
Nice.
Man, I'm having this memory now too. I remember we jacked up his mom's car and stuck that Cabbage Patch doll underneath the rear tire, and his sister like screaming, trying to rip that doll out from underneath the car. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things, you know.
Well, good to know that Radnob the Red was sacrificing babies a long time before he became a full-blown wizard.
There you go.
Oh,
I mean, shoot, my soul almost left my body when I got hit with that thing. So
Do you have a soul? Bullshit.
I got 2 of them on the bottom of my shoes.
Exactly. There's plenty on my shoes, but Lawrence, did you get the Python Patrol officer / trooper yet?
Not yet. I'm gonna go out tomorrow and grab them. They're my targets. I can see.
It's interesting. I will tell you that much.
Why?
Y'all ever wanted to see a orc on a seahorse?
An orc horse?
I'm not sure how you know my fantasies, but we're gonna have to have a talk.
Look, man, I wasn't trying to point no fingers, Corey.
Yeah, you were. I know. It's cool. It's all right. I just feel a little attacked. It's okay.
This thing is super solid though, because he's heavy and this is heavy, and the stand is like no problem. So
now it's 3
that's really
times
cool.
the murder weapon it was before.
So what, you think that's a giveaway at PowerCon 2025?
I don't think so. I don't think these are gonna sit. Like,
no.
Out of all the DC stuff, I think these will be.
Those will probably
no, because there's so many people buying that right now for everything
just for
but
Merman.
Aquaman.
They sure as hell ain't for Aquaman.
Well, I know when I did my stream and I showed that off, everyone was chiming in on what they could use it for, other than Aquaman.
I was saying that. I was definitely saying Merman on your stream. Like, I so want that for my Merman because it looks better than this stupid thing I just got for free at PowerCon.
I was saying that thing's big enough for Lawrence to ride.
Hey,
I'm gonna have to get some more of these.
I mean, it's probably true.
Oh, it's 100% true. In the words of the immortal Kurt Angle, oh, it's true. It's damn true.
Here we go.
I think that looks really good, Payne. I think that looks really good.
I was shocked. I'm shocked at the color and how it looks. It's got kind of. It's not.
What is that Aaron has?
It's the Python Patrol.
Python Patrol. It says
Sergeant?
Cobra Officer, but it's really the trooper because he doesn't have his chevrons on his head. On his head.
Yeah.
His
Yeah,
arm.
those colors don't look like they go good together, but they do all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say they ain't bad.
I'm shocked at the coloration.
But they gave them both. They gave
I'm
them
gonna have to
both.
get a couple more.
They gave both head styles, so
Yeah, you get secondary head.
so yeah, that's
Secondary head.
Who doesn't like secondary head?
Exactly. Much better than Vicarious head.
Right? It's never satisfying.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with the
oh my
copper head. I
god,
don't know
yes,
why I
he
bought
did.
it.
Why don't we have a sea? Well, a sea. I don't know. That's where that reptile nerd in me is like a sea tortoise. Sea turtle. Tortoises are definitely terrestrial, but in any case, like seriously, why don't we have more sea turtle mounts? Because although land turtles may be a little slow as shit, sea turtles are fast.
Did the Aquaman movie come out yet?
No, it comes out like the 22nd of December or something like that.
All right, I thought it was coming soon at least.
Yeah, it's
Is
December.
there a seahorse in that movie?
Well, we can all hope for now.
Right?
I can only imagine how bad it's gonna be. So I think Olivia and I have to go see it because we watched that first one and it was so bad that it was awesome. I mean, we died laughing at that. It was so bad.
Anybody watching Invincible?
I've not
I watched
watched
the
it.
first season of Invincible.
Behind.
Yeah, I'm
Is the
digging it.
season good?
I like it.
I've enjoyed it.
I like it a lot. It's just I'm just a little behind. That's all.
I'm
What do
just
you
waiting
think-
for the season to finish, and then I'll watch it.
Right on.
I tried watching the Boys spin-off show, and we watched like one episode. My son loved it, but I was like, I just can't deal with all the gore. Like,
I
can deal
got
with
to the
Boys.
blood. I got to the blood magic, and I was like, "Yeah, forget it. I don't feel like."
I
watching
can
it.
deal with the Boys because I
Yeah,
like the
no
Boys
kidding.
storyline, but whatever this new one was, I'm like, it's just gore for gore's sake. I don't. It's not. And then he said it got better, like the story got better, but I'm like, there's other things I'd rather spend my time watching.
Yeah, that blood thing reminded me of Dragon Age when they had the blood mages. I don't know if anyone knows that game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I know Dragon Age.
Yeah,
Dragon
Joe
Age.
raises. He's like, "Oh yeah."
You do realize there's like 3 or 4 of us that are like Mythic Legions folks.
Sure.
Yeah, pretty much going to guarantee that they play Dragon Age.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rad Knob, you're in a room full of nerds.
Yeah, I know. Slightly different flavor, but similar.
Excuse you, man. Those are not for you to chew on.
Yeah,
Don't-
so
don't be like
Silvercase
your
says,
brother.
No.
Silvercase
Don't you
said the
want 'em
same
like your
thing
brother.
about Gen V, that after the first episode, it wasn't as gory. But like I said,
Okay.
I was just like, all right, this is too much. And like
Yeah,
said,
I
there's so
like the
many-
boys. Maybe I'll try it again.
Yeah, I really liked the story of the Boys, and I really liked the first season of Invincible. But I was just like, you know what? There's so many other things I would rather watch if it's gonna be like this. So I just never went back, and it's one of those ones you just, you know.
I
wait
think the
till
new season of the Care Bears is starting soon, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Now that, you know, hey, do they have now a new blood Care Bear where they shoot blood out of their chest?
No, they shoot it out of their hands like GoBots.
Like,
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. More GoBot shenanigans.
Which will soon be licensed by somebody.
I definitely had some Care Bears toys when I was a little kid. I remember having.
Hey,
some.
I like the Care Bears. Care Bears are
I,
all right.
I like the living in the clouds and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of fantasy.
Care-a-lot.
That is not
Yeah,
for you.
there you go. I didn't remember it, but there it is.
I really enjoyed it when they
So
came
I'm
out
trying
with
to
the Care
put
Bear
together my
cousins.
skeletons.
And I like the Lionheart. He was a cool dude.
My ex was like, when I went into like all this knowledge that I had in the Care Bears and the Care Bear cousins and them living in the clouds with Care-a-lot, she was like, why do you know all that? I'm like, I have so much useless knowledge up here that, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I know why I know G.I. Joe and Transformers and stuff like that, but there was something about watching the Care Bears that you're just like, oh, hey, look, they live in the clouds. And they have those flying cars to go to
Yeah,
Care-a-lot.
cloud cars. They were great.
Yeah.
And then they had the Care Bear cousins, which didn't make a lot of sense because they were always like one-offs. There was like an elephant, but there was a whole thing of bears. But whatever.
Hey. Fucking
It
love
need to make
bears.
sense.
I mean, I used to watch the strawberry shortcake specials when they would come on because my parents would let me stay up late. You know,
That I never.
There you
watched.
go.
Mm-hmm.
So they do say Boss Fight Studio says those strawberry shortcakes do smell like what they're supposed to smell like. Like they
Oh,
put
for
the
real?
scent in them. Yeah.
Fucking strawberry
Strawberry
spray.
I'm sorry, what?
Like a strawberry spray.
Well, each one has its own scent, just like the original.
True.
Strawberry
Lemon
shortcake.
chiffon.
Yeah. So I guess
Which the
supposed to
anniversary
smell like it.
versions didn't. They all
It's like
smelled
a-
the same.
Oh. Every time you know those markers that used to smell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
I always want to eat those things. They reminded me of like Fruity Pebbles or something. I can't believe I never tried to chew on one.
Yeah, I just saw those today.
Are you sure
That
you
Adam-
didn't?
or just
I don't
you
know.
and you just don't remember now.
That's possible. It's very possible.
I don't think any of that stuff that smelled good when we were kids really smells the same anymore, though.
Well,
No.
scratch and sniff stickers, man.
They got to
Some
still
people
have
still
those.
have theirs preserved.
I mean, we
Yeah,
all
those-
have sticker books, right? Everyone has sticker books, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, I had like Autobots, Decepticons, and stuff like that. You had Care Bears, but we still had stickers.
Okay, you just admitted watching Strawberry Shortcake, so you can't make
absolutely. Fun. I mean, I don't remember the name of the house she lived in, though. But I'm just saying.
It's easy to lie and say you don't remember when you do.
221
do
Baker Street.
Sometimes.
Well, Strawberry Shortcake didn't actually have a name for her house. They had a name for the village, but I don't remember what that was.
Okay. I'm trying to think. What was another thing that was...
Look, Allison says that her vintage Huckleberry pie, apple dumpling, raspberry tart still have a faint smell.
Okay.
It's probably like that faint smell of skunk ore.
Well, that's where the
Stinkor smell is still pretty damn present even on the vintage.
There was one
like it didn't really fade.
At PowerCon, they had Eternia Dream where it was still on card, but the card was just separated just enough that you could still smell it.
There was a girl in school, and she wore patchouli, and I didn't know what patchouli was at the time. My buddy would make fun of her, and he's like, you know what she smells like? Skunk ore. I was like, it's stinkor. Whatever. I was like, oh my god. And then come to find out, that's what they used to smell it.
Literally what the smell was.
So while he was actually trying to make fun of her, he was being accurate.
He's just giving an accurate description of the facts. Way to go, jackass. That is what she smelled like.
Which is just awful to think that she was putting this shit on, thinking that it smelled good.
Hey, man, through the 70s, a lot of guys put that shit on thinking
some hippie shit right there.
There's a lot of guys that also don't wear deodorant. Matter of fact, I think you talked about how to get away from that, right, Oz?
Yes, I give out tips about surviving cons with stinky BO nerds. Vicks under the nose. Look, if it can cover up decaying bodies, it can cover up a stinky nerd.
You should just cosplay as a deodorant
I will tell you, for stinking bodies, it does for a brief moment. Don't breathe in heavily.
Well, I mean,
and this is from experience.
I've used it at cons, and I've used it for decay.
About 13 years ago at New York Comic Con, Right Guard was they sponsored and put tons of
wow.
And they had people literally handing out small sticks of Right Guard. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, but you know what? When you go to a con, they need to pass out the spray because people need to spray the shit, not just put it on. Because
pack them in every swag bag.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to hit like everything underneath their shirt because that shirt has soaked in.
Maybe it should be coming with the price of the ticket for the show. You get shipped one when you buy a ticket.
A boot setup. It's like a car wash that they just walk through occasionally.
Big old dryers at the end.
Squeegee.
Like at the mall.
The nerd wash.
What my thing about it is, right?
Like a bunch of English leather for cologne at the end of it all.
There you go.
Okay. So
Old Spice.
When I used to go to these things and they were filled with like a lot of like teenagers and stuff, right? It was just like, okay, I guess I can understand some people just don't get the whole hygiene thing yet for whatever reason. As I've progressively gotten older and I still go to cons, I'm like, okay, why have y'all not learned?
Well, you know, the problem is that at the cons, you really don't realize how hot you're getting while you're walking around the con, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I went to PowerCon, right, I had my deodorant in my backpack underneath Travis's table so I could freshen up every few hours because you literally, even wearing a t-shirt, start to sweat walking around a con with all those people and,
it gets
right?
really hot.
And these guys go, third day in without a fucking shower at the hotel that they're staying in. And it's like, okay.
So one of the things...
Hotels offer showers. Like they're there.
Right?
I just spent some time in one.
Got soap and
Matter
everything,
of fact,
man.
Look,
soap, shampoo, they give you all that shit in it.
All for free. Well, part of the cost anyway.
Came to PowerCon. I did say, like, if you want to freshen up in the hotel room or anything like that, just let me know. Because, yeah, a 4-hour drive and you're coming right in to go to the con. Like, if you want to freshen up or something, feel free. But, yeah, I mean, so I went to PAX East, and this would have been either 2010 or 2012, because those were the last 2 years that I went. And that's Penny Arcade Expo on the East Coast. It's in Boston. And so the one year Will Wheaton was giving the keynote speech. And he was giving his rules for cons because he's been doing them since he was a real little boy. And that first day when we went and everybody was there, it was horrendous. And I had forgotten to bring Vicks because I hadn't been to a convention for quite a while, so I had forgotten my own rules. And then at the very end, he was talking about his rules for conventions, and the one thing he said was shower daily. And if you're planning on coming and seeing me and getting my autograph, shower daily and put on fresh deodorant regularly, much like we're saying here, much like Ed was just saying, like throughout the day. So this is stuff that he was saying to basically warn everybody, if you stink, you ain't getting a picture with me. You know, that next day when we all went down to the convention floor hall, it smelled so much better. Like, everybody listened to the keynote speech, and I was like, thank you, Will Wheaton. You're my hero.
I mean, I would go on 10-mile road marches in Texas with 50 guys in the Army that wouldn't smell as bad as half a day at a con.
You go 5 miles both ways, full kit.
That's
You're
right.
still freshen up.
Yep.
So yeah, it's cold in SF, cold inside, and don't need more than a t-shirt. What kind of dress code wear? Was your con back in the late 90s had Listerine tabs?
Well, I want. What is cold in SF? I just need to know what is cold because it's like
San Francisco.
No,
Yeah,
I know what SF is. What is cold? I know what SF stands for.
It's not
Cold
Rick,
is
what do
the
y'all consider
absence
cold?
of heat. Cold is the absence of heat. And
Lawrence, they don't get real cold. Theirs is their cold is like 50.
Spoken like
They
a
have to
true
put on a
dad,
jacket.
Rick.
no, man, it's nothing near what happens in Michigan. We're talking maybe the high 40s, maybe, but usually not.
weather.
And that's like at 3 in the morning.
Exactly.
That's what
Yeah,
a short
yeah.
I was
flip
gonna say,
when it hit the 40s.
Rick's rocking the t-shirt right now because he just spent all that time further up north and felt some cold.
Look at
And
that.
now that he's
He's
back,
even doing the 90s with the long sleeve underneath the tee.
Yeah, man, and I'm getting old, so I get cold real easy. So, but it is currently 69 degrees in this room, according to that. So,
All right. Well, gents, I'm checking out for the night.
Later.
I
All right,
will be
my
on
friend.
with Allison tomorrow in her chat. We've already it was a pre-record, so
God damn.
night, Aaron.
lots
Later,
of fun.
dude.
Good
Have a
night.
good one.
Have a good night.
currently 28 degrees here in the MD.
Yeah, I would literally freeze to death. It's 41 here, and I'm like,
You know what?
You're dressed up like me,
It's
and
all
you're
about
40 degrees.
Tempering
You guys ever see one of these? They're getting popular.
Is that a
now.
mouse?
No, this is a hand warmer. It's like a hot hands, but it's
Oh,
electric.
okay.
They're pretty nice,
I
and it will
just-
charge your phone too. But
What? You know what? Anything plugged into the back of my phone to charge becomes a hand warmer in my pocket.
yeah, that's
The
it.
battery starts heating up.
Yeah, it feels like 30 degrees here.
Hey guys, I got to get going too. It's getting late. I'm starting to doze
All
off.
right.
So thanks for
Night,
letting me
Joe.
on. Ton of fun. Yeah, you guys
Thanks for
have a
showing
good
off
night.
your night.
Good to
Take
see
care,
you,
Glad
Joe.
to have you here, Joe. Thank you.
Anytime. All right. Bye.
Yeah, it's 28 degrees here, so
Yeah.
52.
No thanks.
It was 35 today, and I went to Walmart, and the girls were still wearing shorts and flip flops. So that's how we roll here in New York.
well, that's Walmart. It doesn't matter. Like nothing changes when you go to Walmart. It's
But Walmart's the only fancy store we have.
Rollers
Where I
and
live.
bathrobe.
It's the only store we have in my town.
That's too bad. Well, you know, I had to go pick up Olivia at 11 o'clock, so I stopped at Walmart, and I was amazed how clean everything is. Like everything was like organized, but it was right before quitting time. So, but yeah,
What's Terrence got there with the big old mace?
That would appear to be a centaur.
No, that's
No,
cosmic.
no, okay.
that's the dude
Yeah,
with
it is.
the
That's
weak
a-
knees.
That was his shoulder in the black T-shirt that made it
I
look
don't know.
like a centaur.
It kind of looks
Yeah,
like
it
a
does.
phallus that I see from Guar, the way it's where it's coming from.
No, those have legit penises.
Well, I mean, it's literally like poking right from there. So,
So
That thing looks pretty big. Is that like an 8-inch figure?
Yeah, he's bigger.
yeah, he's a little bit taller than their average.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's over
The brute scale.
He's a
group scale. Yeah.
book, right? Because you got normal. Well, you got like the dwarf and the goblins. They're the smallest. Then
That's
you
like
get
Lauren.
like your regular,
Yeah, go on.
right?
Yeah.
And then you get the scale of like the normal height, which is your skeletons, barbarians for the most part, your orcs. Then you have the brute scale, which are big people. And when I say big people, like, you know, again, they're above average height.
Laser
Some of the
pads.
orcs are that size. There you go. Then from the brute scale, it goes ogre. So that's where you get like your half giants and such like that. And then you have the troll.
10 guesses. What's in here?
A phallic object.
It's actually an incense holder. I got it at the con. I'm gonna leave it in the bag. but this I can show because, you know, showing women is okay. It's the same concept, but stick shaped. So that's where you stick it in the head. The incense.
So,
Wait,
Adam
is that what they're
saying
supposed to look like? Oh, sorry.
currently 1 degree in the Celsius where he is at.
Hey.
So as
What's
a
the
matter of fact,
conversion?
to show those, there we go. Bit of
Oh,
that.
look at
So you got your
that.
ogre on the left, brute to the right, and then the normal regular scaled there.
And that guy in the
just
middle
l-
is like a purplish, right? It's maybe just dark over there.
He's
More
got the
like
robot leg, right?
Sorry,
Yeah,
what was that, Terrence?
I would say he's more like black. There is a little bit of purple, but it's a very kind of like gray purple.
Oh, is he on the darker side then? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Like when light hits him, you can see a little more purple in him, but it's not like really super purple.
Gotcha. Yeah,
just the
totally
fact that I
had to pass
love,
on that wave.
I like the
I
story.
do love the fact that they. Go ahead, Terrence.
No, I was just saying. I don't know if you caught like Bill on Dork Lair, where like the story behind this figure.
Mm-mm.
He went into like there's a bunch of little things, but this was actually a sketch in the designer's like spiral notebook. He was like, I don't know, 10 or 12 years old or something like that. And so like tons of things like the name and everything else actually come out of the spiral notebook, and they literally turned it into a figure like 30, 40 years later, you know?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, same thing with, again, the chick right next to him, actually, I believe, was a very early scale that, and I think I'm remembering this from an interview proper, but like he even showed off like a little of that pre-sketch Oh, now I'm blanking on his name.
I thought that was Amber Heard from Aquaman.
Well, you know, it was post shit pillow.
She'd have less articulation.
I mean, that's like
Only
the
enough
color outfit that
articulation to
she
survive.
wears, isn't it?
You got them D13
cool.
diamonds.
This is actually Kayla's. I have to get it to you at some point
Yay! Thank you.
via Adam.
And that was the one that was Legion's Con, not the PowerCon ones, right? Because the PowerCon ones, I thought I remember were more black.
I'm assuming Legions because Adam brought it back.
Okay.
Is that the sparkly one?
Sparkly? It doesn't look sparkly. It looks like it may glow. I don't know. Let's see.
It's supposed to.
Well, it definitely glows.
Does it?
There was one of the exclusives that was like had glitter basically in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be that one. Because the ones that they did at PowerCon, because I made sure that I got the ones for Adam at PowerCon were like a black and then the glow in the dark green, if I remember correctly. Because there was the green and the red there, but they were like in black and green and black and red. This one, I believe, was their exclusive for Legion's Con. It was slightly different. Same figure with the glow in the dark, if I'm remembering everything correctly. But it's been a couple of months now. My mind's gotten hazy since then.
All right, real quick. Kayla's eating again. What are we having tonight?
Lemon flavored yogurt.
No. Lemon flavored wings. And then
Nice.
they have tahini wings, which it's not like super tahini, but like I really like the flavor. And anything I can use to put ranch in my mouth, I will eat it. They're like seasoned fries.
I'll remember that.
Yeah.
You heard it here, boys.
I got their seasoned fries, which are kind of nasty, but good. I'm in the city at my friend's place, so I had no idea where I was ordering from. I'm like, this has good reviews. I will try it.
Oh shoot! When are you leaving? When are you leaving San Francisco? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? I don't know when.
Swing by and get your demon.
Okay. I'll probably have dinner with my friend who's coming back tomorrow because, you know, we need to pay her for stay here.
Thanks for the invite, Brick. Maybe we want to swing by too.
Rick, yeah.
You and the invites, Lawrence. Man, come on, man.
Lawrence seems really bitter.
Adam,
today,
I
doesn't
thought
Only the
Bitter every fucking day.
Rick.
It's on brand.
just fucking bitter. So,
That bitch about
Adam,
Ohio yet?
Yes,
Fucking goddamn
several times.
stupid ass fucking state.
3 of 4 Legion's Con demons were. Oh, okay.
we're glow in the dark, but the PowerCon ones didn't glow. I thought that was kind of the purpose of the PowerCon ones. Maybe that was just translucence.
You spelled it wrong, Adam.
Adam, did you try hers? It looked like it glowed to me, but I didn't do it.
Oh my god. All I smell are these
One
damn
of them definitely. Well, he says 3 out of the 4 glow, so I'm pretty sure that one would glow.
Well, no, I'm just wondering if he
that
checked
dude.
before.
I have a question. There was a table at PowerCon. It was like a Kickstarter, and they were right next to Savage Crucible, but they were trying to do a line of. It wasn't biblical figures or whatever that line is, but they were trying to do a line of like it was like knights and angels and like Lucifer. Yeah. But I don't know.
Almighty Legends.
Almighty Legends.
Yeah, Almighty Legends.
Is that what
it
it is?
looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were really unique.
Big old wings, Terrence.
Yeah, very
huge.
Yeah, their first 3 figures are Michael, 3 archangels. I can't remember who the hell they are though.
Is anybody doing these guys
Michael,
Gabriel.
Not yet.
Oh God, I wish
that?
they would.
Where's that from?
Black Star.
Well, Black Star. Yeah, I remember Black Star.
This guy's all big.
God, what a great show.
Why's it gotta be black?
Do you have any Trobits, Dallas?
I got one, but he's out in the other room. I've got a ton of those little demons, though.
The original ones. Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah.
I love the demons.
Yeah.
And I know you're kidding, Lawrence, but he was originally actually black. But
Okay, then that makes sense.
they couldn't handle him.
That's
No,
what she
they
said.
really couldn't. Filmation couldn't handle it. And but yeah,
Kayla,
the
can
name,
you speak
right?
to that?
and the name
They
Black
sh-
Star has some serious significance. Marcus Garvey, Google it.
I'm sorry. He was
I heard-
originally black, but
They
they
showed
couldn't
up-
handle him. Like I saw some of
Yeah.
that in Pornhub too.
They popped up on screen and says "So brava tubuku."
So, brother,
Nobody gets that movie reference. Okay,
no one
y'all
wants
need to go
touch
back
it.
and watch Beyond the Boot Camp in Full Metal Jacket. Okay, it goes
Oh,
beyond
Jesus.
Lawrence D'Onofrio offing himself. They get to Vietnam at some point. If y'all have ever heard a certain song where they repeat the lyric "Love you long time," it came from a movie before that.
Yes, 2 Live Crew, me so horny.
This is
Right?
one of the ones that used to shoot sparks.
Star trekking across the universe.
Used to shoot sparks. You need to
Always
replace
going
the flint.
forward
That's
because
all.
we can't go in reverse.
Yes. Great lyric.
Doesn't work anymore.
Got to wipe the Klingons off the star.
That's why we need new Black Star figures.
Hey, dog. Yes, I saw the movie. I read the book. I loved the original Hunger Games. I loved the first 2 movies of the Hunger Games. The like filming style of this movie is really weird because it's very fish-eyed. Hi, Allison.
Hi, Allison.
It's similar enough to the book, but it's different in a way that, like, I get it. If you read the book, it makes the ending make more sense, but I liked the exposition at the beginning of the book, so I missed that. But, like, it's okay. I feel like if you don't read the book, you're gonna be like, this is awkward and weird. Like, it's entertaining, but I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it, and like I read the book right before I saw it too, so that makes it hard to judge as well. I feel like it's entertaining.
Did you ever watch Battle Royale or read the book Battle Royale?
I didn't know.
Great film.
Yeah.
Must watch, Kayla. Must watch.
Okay.
Film is rough. Not in like a horrible way. It's just rough.
Yeah. Though the concept's bleak, but
Yeah. The book is it'll put a hurt on you if
The
not
book
ready for
or
it.
the movie? Are you reading the book? Because the book, it's very different than the other books. It's also in 3 parts, which is weird. And the last part, like, you think the middle would be the finale, but the middle is the middle. I don't know. I didn't really like the book either, so yeah. But the acting and the singing is pretty good in the movie, so I'll say that.
Wait, what? What are we talking about?
They were back on to K-Dog and further discussion.
But was that Hunger Games or no?
Marvels. Definitely Marvels.
No, it's the new Songbird.
Oh, okay. I was like, what singing? What? Okay, got it.
To be fair, the Marvels apparently has a whole dance sequence in it, so I mean, yeah.
It's
it
fun.
was the
I'm down
planet
for that.
where it's
I
all
love
communicate through song.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved that. It was fun.
God damn it.
All right. So at this point, now that everyone's here and everything's full again, I don't have to worry about adding anybody. I'm going to do my
Coffee break.
usual pop off screen, coffee, smoke break. And then when I come back, I got to hunt down some extra pieces because I'm trying to put together my skeletons here, my army of Necronominus, but I can't find all my pieces and it's pissing me off.
You gotta put the song on. It tells you how to connect all the bones.
Well, you know, I go by Dr. Nick's standard, and the wrist bone is connected to the wristwatch, and I can't find a watch.
Hello,
That's what
Doc.
you're talking about.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick.
Ready?
This is Malice right here. Nothing is creepier than a crazy screaming skeleton with giant axes. Fucking love this.
It's true.
It's still creepier.
Hey,
well,
Allison snuck in.
Yep, it's true.
I had to swap places for you and her. We keep things meme appropriate here, so the females go in the middle.
Oh, memes.
And
Is
when
there
you
anything they can't do?
come back, I'll show off my pictures.
I was gonna say, yeah, you met Mark Hamill today, yeah?
Yeah,
Or-
Mark Hamill and all the hobbits.
You did all the pictures and stuff with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Did you end up by yourself? Or your friend?
Michael from Toy Hobbits.
Oh, right on.
Picture with Mark Hamill, and then he dipped. He's like, I need to go home. But I was always going to do the Hobbits picture on my own, so it was. We just didn't want to stay for their panel because it wasn't until 7:30, and he got there earlier than I did. So
nice. Were all four of them there, Kayla?
Yeah.
Kayla, if we ever meet, I'll let you take a picture of me and you say I was the fifth Hobbit.
Okay. They were actually all short. I was like, wow, this is real.
So is Lawrence. He's like 5'2".
On a good day with his high top sneakers on.
Yep. I don't wear high tops.
Sure, Jan. Sure.
But you also, whenever you take the picture, sometimes Gargamel will interrupt trying to capture him, so you have to be careful.
Yeah, I'm taller than 4 apples tall.
That I'll have to show off. Not so much.
It's all the chemicals in those Smurf berries, Lawrence. You're bigger than the average Smurf. It's growth hormones.
Yeah, were they 3 apples tall or 4 apples? They were 3 apples tall, right?
I think it was 3.
I think it was 3.
So you know, like no one ever when everyone thought about how small the Smurfs were, stack 3 apples. That's a scary fucking blue thing that you're gonna see running around the forest when you think about it.
It reminds me of going to my ex's house whenever they were having the family over and all the kids were there. It's just like
a bunch of little blue demons running around.
Kind of like a spider monkey.
I guess. At least with spider monkeys, when they
Mountain
rip
Dew.
your face off, you understand why, because they're a spider monkey. But when it's a kid trying to rip your face off, you're just like, birth control could have done so much for this entire family.
Well, no one taught him how to swallow.
Why do you got to be so Smurfy, Allison? Smurf off.
Right? But you can take that and smurf it up your Smurf with that attitude.
We know what Smurf she is.
Yeah.
A grumpy Smurf there.
Probably like a gender bent Gargamel, I'm thinking.
Wasn't one of them
Yeah,
Sassette,
but
right? The
Gargamel.
younger girl Smurf?
Yeah. Later on in the series, they made 4 new young Smurfs, and one was a female.
You got to get those kids in. It's the same way like Joni Loves Chachi got a band and stuff, so the kids would keep watching Happy Days because we all know how much we all love Joni Loves Chachi.
I just told my kids about Joni Loves Chachi this week.
Because you're watching Dodgeball?
Nah, there was a
just
thing in Vancouver. There was a thing that said Chachi, but there was a story that they used to tell us in college because it was like an advertising class or something about the word Chachi in Korean. Are people familiar with this?
Nope.
And I've never looked it up to know how true or accurate it was.
It's an urban legend, but it's one that is widely believed that in Korean Chachi means cock.
Thank you.
So it was a dirty joke, allegedly, but it's not really.
And that it was supposedly a very popular pilot in Korea because they were watching Joni Loves Chachi.
Brick,
So it is an urban legend. Is that right?
Allegedly.
You're the Asian one here. You should know all the Asian urban legends and cultures.
And every one of them.
So what's
and you're white. Do you know all the urban legends and cultures for that?
Who, Lawrence?
Me?
Lawrence
I'm
you.
fucking Mexican and Italian.
So yeah, Lauren. So
I don't
like,
know
what is
shit
in your
about that,
marinara sauce and your Mexican pizza? Please explain.
I'm way closer to the snow Mexicans than the real Mexicans.
Wait,
The
what?
snow
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Mexican.
whoa,
What
whoa,
is
whoa.
the
Yeah.
snow Mexican?
In Eskimo.
Canadians.
The
Not
what?
snow Mexicans.
The Eskimos.
Oh Lord.
You never heard people call them snow Mexicans?
I have
No, I grew up
not.
in
Yeah.
Michigan.
Nope. I've
No.
never. I've heard some racist nonsense.
I grew up in
never heard that
LA,
before.
so I think someone was
No.
starting to tell that story, but then they quickly stopped as the started getting stomped in the face.
Yeah,
But
right.
No, it's been on TV when like they'll refer to snow
And then had their
Mexicans.
cigarettes lifted.
no, I'm joking around. Once. Was that a thing that kids said or that people said where you were?
Buffy got thrown down the escalator.
No,
at the
no, it's something
Pacific
recently
Palisades
that I've heard on
Mall.
like TV shows and stuff.
No way.
Yeah, like like in comedies, they refer to them as snow Mexicans.
You know,
I've
in
never
New
heard
York,
that.
I never knew a single Mexican ever growing up there. I knew, we had like Puerto Ricans, Cubans, but never a Mexican. I never saw
It's a
any until I came
migration
to
pattern.
Texas. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
Texas,
there's
you're right there.
Well,
You're in Texas, which is Mexico. but
yeah, right.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
We have a
mean,
lot of
literally
Mexicans around
was
here.
Mexico.
Literally colonized.
Yeah.
Colonized.
And so am I in California, in the city
We
of
have a
San
whole
Francisco.
bunch of tree farms around here that the Mexicans actually come up and work every year.
Those are northern.
You're in Texas. No, you're in New York. Yeah.
He's up by Buffalo where they make
That's
those
right.
magical
You're way up
wings.
there.
Yeah. But they actually do. They come in and they work all summer at the tree farms and send all that money home every Friday, Western Union at Walmart.
Yeah, man. It's like the Philippines. Number one export is people.
Yep.
And
then twice a summer you see the immigration buses at the Walmart hauling a bunch of people out that didn't get into the country legally.
Amazing.
Well, you don't see it anymore, but you used to.
Amazing.
And they should do that in Plymouth,
You know what?
Massachusetts. Ever since that boat came
Thank
over here with all those immigrants that didn't have
Seriously, man,
papers.
like
The Nina.
Waters.
The
imagine being immigration and you're showing up to a Walmart in a bus to take illegals back, and you're going
undocumented
a
folks.
bunch of
Yeah.
those assholes in Walmart somewhere else. We can leave the people that actually work, but these people in fucking Walmart that wear like, you know what they say about stretch pants, right? It's a style, not a challenge.
No, I've never heard that before.
I heard the term last night that I'd never heard. Y'all were talking about, was it lounge? No. What was it? I forget. I was listening while I was walking around. Anyways, some kind of pants that essentially I think is what Lawrence is talking about.
Stretch pants are yoga pants, but it's a style, not a challenge.
I think that was me and Bud on Thursday night, Brick, when we were talking
Yeah,
about
that was it.
We're
What
talking
did you
about the
call
lounge
it?
pants.
Lounge pants. What are those? Are those like sweats? No.
They're just sweats or pajama
Yeah.
pants, whatever. Lounge
Okay,
pants.
got it.
But they're slightly fancier.
I'd never heard the
Yeah,
term.
they're usually
They're
the
a
ones
lot
that are a little
fancier. You can
fancier,
wear them
right? They
to
might say like
Walmart.
sassy on the ass or something like that.
Yeah, juicy.
Juicy.
Juicy,
Yeah, I remember when there's everyone's
You can wear
butt had
yoga pants to
juicy on it.
Walmart.
Lawrence used to have a pair of jeans that had like juicy across the back.
When I was in college about 10 years ago, this one of my professors had her mother was like 75, and she was in good shape for a 75-year-old woman, but she wore those pants all the time that just said juicy on her ass. Is the funniest thing.
Juicy couture.
During the pandemic, when Muriel was getting the fuck out of the country. She was in LaGuardia, and she like texts me. She's like, "Oh my god, why is there a juicy couture in here? Is it 2001?" And I'm like, "Well, you know how long it takes to get out of LaGuardia. Like, they're gonna be there forever."
But
Oh, juicy couture. Yeah, I knew this girl like in 2012 who had like this pink velour tracksuit and it said on her butt outrageous, and I'm like, it's false advertisement, ma'am. More like audacious. And then she got drunk and tripped over her own feet and fell in front of the bus. It stopped in time. But for a second there, I was like, wow, wishes really do come true. But alas, she survived.
Sadly.
I know. She's still out there somewhere, sucking up air, breathing. Outrageous on her ass. Anyway.
Buddy says my lounging pants.
Go ahead.
Buddy says my lounging pants say swampy on the bottom.
And that's accuracy. See, at least Bud's are accurate.
Oh,
I say stuff like Allison just said, and people say I'm an asshole. Allison says it, and everyone laughs and thinks it's funny. I don't.
It's
get
all
it.
in the delivery. No, I was laughing at Swampy.
It's a delivery,
Lawrence.
That's all, Bud.
Well, I'm just saying in general.
You always say it like a bitter old man. Allison says it.
You're not funny, and she is.
Allison says it like she has like no soul left at all. It's
Right.
like just dead inside. The dry delivery.
Comedy, like I'm like Carla in Cheers. That's like my delivery.
She's like Roz from
Yeah, from Frasier. Except I would never fall in love with Kelsey Grammer because he looks like somebody coughed up a hairball and then put it in a suit.
You know, I've been watching the new Frasier.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember ever watching the original, but it played the first episode, and god damn, is it funny! Like when he starts talking about Eddie, and you don't know who Eddie is, and he's like, he just stares at me, and it gets to that point, and the dog is just like staring at him, and I'm like,
That dog is still alive?
no, it looped back to the original, the first episode of the original Frasier.
Oh,
I just realized Allison reminds me of like a darker version of Garfield.
I could see that.
No.
Yeah.
So
I used to love Garfield.
The Frasier show, is it still him and his brother?
No, he moves back to Boston in the new series to be closer to his son. But no one from the original series. His wife just came back for like in the last episode.
Lilith?
Yeah.
Or
He
Rob?
constantly rips on his ex-wife, and it's pretty funny. Niles actually said he wouldn't come back. He said, I don't want to mess with that character. But like his son is there and supposed to be in
Like that guy that played Niles is doing anything else.
Well, I think a lot of it though is nobody really wants to work with Kelsey Grammer anymore because he's a big asshole. So.
Yeah.
That's a nice way of saying he's an asshole. We don't want to work with him. Like we would like to leave things as they were.
Everyone else is coming back for an episode, other than his dad because he's dead.
He's
so.
dead, yeah.
And
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Kelsey to break up.
And Eddie's not coming back. Eddie's.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Kelsey Grammer to break out the Ouija board to try to bring back Eddie. You know, like and his dad to get that last bit of money out of Frasier before he croaks.
But it was just funny because, like I said, I watched like the last episode and then it just looped back. And I never watched the original Frasier. But, you know, like I'm watching, you already know what happens. But he's like, when his dad first moves in and he's like, and Eddie? No, he's not living here. All he does is stare at me. And then it cuts to Eddie and Frasier's sitting on the couch and Eddie's just staring at him. But he's so still. Like at first, I thought it was an actual stuffed animal that looked like Eddie until you finally saw it move a little bit. And I was like, damn, that dog is really just.
And yeah, that Jack Russell trained well.
Yeah.
Didn't they try to relaunch
Allie
Light
didn't
Sport?
live long enough for this. She could have actually got some work again.
The what?
I said it's too bad Christy Alley didn't live long enough for this to happen. She could have got a day of work finally.
Ooh. Was she on?
She showed up once or twice, I think.
Well, she was on Cheers, which is where he came
Yeah,
from.
but I'm thinking, did Frasier leave by that point?
He left when the show ended. That's when he got his show.
Okay.
And everyone from Cheers showed up on
Yeah.
Frazier at some point. Even like Woody Harrelson at one point.
Yeah, they all ended up in Seattle because Boston and Seattle are like right next to each other.
Well, they always made up some
It's like going to New
dumb
York.
reason why they were in Seattle. Even like Carla, like they made up some reason for Rhea Perlman to be on there, and it's like, Carla cannot afford a plane ticket. She can't even afford birth control, people.
Hell, when they did the spinoff of Joey from Friends, that one season,
that was
not one person showed up.
Not even the audience. Like I watched 2 episodes of that and I'm out. I was like, no more of this.
I never even liked Friends, honestly.
Oh, Friends is so good.
I like Friends like the first few years, and then when it turns into all the friends are sleeping with each other, and it was just. And then when Monica and Chandler hooked up, and I was just like, I don't buy that. Like, she's got better taste than that.
There was a giant void in my TV watching, and that was my internet-only years, and I just didn't care.
Yeah.
Just watching Ross say we were on a break and how his face changes and how he says it was always got a laugh out of me.
That was around the time Ross was dating Natalie Imbruglia in real life, too.
Yeah, she was hot.
She was really good on Neighbors.
What?
That song,
Really good. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She had those, like, I think, blue eyes. Like, they really stood out. Not the type of music I normally listen to, but
Lawrence is driving around all day, about to break down in Ohio, and has porn cranked up in his name along. His head's
what?
He's going from side to side in the car like this. Like,
as long as it's not fucking Tracy Chapman, I'm okay. That woman made some awful music. Her and Sinead O'Connor. Oh God.
I love Sinead O'Connor.
You kind of look like Sinead O'Connor right now, Lawrence.
And I love Tracy Chapman.
Yeah, I like that Fast Car song. I mean, it's sad as shit, but I like it.
Oh,
that's what Lawrence was listening to when his car broke down. Fast Car, and then his car dies. And like, Tracy Chapman's mocking him with "Take your fast car and keep on driving." And Lawrence is stuck there on the side of the road in Ohio, thinking, "What did I do to deserve this?"
The car didn't break down; it just made an awful noise, and then it drove all the way home. And the next day,
bunch of smoke coming out the back.
Oh, brick!
Had backfiring.
There's my old man friend. Old people, look, it's a thing we remember.
Look, old people. What is that?
Black hole.
Black hole.
I've got the coloring book from the Black Hole, and like again, there's some coloring books that they made in the '80s that are just kind of like that was probably not. That's going to be one of my what the fuck were they thinking like that in the sequence from the Never Ending Story coloring book with the horse.
I would say that's the case with this whole movie being a Disney.
I was going to say that whole movie was kind of a what the fuck moment.
I like the Black Hole, but at the same time, I get why it did not go big because.
Want to talk about another bad song? Black Hole Sun, and that whole band. Oh my God! All that
Get out of here.
Man, next you're gonna start cracking on Prince and all these 3 dead musicians because I think you named Sinead O'Connor.
Talking shit about Prince, like he will show up and
Prince was fine
and stomp
Chris
you.
Cornell.
Yeah. Prince was actually an amazing guitarist. I mean, it's not really what he's known for.
For you even to say Prince is fine is a powerfully negative statement.
Lawrence, Prince is not your lover. He's not your friend. He is something you will never comprehend.
Just go turn on your No Doubt and let everybody else have their music, Lawrence.
Lawrence gonna go back and listen to Natalie Imbruglia.
Hey.
And sitting there in his bedroom, swinging from side to side like this, doing the Belinda Carlisle. Oh, I need to listen.
You have no love for Belinda, right?
I adore Belinda.
Okay.
I will throw down for Belinda Carlisle.
Me too. I'd throw her right down.
Like, she is the best. And, like, you hear all those stories about her and the other Go-Go's when they would get all those groupies in the 80s, and you're just like, yeah, go girl.
You grow, girl.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I'm going to cut out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to go watch some of the kiddos.
Pictures.
All righty.
Where do you
Catch
go
the
to rock?
replay, homie. Actually, no, I'll see you tomorrow when you come pick up your demon toy. Get this out of my house.
Whatever.
Get Satan out of my house.
Than Kayla.
All right, folks. Have a great night.
Bye. And then there were 9.
Yep.
8.5.
Dun, dun.
Oh, and now the boxes are off, Kayla. But at least we're over to the side under Oz.
Yeah, at least we're together.
Yeah.
All that
It could
matters.
be worse.
That's
We're
what.
all in this together.
At least we can all agree Moby is terrible. Like,
Yes.
I like Moby.
why?
They're right next to each other. They're gonna fight.
Fight, fight, fight.
I mean, I haven't listened to it in forever, but it didn't bother me. I kind of liked it.
Well, his music is fine. It's more about him as a person.
Oh, I don't know anything about him as a person.
Yeah, Google Natalie Portman and Moby sometimes. My friend Ayana, her parents live down the street from Moby, and I'm like, we need to go see your parents next time I'm in LA, and you are my alibi. I'm just gonna walk down the street and.
Hasn't Moby had like beef with everyone?
Pretty much, you know, like he's just. It's like Lana Del Rey, who I don't necessarily care for, but she was like one time like, Moby, you're the man. And he thought like, oh, wow, you know, like, oh, yeah, that's cool. I guess I am. She's like, no, I don't mean like you're the man. I mean like you're the man. Like you're the man that like keeps the rest of us down. And he was like, oh. So, you know, she has questionable choices in what she's done to her face as of late. But at least she nailed Moby. And not like nailed, but like nailed his personality.
So how excited were you to meet the hobbits today, Kayla?
Yeah, Kayla, tell us about the hobbits.
Pretty excited. I feel like I was not mentally prepared like I would like to have been, but yes, pretty excited. I'd met Sean Astin before, and he was awesome. So
Yeah,
like,
Sean's a great guy. Met Sean.
Rudy.
Yeah. What?
Rudy.
Yes, Rudy.
I think he said Birdie. I'm like, what the fuck does Birdie mean? Yeah, Rudy. Yeah, so he was super cool. And yeah, I'll talk more about it on Monday when we stream about it, but pretty much like did a photo op and then they had their panel, and then afterwards we got like a special like the people who got this like backstage pass package to there was like, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 of us tops, and we got to like stay behind after the panel, and they like lined them up at a table and like get to go down. So it was like a little more intimate than if we just got the normal autographs. Yeah, but they were all really nice. Elijah was really cool. He like does not break eye contact. He looks you deep in the eyes, which is especially because he has those damn bright blue eyes, and I'm like, okay.
Does he has bangs still, or is he? Because whenever on the faculty, he had like that forehead thing happening, and it was just like he was really polite, and you would just get drawn in by that forehead, and you'd realize you were staring out his forehead for like too long.
Yeah, his hair is I don't know, it's not bangs quite, but Dominic had a fun shirt on, and their panel was super fun. Yeah, and then I had them sign the picture that I took with them.
They're all still like friends in real life too, right?
Oh, they're really good friends in real life.
Yeah, and like Billy and Dom are doing a lot of things together. They did the podcast together. They're doing a play together. They're finishing up a TV show. They did another like production in Nova Scotia that wasn't the play. It was something else.
They're
But yeah,
doing their traveling podcast right now, aren't they? Where they're talking, or they're all.
yeah, so they're doing it's a TV show.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be filming in Switzerland soon, apparently. And they just finished filming in Japan. So they were talking about that a little bit at the panel. And I love that podcast. I'm really sad it's over, but I'm glad they're doing that show. Like it'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, so it was fun. The panel, they did a bunch of stuff and like were able to like interact with the audience in a way. And yeah.
And Sean will just talk to you like you're a normal person, and he's a normal person, like you've been friends for 17 years and a half.
Yeah, I like mentioned how I met him 5 years ago, and like it was the day before I left for New Zealand, and I was like, oh, you recommended the chocolate fish, which they talked about during the panel, and he was like, oh yeah, that's a good one. He's like, is it still there? I'm like, it's confusing because there's like 2 different restaurants, but he was the last in the line, which I was like, you shouldn't. I don't know. Putting Sean last is like putting him first or last is like not good because he's gonna hold up the entire line. But yeah, I was like, it's complicated, but technically, yes, it is still there. But yeah, they were all very, very nice.
And he's such a like. If you really think about it, he's a huge pop culture icon between like the Goonies and Lord of the Rings, and he was on Stranger Things. His mom was Patty Duke. Like, he's just pop. He's like pure pop culture. Like,
a lot of different genres too.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, he was really nice. I asked Billy how his dog was doing, because he calls his dog Wee Bobby Johnston. He's like, he's good. I was like, okay, I thought you were gonna say more, so that's all I have to say. Because I like originally I thought it was gonna be they're all sitting right next to each other and you're kind of like talking to them all at once kind of thing. So I wasn't really prepared for like individual interaction with them. So yeah, so I was like, okay, thank you, love you. You've meant so much to me. I literally have 2 Lord of the Rings tattoos. Like, I don't know what to say to you. But yeah, it was pretty fucking awesome. Yeah. Oz, I see you creeping. Should I just show the photos now? Because I do need to go soon.
Yeah, you can show the photos. Let me get you solo.
Whip it out.
Whip.
We'll start, even though we're just talking about it. I will start with Mark Hamill, though.
Yeah, that's the one I'm most interested in. Luke Skywalker for the win.
With Michael.
That's so cool you guys got
That
to hang
is
out.
just legendary.
That's awesome.
He was so nice. Like, he wanted to, like, talk, but then they were also, like, pushing us to walk.
Yeah, they always hurry you through those things. Even when the star wants to talk, they're always like, oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, it's the worst part about meeting them at a convention. Like, their handlers force them. You know, like they want to take time. You can see them want to take time, but they just can't.
I'm trying to, like, not get this damn glare.
No, it's good. It's good. You can see it.
Yeah. So yeah, they luckily allowed 2 people because, dear God, it was so expensive for a photo. And so I was like, Michael, you want to get in the photo with me? He's like, of course. They also pulled out. So yeah, here's my photo.
Aww.
And they all lined around.
Oh, look at that. You fit right in. You're the same height as them.
I know. They're very short. Like, they're very short, and that just shows you. I'm kind of like slouching too. I was like leaning down. Yeah, very sweet.
You were doing a good job trying to make them all feel taller.
Yeah.
So, well done, Kayla.
Gotta stroke their egos, I guess.
That's awesome.
The optimum 5-some.
Lawrence would be the tallest person in this photo.
It's true.
Yeah, poor Sam's marker like got fucked, so he had to get a new one. So there was like the marker was bad, and he was like still talking to me, so I had like extra long to talk to him. But yeah. yeah, got a bunch of other stuff. I think this is probably one of the coolest things I got. It's not a toy, but it's that is very
Oh,
great.
it's still really epic,
Oh, that's
though.
awesome.
Yeah, this guy makes these also like just like the packaging is very like crisp and clean. But like they're either like magazine or comic book covers, and they're like three-dimensional, like they're layers.
The
that he
layers of
does.
acrylic with pictures in between them. Let me give it a 3D look.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool. So I had to get Gwen because I love Gwen. She looks awesome. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. And then this was what came, like, if you got the ultimate package, it came with this Wednesday vinyl, which I have the Slimer and the Stay Puffed. So I was like, perfect. And it glows in the dark.
Is that a Funko Pop or is that not a Funko?
Oh, it's the handmade by robots.
Oh, okay.
I did get a Funko only because it was an exclusive to the con. It's Captain to the Marbles, and she has this really cool outfit.
That's
and
rad.
it glows in the dark.
I mean, I know people trash
Acceptable on glow in the dark feature.
Yeah,
but if it's a character, I mean, like I've got a bunch of Wonder Woman over there and a bunch of Leia over there, like, and a She-Ra somewhere. I need to unbox all of those. But,
I will say, Pops, the glow in the dark ones look like they come straight from Tron, so I do give them a little bit more credit. Like if you've ever seen their glow in the dark versions.
It was an exclusive to the con. Like you could only get it at the con. It's Captain Marvel. It's a bobblehead. Like, yeah. Plus, I got 10% off because of the badge that I had. And then I found this little corgi because everyone knows I love corgis. It's hand painted on this piece of wood.
But does the butt wag?
No, not this one. I do have some things where the butt jiggles. And then yeah, I got a bunch of like.
And it's not that kind of toy.
And pins. Lots of fun little stuff. I won't show all of it because then I also got gifts for people, including me. I don't know if Johnny will watch this. And then this was one of the exclusive pins. Apparently Venom was glow in the dark, but this one there's only 500. Yeah, there's 500 of these, and then I don't know where the other one. Oh, Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham, there's only 250. They only made 250, so I'm like, okay, I can say only 250. Oh yeah, there's my talkies.
So is Spider-Ham different than Peter Porker, or is that the same thing?
Peter Porker is Spider-Ham.
Okay, because I'm working on my Masters of the Universe Star Comics videos, and like
now his Secret Identity's out, Thanos. Good job.
But it's just like he was one of the, like at the same time Star Comics debuted, he was one of their main lines in that series. So it was just
no one.
Peter Porker, Spectacular Spider-Ham.
Yep. Okay, so cool. I was just not entirely clear because like it was always Peter Parker really in the day, but now it's always Spider-Ham. So I mean, I suppose I could have Googled it and looked.
Is that a sushi?
I didn't care that much.
Masubi, hand knit. And it's so cute.
Nice.
I love Spam Masubi and handmade things, so I had to get it. And then I got a bunch of these candles that are actually like nerd stuff, and they smell amazing, and they're like, they're just really fun, cool. So there's the baby. I would like to say the burger.
Oh my gosh, that looks cool. It looks like a dessert.
Yeah, I was like, I want to eat these. And I got one or two as a gift. I can't remember. That's a Gudetama. And then here's the Lord of the Rings one. This one was like a chai smell. So it has the like crust thing, and there's like a pretzel thing back there. But yeah, apparently they melt down and then like turn into coconut that you can like put on your body, but then also turn into glitter. So, and she was doing like buy 3, get 1 free. So, I got 4.
Yeah,
went for one more.
Had to. Can't not get them. And then I think this is the Harry Potter, which I wanted to get Gryffindor, but Gryffindor, I did not like the smell of the Gryffindor one. So I got the Hufflepuff little crest. Yeah. It's like pizza and things I love.
And what's that one smell like?
I don't know. Honestly, all of the smells just kind of blended together, especially because they've been next to each other. So I'm like, no, they smell good. I was telling them, I'm like, y'all need to put like, whatchamacallit, coffee beans at your station because I'm going around smelling them like these all smell the same at this point. Yeah, I love supporting the small artists if I can, because I give too much money. Oh, and I got Sylvie.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sweet.
That's cool.
And I was like, well, I fucking love Sylvie. Oh, and I got this print. I told myself I could only get 1 print, so I got this Hobbits one.
Oh, that is awesome.
It's a good one.
Yeah. And very different from a lot of the other. I have so much artwork I've gotten at cons, and it's very different from the rest of them. So I thought it would work well. Anyways, that's all I got.
It's not about a haul for the day.
Yeah. It was mostly yesterday, and then today I just got I think I just got the Gwen. I think that was it. The Gwen.
I am going to bounce because I'm not ready to fall asleep.
And it's pretty late over there.
Yeah. All right, Larry. Take care.
But Ed looks perfectly fine, and he's for.
Damn it, Larry! I'm wide awake.
Dude, I am fucking beat, man. I'm like sitting here like. So anyway,
I put you to sleep. It's fine. You could admit it.
if you did, I would tell you. But I was falling asleep. If you guys hadn't noticed the yawns that I kept giving, like well before you started talking, I'm like,
oh yeah, it's super late Larry time.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. He's afraid to get out of the car.
Hey, if I were in Ohio, I wouldn't get out of the car either because it's Ohio. Like I'm just saying, like this. Once you get the stench of Ohio on you, it does not come out.
Well, I mean, PowerCon was pretty stinky. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but going to like PowerCon, like that's different. Like
that was in Columbus. That was
right?
the fucking stinkiest fucking part in Ohio.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're going for a specific thing to a specific place. It's not just like you're in Ohio.
Oh no, you're right there, and they're like, "Hey, look, there's a Michigan fucking fan. We're Ohio State." Fucking.
No, but then they can't remember like how to get over to your car.
Ohio State. The Ohio State lost for the third time in a row to Michigan. So I have that.
Well, there's that.
Anyway, you guys have a wonderful night.
Night, Lawrence.
See you guys
Take
all
care,
on Monday.
man.
Oh yeah.
Goodbye.
Later.
Well, I am going to be out because I have to be in the morning with my son. So
same, but I don't have a son.
What's that?
All right, Terrence.
Later, Terrence.
Night,
Take care.
Now it's my turn. Bye.
Bye, Kayla.
Bye, Kayla.
Bye, Kayla.
Face off. Have a good evening, y'all.
You as well.
Bye.
I was
So,
going to come
Dennis,
back
how'd
and
the
there's
visit with
like
your mom
3
go?
people.
What's that?
How'd the visit with your mom go?
It was good. I'm
Good.
actually going to see her again Wednesday. She's coming to town, so
Nice.
yeah.
And
Well,
how
we
far
just
away
hung
is she
out
from
and
you?
cooked and Huh?
How far away is she from you where you are now?
About an hour and a half. Not too far. Not quite an hour.
Not too far, but far enough that it's not a daily thing.
Yeah. But it was nice to see her, and this was the last Thanksgiving she's hosting because she retires next year. She's going to cruise her RV all around the country.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You got to get her like a barf for a co-pilot for her RV.
She's looking forward to it. She's tired of working already, which I get because I'm already tired of working.
Yeah, right.
It's too much work.
Yeah.
So I just spent a few minutes trying to look for some of my more parts of my Legion skeletons and stuff, because missing a couple pieces as I disassembled my Tibius before. Couldn't find the other pieces of him, but I did find my scaphoid.
Nice.
That sweet green skeleton.
Nice.
You got a lot of those skeletons already.
Does it glow in the dark?
Yep. No, he does not glow in the dark. He is just insanely green. Also found my unknown one. Retail version. So he doesn't have the soft goods loin piece, but those wings that I always show off, they are his. That's why he's got his adapter in the back. They were over with a lot of my master's stuff, along with the horse for the Headless Horseman. I gotta really get that stuff reorganized.
Right. I'm in the middle of getting everything reorganized here as well, so that hopefully next week when I do my live stream, Crystal Castle and a bunch of Shira stuff will be back here, and
cool.
I'll be able to do an official tour of the area. So it'll be fun.
Word. All right, so Allison, I know you were saying like I can pick the Legion's drawing to, but which one do you want to do?
Oh well, let me grab the. I said it.
As a matter of fact, show off some of those characters and we'll go over their names. But Horny Firehead, that's definitely Arathir's actual name.
It just seemed to make sense. So let me really quickly. I need to
so that's
do
a
a
Legion
thing really
skull.
quick, and then that way I can pause the film. Well, not the film, but the camera. So I am.
The most useless person to need the wolf's headdress is this skull, but it looks damn good on there.
That it does.
It's like a dead druid.
All right, let's see. Okay, so yeah, there's Flamey Firehead. Right there.
Right.
Oh, wait.
That's Arathir.
Can we see that full screen, us?
There we go.
Give me just a moment here. I'm readjusting my audio because I took it off so I could hear when I needed to be summoned.
There we go.
Check, check. There we go. Now we're coming through the headset. Let's give Allison full screen.
So yeah, there is that one. So
That's
he's
Arathir.
And then right after him is the lady with the powerful neck.
Ilithia.
Yeah,
strong ass neck.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This dead thing with the glowy eyes is really cool.
Poxus. That's the one you knew how to pronounce.
Yeah, that one I could pronounce because it's got all the X's and the U's in it. And then this skeleton dude who's on the cover is really cool. Necronomicus, I think, was what.
Yeah, Necronominus.
Yeah, he's really cool. I mean, these are all really cool. And again, like I said in the live stream, like I'm super grateful that Dusty did the grayscale because that saves a lot of time in shading.
That might be the only difficulty that I get to do, well, like doing it digitally,
Yeah.
All right, hang on a sec. Hold him up a little bit because he is. That should be Sir
Hi, guys.
Gideon.
Sir Gideon? Okay.
Yeah, Sir Gideon Heavens brand. Now we're actually getting a version 2 of him coming up.
Okay. And then there's this guy. He's pretty human looking, but the armor is really cool. So
I'm trying to pick him out. It's not Sir Andrew. He's new.
Once she got past the horseman, I'm like, I don't know the names anymore.
Hold him back up with this sword again real quick, the other one. He could just be random, but
yeah, it's possible. But I don't know, he's got like a beard and he look his but again, I don't know a lot about them, so it's like his the cloth right here in front, that looks kind of
well, see, because he's got that armor and no like tunic over top of it, but there's like the one piece under it.
Yeah, so it's it looks anyway.
Either way, it's good looking. It's really good looking.
Yeah, and then there's this little guy with the deer horns.
Yes, that is one of the dwarves. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if he's named or not.
Horny the dwarf.
Yeah.
Horny the dwarf.
Horny dwarf, and then the cool winged thing, lady person.
Oh, she. Yeah, that is a she.
That's what I thought.
All right, so that guy may have just been random bronze dwarf, the horny dwarf. She, I believe, is that's Gadriel.
Okay, Gadriel. So
who is a lady of color.
Oh, nice. And then there is this guy, and he appears to have dreadlocks of some sort. So those would be fun because you can. I like doing the texture and stuff and hair. And then we've got.
I'm trying to find one with dreadlocks. I didn't see.
It's Otho,
that guy
from the army of the Odysseus.
Right.
Oh, that's the guy that looks like Spartan, who's red. The hell's his name?
Yes.
Yeah, like he looks really cool. And then there's a dwarf with the throne, which also looks super cool.
That other guy that you were just on, I believe, could be Vitus, but Otho is the guy with the dreads. Yeah. See, I'm still learning the names too. So
okay, cool. Well, then I don't feel
quite. That looks like Vitus.
Yeah,
that's Vitus for sure. The spear. Well, see, that's like one of the great things, like looking at the source horseman, because you can pull up the pictures. And like when you click on like, okay, well, this one kind of looks like this, and you pull it up, you can see the different weapons they have. And that will kind of reveal, because like there's also Romulus who kind of shares that head, but Romulus doesn't do the spear. And the armor's on the other arm.
Really cool. And then because he did all of the effects with the grayscale, like okay, there we go.
That is Scapular.
Yeah, he's really cool. So yeah, I don't know yet. Like there are a couple in here that also, because I color pretty fast. And because there aren't a lot of detailed backgrounds in these, I would probably do some sort of gradient or something, but like I would, for the live stream that we're gonna do, I can probably get a couple of them. So I kind of want to start with like the glowy-eyed dead guy thingy here.
Toxus? Okay.
Yeah, Toxus. And then probably the winged Gadriel lady. I think that's what you said her name was.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, like there, because the wings will take a little bit, even with him doing the details in grayscale. And then maybe like the soldier guy. So there are a couple. It was really hard in the live stream just to sort of play around on the front page instead of just plunging in and coloring something. But I'm like, I really want to wait until the live stream, just because like it'll be more fun that way.
Here's
so
Poxus and his horse.
Oh wow.
I'm loving.
Super colorful.
Right? Like even on something you would think would be kind of bland, like it's not.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And you were asking about the Evelyn character earlier. So this is
and those
Malina.
like dragonfly looking wings he's got. I looked until I just saw that. This looks like I thought it was a cape. So those would also be super cool to do.
Right.
Like
so this is.
Oh wow.
She's half orc, half elf. That's the Evelyn.
So that's definitely Evelyn.
Right?
Oh wow, that's cool.
Such a good looking figure. Yeah. See, look. This is how we're gonna trap Allison.
Maybe. It's just those ones are also expensive now.
Yes.
Those are, but most of them kind of get a version 2. So I mean, unfortunately, the homage figure, no. Those are really kind of like a once and done. But you know, the cool thing about it is though, like you can buy parts to kind of make her, and then you could paint her up.
That's true. So
because
there are a lot of cool
there are people that sell the different parts.
Yeah. I mean, he did a really good job with this. Like, and again, I think I know I mentioned this, but
I
it's
feel like
also
I'm turning this into a class.
Oh yeah, no. What I do appreciate about the way he did it too is it's like this is really accessible to people who don't color a lot but are interested in getting back into it. Like this is, it's kind of perfect if you're into coloring and you know what you're doing. There's stuff to work with, but if you don't, like it gives you enough to work with where you can not feel like you're terrible at it, which is, again, it's really cool. Like making the stuff accessible for people is important. But in general, it seems like that's a Mythic Legion's sort of thing, is that the fan base is really about the creativity and making it easy for people to jump in and be a part of all of that. So, no, it's really cool.
It really, really is. Like, hands down, like, the Masters of the Universe community is definitely one of the great communities out there, hands down. But if there's anything that kind of rivals, and it's great because, again, with Mythic Legions and the background of the Four Horsemen, like, it's grounded in Masters of the Universe in so many ways. But at the same point, like, it's really everything that you kind of love about Masters of the Universe and then take it a step further, and that's really what they've achieved here in the community within the toys themselves. And I don't know, it's phenomenal. Like this whole past year, I was just saying to Jesse and Sean, like I really owe a lot to them for bringing me into that community and getting me involved with it. And as much as I may be like, now I'm like buying this other line too, like it's given me this respect for a lot of these more modern figures.
All right, I will be right back. I've just been summoned by the Song of the Unfeeded. It's treat time, so I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to get off here. I got work in the morning, and I'm kind of falling asleep already. So,
random.
All right. Well,
good night, everyone.
Random. It has been amazing having you here, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
And then there were 5.
Started looking at Mythic Legions now. I'm like, oh, there's some characters I still kind of want. Now I'm looking at stuff. I need to put my phone down.
That's how it rolls. Like
that's why
honestly,
I didn't even go to like
just...
BBTS's sale yesterday or anything, because I was just like, nope, can't do it. I gotta save everything I got right now.
Right. Like there was a bunch that I kind of wanted to grab, but at the same time, I was like, no. I'm sorry. All these little goblins are really cool. And I do like goblins. Like Swig was one of the ones that was kind of on sale.
I picked him up on the sale. That's the
I
only
really
one.
want to go back and
Yeah.
get some of the dwarves, but man.
Those new dwarves, though, those are going to be good.
I think that,
Oh, yeah. They're awesome.
yeah, we got some new ones coming that are going to be real nice. So, and you get dwarf packs too.
I was hoping Bromden
Oh,
was
so-
going to be in the All-Star when they did that vote. I voted for him, but he didn't make it through.
Yeah,
he might come back again next year. I mean, again, it's one of the best parts about it too. Like there's always a chance they'll come back.
Yeah.
Not to mention, again, like within the community, you can generally find what you're looking for, and somebody's normally willing to trade or sell it at a decent price. I mean, of course, again, the older and less out of print it is, the harder it's going to be. It's one of the reasons that Adamon and Keltis are so freaking expensive. But there are some people that only do the Masters Universe homages, so like those are more highly sought after than the other pictures. I love like their man at arms is Unkin, and he's an orc.
Those are just, yeah, it's really cool. I don't know. Like,
I'm over here swapping heads.
yeah, I
And
need
that's how
to,
you roll.
Putting it on different ones.
I need to
Corey, do you have any Legions figures?
I do not. I have none.
Oh,
There's
we're
a
gonna
big
break.
sale going right now.
I'm gonna break Corey when we. Corey and I, as well as a couple of other well-known toy enthusiasts, Lee from Lee's Customs and Mr. Home Arcade, are all going to be taking a trip up to Eternia Dreams' new store in Gettysburg.
Oh, nice.
Where we're all going to meet up. We're going to film some stuff. They also have quite a big Legion stock in store. They are one of the authorized retailers, so it's a guaranteed price.
Nice.
That store's open now, right, Oz?
Yeah, it opened up.
Yeah,
the 5th.
well, I mean, the main location's been open forever. It's like taking over part of the mall. Probably the only reason that mall gets any business.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well, no, I'm going to be in Gettysburg. I'm going to PA for the trip I go on every year from the 5th through the 10th, and we're planning a day to go down to Gettysburg, so I might pop in there.
Yeah, it's at Gettysburg's outlet.
Dude, you got to let me know. Oop, oop. You got to let me know when you're coming, Ed, because then I'll try to see if we can arrange me to come up and meet up with you. But you know, again, we never know when we get these chances to actually meet up in person. They're always few, so when we get them, we got to take them. That's why I was glad Lawrence let me know when he was coming into town, so we can meet up.
I should be going down to Baltimore in probably January timeframe.
Nice. It's a perfect time to visit Baltimore and get some crab cakes.
That's right.
That's my favorite thing. It's like everyone telling me this is the only place to get real good, and it was always a different place. Like I got told like 17 different places when I was in Baltimore where to get the only authentic, the only good crab, and I was like, they're all delicious. How can you guys?
I like to go to Zorba's Greek restaurant when I'm down in Baltimore.
Yeah.
In Greektown, it is actually a very, very wonderful location. But G&M and that's over by Corey actually.
Yes, yeah.
But G&M is
they had a second place called Hellas that actually I used to work at. But they got bought because they wanted to put Royal Farms there. So they're no longer a place. But they were known for their crab cakes to the point where they would mail them, like dry freeze them, like not dry freeze them.
Gosh.
What's it called?
just freeze them.
Tag them with dry ice and ship them.
Yeah.
For people.
Yeah, because you know that crab meat's not going to last long.
Well,
But,
I will say, to Baltimore's credit, where I'm from in Louisiana in the South, like the seafood is really good. We used to go crabbing, like we could go and catch crabs, on the side of the road on the way out to the beach.
You guys boil them.
Yep, crab boil, and then crawfish and stuff. But the best crab cakes that I did ever have was that like 3 or 4 days where I was in Baltimore. Like nothing I've had in the South, crab cake wise, touches anything I had in Baltimore. I mean, there's stuff that never doesn't taste right anywhere else, and people are like, "It's so good," and it's like, "Sir, I don't know why you insist on calling these hush puppies because this is just corn balls." Like,
that's how I feel about buffalo wings. Nothing, nowhere else in the world makes buffalo wings like Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like
they are the originator. It was like Lawrence when he was here got a cheesesteak, and he was like, "Well, how do you order it?" Because he's never had one before. And I was like, "Well, this ain't no Philly cheesesteak. I'll tell you that much."
Right.
But depending on where you go, will tell you how you're supposed to have your cheesesteak.
It's very important. If you get a bad cheese steak, it can ruin your whole life.
It really, really can.
I mean, seriously, like the diarrhea hits you, and you're halfway through Ohio, and you have to stop and have a blowout at well, I don't think they even have Texaco's anymore, but whatever the equivalent is in Ohio on the side of the road, and you're just hoping that you survive because it's Ohio.
Right. So, Ed, I did send you the link for Eternity of Dreams for when you're in Gettysburg. So you will have that now. That's what we do as a community. We help each other out.
You got to.
All right.
Yeah, man.
I think I'm getting out of here.
All right.
Later, Corey.
All right, Corey. Take care, brother.
Month.
Thank you for joining.
Later, my man.
Later.
See you around.
So Bill has jumped into the chat here saying he is currently uploading. He went on a toy hunt today, and he's uploading the video. And it's only at 60%. So that's a hell of a hunt.
Nice.
And just coming in a little late here to the stream, we got Army Men Initiative. What's going on? And your simple animator saying hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good to have you all joining us here tonight as we're all just kind of hanging out, talking about our Black Fridays, what we did, what we didn't do.
That was yesterday, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, technically, it was 2 days ago now. We're in Sunday.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, man. It's pandemonium for sure.
I didn't go do anything shopping wise. I was like, nope, I'm going to stay home and work on channel stuff because I didn't have to work. So,
right.
And I had all the leftovers from Thanksgiving. We had company. So that sort of derailed my evening. But otherwise.
What kind of company is it that you had, Allison?
And not my company, like sometimes people come and visit and they're not coming to visit you, but you have to pretend like they're people.
Yep.
Anyway, but I got a bunch of other stuff done for my channel, like because like I'm insane. I was like, because I've been for a while, like I've been doing daily shorts, and it's like I've been saying like it's not long term, it's just not tenable, especially with the way the algorithm works. Like you can have good stuff, and the algorithm will just kill you and not send you like. You'll have like 17 views and they've only shown it to 15 people, and you're just like, well, I'm glad I watched it myself.
Twice.
Yeah, twice, right? But they only count it the one time. They show that
True.
that counts toward watch time, but for shorts, watch time is pointless because it doesn't, like it's about
Because you could have
views for
3
shorts,
million, right?
and it has to be many millions. And it's like there are a couple things I could be probably at 1 million if they actually showed my shit to people, and they just don't. So but it's fine. Shorts, it was more about sort of the habit, and I'm pretty sure once I stick that never ending story sequence up where I'm coloring that poor horse and that thing
Drowning
like that.
in the swamp of sorrows.
Yeah, like it literally, like there is the scene of him, the horse sinking, and him crying and trying to drag the horse out in a coloring book for kids in the
Just gonna
80s.
break hearts.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that sequence and release that as a short, like 3 or 4 pages together, which is the way I've wanted to move anyway. I want to do more with the storytelling of it. I planned out a bunch of strawberry shortcake pages where it's like I'm gonna take a bunch of pages from the coloring books and sort of put it together to like explain the history and just sort of what I actually long term want to do with my channel, which is a lot of history and storytelling stuff and customizing. So I'm finally getting there, but it's been really good to have sort of that deadline every day that I have to post a short for the last since like January 14th when I start, July 14th when I started.
Right.
And I've got enough that I can do daily shorts probably at this point without doing anything new until mid-January at this point, because I keep accidentally coloring extra pages because I'm like, oh, this is a really cool page. I should color this, even though it doesn't fit into where I want to go with my future content. But also I've decided that I'm going to start on Monday releasing 2 shorts every day. I'm going to release some Christmas shit. So I got a bunch of Christmas pages done. And I got some Gremlins and I got some Nightmare Before Christmas. And I'll be able to use that Mariah Carey Christmas song that I love. And people think I'm joking when I say that because of my personality, but literally, like, that Mariah Carey Christmas song makes me so happy. Like, I could like people if I listen to it enough. Like, it's just...
But then you would have to like people, and why would you do that?
I know, it would be really hard. But, I mean, it's like, that's hyperbole. It's not actually going to make me like people, but for a few seconds, in the afterglow of that song, I can picture a world where, like, not everyone... Well, not everyone.
You walk out of your door and you're like, oh, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, like these people, they're still people. Like, they're still people. Like, it doesn't matter what Mariah Carey, what endorphins she just released with this song. I'm just going to go back in and wham myself and be happy again. Christmas music, for whatever reason, makes me happy. It doesn't make sense because I'm not really huge into Christmas anymore. When you're a kid and you're going to get a present, all the presents under the tree, yeah, Christmas was the best. As an adult, not as much. But for whatever reason, Christmas music just makes me happy. I think it's because it's that childhood promise of like how the holidays are supposed to be in all the songs. So anyway, but yeah, so I'm going to be doing doubling up for most of December and the end of November starting on Monday. So I got a bunch of that done. I plotted out sort of what my shorts are going to look like after I burn through the last of the daily short things I have and after Christmas. And I got a bunch of writing done for my Star Comics Masters of the Universe retrospect. Because originally I was going to do like a big long video, and I'm like, that's kind of dumb because people don't really watch long videos like that. I'm like, I'm gonna work it so that each video is like 8 to 10 minutes, and then do like 3 of them, so that way it's a nice
short form content. The short form content is definitely gonna make sure that you get the more casual views.
Yeah.
But as far as people not watching the long stream, I don't know. You're talking. We average 200 views a week.
My streams have good watch times on them. Like, I'm surprised that they have good watch times on them sometimes. there's an audience for it, but there's also like a lot of people who aren't.
I don't know. I tend to watch videos that are longer.
Yeah.
If I see a video that's like only like 5 to 10 minutes, I'm just kind of like, Like sometimes I'll watch it,
but again, yeah. And not everybody's watching, big 6, 7, 8 hour streams or whatever.
Like, well, and the thing is like, what I have a friend who does all right with YouTube, and what his recommendation was is to do, because this is what he did. Like, he had a big series. He's over in like cult cinema, and what he did was he did this series of reviews on like Friday the 13th, and he did it individual by the movie. They were like 10-15 minutes tops, and he released them like over a few weeks, and then at the end of it he took them all and did a supercut with it that was like an hour and a half long. And so that way he's got stuff that people with the short-term memory thing will watch, and then he's also got it in a longer format so that people who want the longer content have it. And I've been playing around with that with my short compilations, which aren't quite the same because they're not, it's just, like the short compilations, because I'm actually doing it in chronological order, like the characters are all over the place, the franchises are all over the place. My shorts, when I'm sort of to the end of it, when I go in and do like the Masters of the Universe Mark Taylor supercut, where all of the Mark Taylor sketches are in a single video together, that one would probably do a lot better. So, it's just sort of figuring all of that out while I work out what I want to do. So, it's kind of a nice thing about where I'm at. I just kind of get to play around until I sort it.
Yeah. Well, you want to do what you're gonna have fun doing.
Yeah.
K Dog here saying one of my subscribed channels did a 4-hour review of primarily Indy 5, but dove deep into the lore. It was very entertaining to me and has gotten a good number of views. Yeah, there's definitely, there's a place for the long content. Yeah. Now, I don't know. Right. So Army Men Initiative and your Simple Animator, I'm not sure which channel they jumped in here on because they're watching from somebody else's, but apparently they were on me and at Your Simple Animator, our scouting creators, seeing if we want to sub. Then Your Simple Animator said, I don't know. And then quickly was like, we gonna head out. Peace.
Yeah, I can't even find. I checked them out on YouTube. I can't even find Your Simple Animator, and the other dude, Army Man Initiative, has 700 subscribers.
Maybe they're just hopping lives to see if they can.
I'm thinking so, but the problem is when you're hopping in a live stream, and when you're jumping like that from live stream to live stream, right? He's got to remember this is going across. How many channels are we right now? We've got.
It's on mine. I know that.
It's on Aaron's. It's on Corey's.
Corey's at one point.
It's on Ed's and Thanos'. So it's going across a total of 5 different channels right now. And depending on whose channel you jumped in on, that chat may be dead because the person who subscribes not there, or the person who's hosting may not be there at this time. There may not be anybody in that chat currently. So
besides that, when you go to a live at 2:00 in the morning, you never know what you're going to get, right? If you're looking for creators, you're not finding them at 2:00 in the morning that are live.
Yeah,
right.
Not really. Well, again, we're thinking in terms of our time zones here. So if they are in Europe, it's 7 a.m.
Yeah. But chances are they're probably in the States. And even if they're in California, they're what? Only 11:30, right?
Yeah, it's 11:25 here. So.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. But still, at any rate, though, like, not a very good way to determine whether or not you're going to sub to a channel or not.
Yeah.
But hey, to each their own,
That's right.
I don't have a whole lot of subs to my channel, so clearly I don't know what I'm doing.
Me either. It's okay.
Even though
I don't, but
sure.
I don't give a shit about my subs to my channel, so it's all good.
I was gonna say
I do what I
don't
want
think-
when I want.
Exactly. I don't think many people would agree with me saying I don't know exactly what I'm doing. I mean, I really don't, but there's a lot of people that think I know what I'm doing, and that's what's important.
Exactly.
I mean, my co-host has his own YouTube channel that does video games, and I don't know what it is, but he started in a month and a half ago, and he's up to 375 subs.
Nice.
See, he's already beaten me. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, he's already beaten me. He knows what he's doing. He just won't talk. Well, he tells me how to do it all the time. I just don't give a shit. So,
Right? Because we're old and we do things the way we're going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just I
don't have one topic.
Though.
I think it's weird
It's only-
that people have to separate. Like they'll have like, I have this channel for this. I have this channel for this.
Well, it's because of the algorithm, right? You got to get
know, but
locked in.
Yep.
I just don't like it. Like,
Nope, me neither.
Yeah,
I can't say that it's a very good system, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sort of one of the things somebody over in ColorTube was like, well, like, I was like, I'm just going to do my thing and hope for the best. So,
yeah,
I'm doing all right.
Well,
like,
what I determined a very long time ago that first off, I was gonna go ahead. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you very much. Says you got a good number of subs for the time you've been doing this. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
And video game channels have a larger audience than a niche audience like us, right? Well, that's the thing. Like our audience is literally our age range. We're talking, late 30s going into the 50s. Like
but
that's
on the flip side,
age
you also have a huge number of channels that are doing it. So I mean, it's still ratio. So I mean,
most
for him
of the
to put
people
out
watching
one
our
short and
content are
one
also
video a
creators.
week and get 375 subs in a month. That's pretty good.
I agree. No, I think that's phenomenal.
It's like 5 or 6 weeks actually.
What's interesting about my demo is it's used it's something like 55, 45, like male, female. So like I have a lot of women that watch I do a lot of Barbie and Strawberry Shortcake, so it kind of makes sense. But it's really funny watching a breakdown when I go into the numbers, like Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe, all of that's like 80-20. And then I'll do Barbie and it's like 80-20 the other way. It's really like, and I think that's part of why sometimes the algorithm like screws me over is because like I'll have something go really big that's like Barbie, and so it's all the ladies, but then the next day I do Masters of the Universe, and then so I think the algorithm is trying to stick me too much in demographics rather than sort of like just general toy collecting demographic.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because you're like, it's coloring book, even though it's about toy lines. It doesn't know if you should be in the color.
Yeah, right. So it's not only
toys.
is it trying to fit me into girls' toys versus boy toys, but it's also trying to like stick me into color tube versus toy tube.
Well, that's my problem, right? I'll put out a short a couple of times. It's all action figures, and I release 2 that are like nature short videos. And it's like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah, I mean,
believe me, it gets confused on me too because all I do are these really long live streams.
Yeah.
But how do you rate what kind of content that really is? Because, like, yes, we talk about toys primarily, but I don't fall into the usual toy algorithms. Now, I do get recommended to people off of toys, which the fact that I get recommended to anybody is pretty phenomenal because I heard you had to work pretty
is like
hard.
mine, though, right? You get recommended to the toy community because other people that follow you are in the toy community and it looks
Subscribe,
at that point.
watching.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it's getting that from. Yeah, and I don't mind that. That's really kind of how, like, Bill's saying here, he relies on word of mouth and sharing to get my watchers, and that's exactly it.
Yep.
I found Bill because I was looking at Masters of the Universe and he was doing where he was taking the origins and like doing this stop motion, like reenacting the old storybooks and stuff. That's how I found Bill, was because I was specifically looking for Motu. So I'm I need to do more Gem and the holograms, because what's interesting about Gem and the holograms is Gem, for whatever reason, is almost 50-50 male and female. Like
I can see that.
more so than Princess of Power, like cuts straight down the middle, where it's like it's just as many men that are into like Gem as women are, and that to me is because Gem is really it was super duper girl line in the 80s. Like it was very much, but for whatever reason, like I get.
There's actually a huge community of men that actually buy like.
Yeah, and you know, like,
them.
I'm like there's sort of the gay men like doll audience, but there are a lot. I literally, whenever I do Gem, there are a lot of. It sounds like ridiculous to say, but they're like straight dudes who will like.
Yep.
Reach out. Oh my god, I love Gem. I could just never talk about it when I was a kid because it was a girl's toy and it was so much fun.
I used to subscribe to this like collector's catalog or magazine. I can't remember what the hell the name of it was, but like inside there was actually a section that was all about the men who collected fashion dolls, and like they would do like a whole interview. And some of these guys are like, tattoos, got the Harley Davidson, and they're collecting like, not just like Gem, but like 18-inch fashion dolls, and like some of them sewed their own clothes for them and stuff. I'm like,
I think sort of looking at it, that's what sort of makes me feel. I don't want to call it sad, but sort of annoyed, because it's like they're really like. There are a lot of kids who miss out on a lot of cool toys because of like, oh, well, that's a girl's toy, but it's like, whatever. But I don't know. That's a conversation for another night. But I feel like there are a lot of kids who would have had a much happier childhood if they would have parents would have just said, "Do you want the Gem dolls? Here you go. Go play with it." Because what I have noticed is, I don't know, kids who get to play with what they want have happier lives. I got to play with a lot of stuff. There wasn't a lot of obviously gendered. I mean, there was gendered stuff, but like, I didn't have to stick to. I just got to go wherever. It was like Kayla and She-Ra and
like Luke had mostly boy toys, right?
Yeah.
But his sister, who's 2 years older than him, had mostly girl toys, but they played together constantly anyway. So it was just like a big mishmash of everything all at once, right? But
I still hear parents saying like, "No, that's a boy's toy," or "No, that's a girl's toy,"
it's
all the time.
Really
like, in
weird
toy
to
aisles.
me.
You know what's the one that bugs me the most? Like the fake food and kitchen sets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like those things.
That's
when
really
you hear
bad
one
thing.
of the parents say that's a girl's toy.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what decade are you from?
Yeah.
It's like, sir, when you right? Like, we know, like, all you can do is open a can of SpaghettiOs, sir.
But funny thing is, if you
I
look
freaking
across the
love
last
cooking,
50
too.
years, all the famous chefs, what are they, right? Other than Paula Deen and things like that. I mean, most of the really famous chefs are men.
There is a huge number of male chefs in the kitchen, and even way back. Like maybe your popular TV chefs back in the day might have been more predominantly female, but in like major restaurants across the world, it was predominantly men chefs.
That's
so
what I'm
it's
saying,
like
right?
this idea, it's ludicrous. And, I don't know. But like when I hear stuff like that, it gets me a little angered. Like, dude, really? Like, if your kid wants to make food, let your kid imagine making food. You never know. You might be you might be squashing the dreams of the next Gordon Ramsay. Now, I mean, if that kid goes around and smacking a fake fish on the counter and screaming it's raw or something, then you may want to intervene a little bit because he might have some anger issues in there. But
or start singing the Gollum song, biting the head off of it.
Right.
That
right.
would just be funny.
Now, I'd be recording it, and that would be my next short.
That's funny. K-Dog.
Sorry, Ed. Don't spit that. Don't spit that out.
I got it. I got it down fast.
Yeah, no, like K-Dog's question there about if women have a love of G.I. Joe, Transformers, and Turtles from back in the day. Obviously, I mean, look at Toy Switchers. Look at me, like
Retro Bacon.
yeah, there are a lot,
Yeah,
you know, and it's.
exactly.
But why? Like, what was it that drew me to Star Wars? It was Princess Leia. You know, like, what was it about G.I. Joe? It was like, well, originally I needed Mon Mothma, so Scarlet got drafted. But then, like, there was the Baroness and, like,
That's the
Lady
one thing that
J
really
and
annoys me is
Serana
you hear a
and,
lot of
like,
people say that there wasn't enough 80s properties with strong female characters, and I'm like, no, all the characters in the 80s
well,
that were
there
female were
but
strong characters, but you didn't write them to be strong characters. You wrote them
yeah.
to be solid characters, which is a different thing than what we understand today.
Well, yeah, the thing is for a while that was the case, and then at some point there was a backlash, and it
Mm-hmm.
took a nosedive. Like around the time She-Ra like got canceled, like and He-Man went away. Like if you listen to all those dudes, it's like She-Ra is what killed He-Man. It's like no, that's not what killed He-Man. What killed He-Man was the Rock people
Yeah,
and
but
Buzz
you know, a
Off.
lot of the properties that came out in the late 80s and early 90s that were action figure lines didn't have female characters in them
Because there was that sort of stigma that it was like
yeah,
and that's really I think what people mean, because the people who are saying that are the people who came about like post 85 and after 85.
But there was also that time because there wasn't a lot of people buying female figures, because I can tell you as a young boy, I could have cared less for Princess Leia, right?
Right, but the thing is
I
like
liked her as a character, but having her as a figure, I had no desire for it, right?
but everything got so gendered that it's like it's also like girls aren't crossing over the aisle anymore at that point.
Yep.
And it's like that sort of I think the
they
problem
took it
with
too far, right? They tried to course correct, and maybe
Yeah,
you know
and
they
then
should
they
have
just
adjusted and made one figure, or maybe not made as many of that single figure, whatever. But
I don't think they really thought about it in terms like that beforehand, right? It was like, okay, there's some girls, there's some boys, like they're just like different characters or whatever. Like, I had Tila and Evil Lynn and She-Ra like growing up.
Yeah.
I mean, my Joes, I had Lady J and Baroness in that in my collection because they just were part of the team, right? But
yeah, but see, here's the deal. My uncle, by marriage, Bob, his their son like had all of the GI Joes except Scarlet, because his son was not going to play with girl figures.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, right?
See, and that's sort of where it sort of started seeping in. That was around like it was around the time of Cobra Law.
Yeah,
because
I mean, I had the original Eagle Force in 1980, and their only female figure was Goldie Hawn, and I had her with my Eagle Force.
Yep, I bought her later when I found her at Kroger in like 85, 86, so that I could steal all of my brother's Mask toys because she fit. She was the same.
Mask and my Eagle Force played well together.
And she was a marine biologist who was the only person who could stop the shark, because that was the year I found my uncle's old Jaws toy. It was like a game where you would like have to get stuff out of his mouth before the jaw.
Oh yeah,
but it was broken, but it was big enough, so it was like she was always fighting the great white. And anyway, it was a huge deal. But Goldie was a marine biologist, member of Mask, and there were sharks that are always trying to, and the shark would eat everyone but her. She could never save her friends. Typical horror movie. You're the final girl, but
swimming to shore with her clothes all ripped up, hair disheveled, and getting rescued by some weird boat.
She never lost her hat. Like
now,
and that was the deal. Like people were, my mom was even like, well, like she still has her hat on. I'm like, yep, because she at least could keep her hat on.
There you go.
And like
now, Allison.
Yeah.
For Mythic Legions, if you want a toy line with and I love it when I get to use this word, plethora of females.
Pinatas? Oh, females.
Oh, I would love a plethora of pinatas. But the Mythic Legions, it has a very diverse and robust cast. So even if in just going faction by faction here, right? So named females in the army of Leodicius, you have Faustia or Hadriana, both very strong female warrior chicks,
Nice.
right?
Yep.
Hold on a sec here, though. Look at Hadriana.
Oh,
Her
wow.
weapon, typically you see like a bow or a dagger in a
Yeah.
female's hand or something like that because they stereotype those weapons.
Mhm.
No, she's got a damn morning star flail. She's got a war
Nice.
hammer. She's got a
That's really
huge,
cool.
nice like sword strapped across her back. That's fantastic. So this is named females. Then you go into two other characters. We have the Iron Knight. It's a female. You can see the booby armor,
Yeah.
right?
Bill.
So the Iron Knight. Bill has joined us
Yes.
this evening. Good to have you, brother.
Hey, Bill.
What's going on?
We have the Knight Builder, also another female character. This is just the first faction that you can pull up on their friggin' page. And some of these are older characters.
Yeah.
Already we've got 4 strong female characters or 4 female figures in just that alone. The Order of Aetheron, you've got Delphina right here. Another badass
Oh,
chick
wow.
with a sword. She's a Templar. The Gabrielle, again, badass female with wings and a warhammer and
Oh,
a
nice.
sword.
Oh, purple. And that's the one in the book.
We've got Gwendolyn. Right. You've got Gwendolyn Heavensbrand. So again,
So is
some of these are
Gwendolyn
kind of older
Heavensbrand
and
married
they're a little bit
to the new one, or is that like a sister?
That I couldn't tell you. It's probably, I don't know, there might be a relation to Sir Gideon.
Yeah.
That would be a question we will have to ask Jesse. Because I think he would know a little bit more. Well, actually, hold on a second. We're at here. Her brother, Gideon. There we go. It says it in the first line. Let's
there you go.
not be stupid about this. Let's take a look and actually read some of these bios.
Let's read their profiles.
Let's use the internet as Al Gore
Yep.
intended when he created it back in the Dark Ages.
When he put all of those tubes,
When he put all the tubes together.
here's one
while
of the
Tupper-
ones where they carried
while
over
Tupper
some of
was
those pieces.
distracted, ruining music.
Right? But I mean, okay, so first 2 factions, we're already up to like 7 female figures.
That's really cool.
Let's go into the Convocation of Basilia. Here we got Azza Spiritbender, which we see parts of her used again later in also Cosmic Legions. She carries over, but she's another great figure. Then we've got Hera, Serpentspire. And again, amazing sculpting, like really, really good work here. Ravenna,
Nice.
right? She's even got like one of the banner flags. I mean, again, this line just gives you so much. There's
Yeah, it's
something for
really
everybody. You
cool.
could just go around collecting the amazing female figures in this line, and you would not run out of great stuff. We've got Artemis Silvercord. She's one of the females who has 2 figures, so she got brought back in an All-Stars wave.
Nice.
Her version 2 with the wings. Is
You got
really cool.
Oh, the version 1 was with the wings.
Oh, it was the
She's got
version
the
1 with
fairy
wings?
look going down.
Okay. I thought that was the second one.
It was the first one that had the wings. She's got like those pixie style wings. She's got one of my favorite looking bows in the entire set.
Oh, that's really cool.
You know,
And what's
If I had
Mystic
unlimited
Legions are
funds, I
7
would
inch?
be into this one.
those are
catch
7 inch.
it.
What was that, Bill?
I said if I had unlimited funds, I would be deep into this line, but I don't, so I have to stick with what I'm doing.
Well, as it goes now, right? Like, if you are looking to get into this, Bill, and you want to get some really neat stuff, what you do, you don't look back, you look forward, because their best stuff is yet to release, right? And the best way to go about it, and I discussed this with Payne's Aaron recently. He was like, look, so these figures don't come out for like another year. They're going to be like whatever the current wave is available on Store Horseman now, right? So the Sons of the Rising Bear or Sons of the Rising Star. Totally just keep thinking about the damn bear.
The bears.
That freaking bear is amazing. So, like right now, you can get it at whatever its cheapest price is, direct from the Four Horsemen. You'll pay it up front now, and then you're just waiting until it comes, which will be like over a year from now, basically. You know, you're going to be waiting until like 2025. But if there's anything that you miss now that, you know, like you don't pick up direct from the Four Horsemen, you'll order from other retailers. And you order one per month. And boom, like that's a great way to get an entire wave without dropping all the money at once. Now, depending on who you order from may depend on whether you get charged fully up front or whether you just put a little bit down, or whether it's like BBTS. Some figures you may not have to put anything down. Other figures may be a small deposit. But either way, though, one of the best ways to just like kind of go through that is maybe talk to the retailer and be like, hey, I want to actually pay for the full thing up front. I don't want to just put a little bit down or pre-order it and then not hit now. I want to pay full now and buy one per month through the retailer and then go from there. But, you know, that way you can get an entire wave of figures going one per month from now until it comes out.
And that's the nice thing about
you pay a little bit more.
With Hella Dope, you can either do full price or 10% down.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But you don't have to actually like get a full wave. Like it's easy just to be like, I like this one figure.
I cherry pick all of it.
Yeah, I've been
I
thinking
want a
about
damn moose because I want a moose.
But you know, like I've been sort of, as I get everything arranged and set up, you know, and over the last few weeks I've been reconsidering like how I collect and like, you know, and what I need to do is there are a couple lines where it's like they're older, I'll have to pay a little bit more. But like I never finished the Reaction Aliens line.
Oh, there's
you know,
so
like
many to collect
from
now, though.
Alien, the first movie. I'm not necessarily into the, you know, like I don't really need anything from the James Cameron movie. But you know, like they did those box sets with the rest of the crew. I need to finish that because that, you know, like that's a toy. You know, like those figures are really cool. I really like those. Those make me happy to look at on the wall. I have a few Princess Leia figures from over the last since Power of the Force 2 where it's like I don't have them mint on card and I want a full mint on card Leia collection. And I'm missing a few of the retro, the Kenner retro style figures that they've been doing for the original trilogy. So I'm going to buckle down and sort of get that. I'm going to work on my Leia shelf. I've just sort of not been doing it. There are things from like the 80s. Like I want, you know, like they had those mugs where it's like her head and you can drink coffee or cocoa or whatever out of it. So I want to get like some of that. There are a couple Wonder Woman things I want to get that aren't McFarlane. You know, or from before the dark times of McFarlane's. But I mean, he's finally giving us a Wonder Woman that I want.
That sold out like almost instantly.
Yeah, right. He finally does a good one, but it's McFarlane, so there will like now that Wonder Woman has sold out, we're gonna get Wonder Woman Batman style, which hopefully he gives us her and her white
And there's two versions of that Wonder
1969
Woman.
mod outfit when she
there's
lost
the
her powers.
There's the superpowers version and the regular version of that Wonder Woman now.
Yeah, so I've got both of the superpowers by McFarlane for one, and I got the Deathstroke.
No, that Wonder Woman, that's the traditional one. He's made a superpower version that has blue bracelets, and the gold and the yellow are a little different colors.
Yeah, I've got both of those. Yeah, I've got the it's just a repaint, which is McFarlane being McFarlane. But there are a couple of 80s items. I'm not necessarily into the idea of getting the old vintage Mego doll, but Figures Toy Company has done 8-inch versions of the Mego doll line. So I'm probably gonna pick some of those up because it's only like $30-$40. They're 8 inches, so they're not gonna take up as much space. And I have some of the other figures. I got like the Repo Supergirl and the Repo Catwoman. And
I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to ask Ozzy to do me a favor since he's going through these figures. If you would, Ozzy, could you show me some figures of knights in full plate armor? I've been looking for knights in full plate armor for a while. That's what I'm talking about.
The Valiant Knight that's coming out. That's probably what you're gonna want to get.
Valiant Knight is the newest. He'll also be the cheapest because, again, he's the newest, and he also has the newer articulation. But as you can see, they do make knights full plate armor, and you see they give you different varying styles.
How do these scale up? How do these scale up to say the figures that came out recently from in the Dungeons and Dragons LJN line that NECA did?
They're pretty on par with them.
The NECA ones are a little taller.
I'll go grab some.
A little taller. So these guys are a little bit shorter. Okay.
So NECA is 7-inch, more like your Masterverse here, and these guys are 6. They're like 6.5, but they work well together. They're not.
These are like a slightly bit taller than 1/12 scale, but not quite all the way up to 7-inch.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And again, it's like that's for like your standard figure because even within Legions, they do different sizes, right? Because you're goblins. So I think you would like the Order of Aetheron here. That's the one with the knights. Like you get your Templars, you've got full plate mail. All right, here we go. Sir Uxat. He's one of the ones that just did the Necronominus wave. So this guy is, was he brute or ogre scale? Now I can't remember. He's ogre scale. So ogre scale is like 12, 11 inch.
Okay.
Because they're right. Where your dwarves are like 5-inch.
Yeah.
So you got dwarves and goblins at around 5.
Here's where I'm going with this. Okay. My mind works differently than most toy collectors, I suppose, because I'm not after certain lines for certain. I'm after particular figures for certain reasons, and one of those is we've got the space food in Castle Grayskull. I've got that, but if you go back to those original mini comics, you see He-Man fighting animated suits of armor that are actually suits of armor. So I'm looking at a scale of figure that would go with the Masters of the Universe Origins figures that are just suits of armor. Thank you, Thanos.
Big for
Well,
Like,
the thing about it is, Strongheart and Warduke are big guys anyway because they're big fighters, so they may be just tall compared to
If
I'm
you're
wondering.
looking at it for
Some
Master,
figure.
do you have a
Yeah, Masters Universe Origin. There we go. Okay, so they're a whole lot taller than those guys. They don't fit well with them. Okay, I got you.
Well,
Thank
that
you.
was the Dungeons
that
and
was the
Dragons.
Grim Sword. So I mean, really, he's
They're a
not
little
that much
tall.
bigger. Like, yeah,
Like I said, because Origins
I think we're
figures,
feet on the same
if you
level.
don't have the knees bent, are just under
Yeah,
6 inches, and
Yeah,
these
they're
guys
about.
measure a little bit taller.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
that's
what
what I
if
really want to see. Thank you, Thanos.
No problem.
But that Valiant Knight's got to be probably only like 6.5 at the most.
Well, how does the armor
Well-
break down though? I mean, like, is it
Give me
is
the
it
Silver Knight.
removable
I want to see
armor
him.
or?
So there's
him.
not some of these. There's not a whole lot of early photos. This is before Trevor was doing their photography. So like
That's fine. I see what I need to see. Can you blow him up, or is that as big as he gets?
that's about as big as he gets. I could do. Let me see if.
Do a browser zoom on that. There you go. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Traditional, just suits of armor.
Does the armor come off of that, or is the like?
No, I would
It's the
think
pieces.
maybe pieces
Like,
of it, right?
Yeah, they're the actual pieces of the figure.
Okay.
So again, when it comes to Mythic Legions, this is a system, right?
Yeah.
This is basically a system of building a figure, and that's because they wanted to make it easy for these pop and swaps that we love to do these days.
Do they pop
And
apart at the waist?
yes, they do.
yes,
How
yes,
would-
they do.
So, for instance, is there I mean, you might have to use the little putty or something, but it's possible, Bill, that you could get one of the knights, pop it apart at the waist, and then pop it on top of an Origins figure, and then just use some sort of.
You
Because
all kinds of stuff. to do that,
we're
Allison.
getting
You could do all-
Extendar and Origins at some point. He'll be through Mattel Creations, but if you were to get an extra Extendar, you could take the bottom half of Extendar, the top half of one of those knights, and probably cobble something together that is almost exactly what you're wanting.
What I have in my hand right here
Or-
is not the Diamond Ray of Disappearance. No. What I have in my hand right here is a small container containing just a little bit of a secret substance. This is called Magician's Wax. And it's kind of strong. It's kind of like museum wax.
Yeah.
And if you're just doing photography, I'm not talking about for play, but if
Yeah.
you just need to hold something together long enough to get a picture made, that is the stuff. I tout that stuff on my channel all the time. I used to tout it quite a bit more than I do now. I don't have to anymore, but where do you get that stuff from? Well, go to Penguin Magic and look up Magician's Wax. It's cheap, and you can get just a little bit will last you for your lifetime.
Yeah.
So I do want to shout out to Brennan Barnes here.
Brennan.
Not sure whose channel you're watching from, Brennan. You see, you say you keep missing Mythic Legion streams. Well, look, we didn't start this stream as Mythic Legion, so you don't have to go all the way back to the very first hour to watch any Mythic stuff. But I do have a playlist set up on my channel called Legion's Class, where it's several live streams where we go over a lot of this Legion stuff. Some of this we've already recapped over, but I could talk about this toy line forever. So, Bill, my actual recommendation, if you were looking to do a suit of armor origin scale without having to complicate things too much, buy a dwarf.
Yeah.
And then you can just, I've got some Knights helmets I'm never really going to use unless they're just fodder. It's like I got they were called silver bells that were packed in with Father Christmas. So I've got two different
But,
knights.
like, this is a
heads.
Masterverse, right? So He-Man's actually a little bit taller.
Let me see that.
Much taller. Yeah, that's what I was kind of showing before. Like the Masterverse 7-inch figures tower over these guys a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But they work well together. Like
they do. Well, He-Man's supposed to be a huge barbarian, right? So he could
Yeah.
definitely knock around some puny skeletons that were 6-inch.
And they're all much smaller than this dude.
Oh, I was gonna say, hold on, Thanos. Let me get you up there again. They're not thick, chunky boys.
Yeah.
Well, until you get to the ogre scale.
I can't remember if I ever opened this guy up on my channel or not. But I picked this up in Nitro, West Virginia here back when my daughter got married. We were going through there and I stopped at the Walmart.
I remember that toy hunt video.
Well, speaking of toy hunts, if anybody's looking for these and haven't found one yet, on my last toy hunt, the one that's going to go up, that's about 84% done right now, I'm going to drop that probably tomorrow. A shitload of these on the shelf over there at Walmart right now. Nice. They just put them up.
Let's try and grab another one. So, Bill, I did want to take a chance and show you those two Knights helmets that I got. And you can put these on a dwarf body.
Yeah, pop and swap.
So
hold it like this and put your hand behind it and maybe get a light.
I'm gonna have to do it one at a time here so you can really see. So it's kind of like more like
I gotta blow this StreamYard screen up. I got bad eyes. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that is a cool helmet. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Like a clamshell. Then you got like your, and I'm going to use the tip of my finger again to kind of hold it up. Yeah, kind of, if it'll stay. The other one had more of a cup around it. I do. I got huge hands. So this has got your like more pointed nose.
Yeah.
Kind of look.
I don't like that. I don't like that one. He looks too much like a plague doctor.
Yeah. So, but yeah, if you get yourself like a dwarf or something like that, I'll send you this.
I like that other helmet.
Yeah.
So the helmets in the new Father Christmas the same helmets?
They are, but they are different colors.
Oh, okay.
One of
I
which
didn't open that yet, so I didn't check mine out yet.
Yeah, they had announced that earlier when they were talking about it because people asked if they were doing the silver bells again.
Yeah.
One is gold because that will go with that new gold knight.
Oh, yep.
And then the other is black, and that will go with the phalanx, the new vampire phalanx.
Yep.
I saw the background back there. You got one of these going on back there too, don't you, Oz?
Yes, I do. It's I got the whole set of Scooby-Doo for Connor a couple years back, the Walmart exclusive one.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Sure,
man, these are great. Somewhere around here, I got a haunted house with these guys.
Right, it folds out and it's like got like a little play set. I love it. So, in just the good guy factions, I went ahead and counted up 25 unique female figures.
Oh wow!
In just those factions alone. So we haven't even gotten to the bad guys yet.
That looks like Warduke. Oh, come on. You can't tell me that they didn't base some of that off of Warduke.
It is a Warduke homage.
That is beautiful.
Yes.
I love that, though. I love it.
Yeah.
It
So
is beautiful.
He's hard to come by, but
the new Heavens brand looks like the other knight there. What's his name?
Oh, Lionheart?
Yeah, Lionheart.
No. Is that it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is that the other knight? What's the other knight in Dungeons and Dragons? The good guy, Thanos.
Strongheart, the good paladin.
Strongheart. That's it. Thank you. All right. So this, Bill, this is Dorina.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yep. That's the one.
He looks familiar too.
That's a She-Ra homage. Well, because you got to remember the Four Horsemen, like they started off working for Todd back in the 90s, and then they moved them ways up into Mattel, And when they moved into Mattel, they were doing the 2000X He-Man line. Adamon.
There he is.
That name sound a little familiar?
Mm-hmm.
You know? Who'd that look like?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They do these homage figures.
They're enough different. They're enough different that they can't say anything to them, but they're enough alike to where we can sit there and go ha ha ha.
Well, that's the thing, right? These are homages to the original figures. All the homage figures are like pretty limited. So here is Koros, and give me a sec here, Thanos. I'm going to grab you, or Kauros. That's how you pronounce his name.
This is Purple
That
Or.
is Purplor.
Battle.
Who?
That's Panther, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But he's
Yep,
really
it is.
cool. That's like a humanoid.
Right?
That's such a good looking figure.
Yep.
I like
Somehow we've summoned Brick something in here.
Oh, because Brick,
shows up.
he left a little bit earlier, and so now he's come back. He's still got the link if he's able to jump back in, but he may be laying down at this point. But, you know, again, like this is, you know, they've got all of these wonderful homage figures, and they don't do just homages to this guy. Whenever I look at him, reminds me of Hercules from Marvel, by the way.
For sure.
He does.
Right? Like the Marvel style Hercules from the comics.
His face and his colors, for real.
But like this guy, like he came with an orc head. So if I wanted like a purple orc instead of the cat, which I don't know why you would want to do that, but it's cool. Like,
yeah, they did the same with the other one. They did that. So he came with an orc head too. If we go in here into the Legion of Erethyr, you may see some other familiar faces. Krona.
Nice.
I'm looking a little familiar here. There's that another. Here's that Purplor. You see that purple orc head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see they get a little bit of a different neck piece to make these work. Now,
I would probably put the head on it.
Unken. Duncan.
Nice.
Right. Mattel sanctioned MotuCon. They have a great relationship with Mattel. They really don't have to worry too much about copyright.
Yeah, they still go on and sculpt. I mean, they've done some
different. They're way over 20% different. There's no way that Mattel could do anything to them about these figures. And like he said, that they
no,
won't
they
because
can't.
They
really. Yeah, they basically got permission to do as they will. And it's never like again, these are all very limited. They're never going to reproduce any of the homage figures.
Not only
They
that,
don't
they're
do
not
that.
actually one of the things. If you're going to try to take someone down for copyright infringement, you have to actually prove that it has somehow taken away from your business. And the years that these were released, Mattel wasn't even releasing Motu figures at that point. So it's not like it would have been diluting the market, scale, the price, etc., etc. It would have. I mean, you know, it's more about Mattel having money and playing.
No one would buy these figures thinking that they're buying the equivalent Motu figure.
Yeah, and the people who would buy these and not buy Motu wouldn't buy Motu anyway.
Yeah.
So
here we have the beautiful and familiar Okitos.
Nice.
Little web store action.
He's all into. Have they done a Tila homage yet?
I don't think so.
You know what? I think the closest that they have, and it's not actually her. There was one. Oh, I can't remember which faction she's in. Brick, which faction is the redheaded barbarian chick? Why can I not remember? Actually, she might be in the army of Leodicius. May not be. No, because we went over those females already. Ah, Sons of the Red Star. Probably it.
Noble Bear.
So, Celts, by the way, you may recognize this purple, blue, and green and yellow faced.
I see that.
Noble Bear Cassia. Was she? That's probably it. So, let me back out here. House of Noble Bear. Is it Cassia that's got that? You know what? I think it is the same head sculpt. No, it's not the same head sculpt because she. Oh, it's going to bug me if I can't remember. It's not Freya. See, these are all much older figures.
Freya does look familiar. She's got one of those He-Man shields in her hand, too. Go back to Freya.
Go back to Freya? Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, that's like their standard basic round shield. I mean, she definitely appears as a Valkyrie.
Yeah, give me a good body shot of her. I'm trying to look at her armor because her armor looks like that Tila that we saw in the DC Comics miniseries from way back.
The Battleground Tila.
Battleground.
It looks like it looks a little Red Sonja-ish.
It does.
It's sort of like the chainmail. That looks like a chainmail top.
There is the in the Legion of Arethyr, Juno, the Crusher.
That's the one, Juno, the Crusher. Thank you. I kept thinking she was part of one of the good guy waves, but she's really not.
I thought she was too, but I guess not.
Yeah, she's not an homage, but she's got kind of that Revelations Tila look to her that so many people were a fan of.
Oh, yeah, with the haircut. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, she's not an homage. They haven't done an exact one yet.
That just means keep my eye open because that might be a good first one to go for when it happens. Because that's you know, like if doing homages, that's gotta be one that they want to do at some point.
Yeah. Of course. I think it may just almost be that in some ways Tila is too generic. And not to say that anything about Tila is truly generic, but
like we've kind of
right.
seen
Well, here's how you get around that.
Sonya and
you have to build her, so you have to buy several different figures and get the head from one, and the body from another, and the legs from one, and the arms.
Don't get them started on doing Build-A-Figures. I mean, the whole
older figures are built.
I don't mean a Build-A-Figure where you got pieces in other pieces. I'm talking about you have to buy a couple of figures and pop them apart and get the pieces from them to make it look like the Tila. That's how they can get around that.
Yeah.
And I noticed Ken down there below me. I didn't see you pop in, Ken. Hey man, how's it going?
Hey Ken.
Just sitting here quietly. I missed like 95% of the stream, so I'm not expecting to really gate crash anything.
It's okay.
I think that those two giants, Kurzog and what's the other one, could be Titus and Megator. Like whether they're intentional homages or just taking elements, I'm not really sure.
But yeah, they're definitely not intentional. But yeah, you're definitely right up there with it. I mean, Kurzog, giant orc. This is the one where they had that life-size guy that we saw at PowerCon. They've got a life-size statue of this guy, and he makes me tiny. And
yeah, all I see is Megator, but I get it.
Dude. Like, I am nowhere near a small guy, and this guy makes me look extra tiny. But yeah, all it is an ogre with a orc head on it.
Oh, like my ex's mom.
Like Carl?
We got to learn more about this X at some point.
Actually, I kind of like the anonymity of the X themselves and just keeping hearing about their relations. And here are the first two Cosmic Legion homage figures where they released Scourge, who I have right over here. This beautiful, beautiful guy. Got him. He's not out yet. He's still pre-orderable, but he is part of. I love holding this guy up. He's one of my most favorite toys of all. He's ogre scale. He is massive. That's why I can't fit the whole thing on camera. But this is a Whiplash homage.
Nice.
And they did a special pre-sale at Legion's Con with him and another gentleman named Operative, who came with several heads to try and figure out who that one may be. Mr. Manny Faces. Skelly got the Manny Faces homage because it's one of his favorite guys, and he has a couple of these. But you've also got a lot of other really cool homage figures. They've got Xenothon, who is Stratos. You have Mephitor, who is a Swale Goblin. And when I say Swale Goblin, that is a little Stinkor homage.
Oh, Swell Goblin. I was thinking about the Skrull I knew in college.
So this is him right here. And these guys, like him, Xenothor, Okitos, and Bryophytus. That is their Mossman homage.
Yeah, I really like Bryophytus. That was the first Legion I got, and I was really pleased with it. Try not to move him too much though, because his moss makes me nervous. But he looks really cool.
Oh, make myself large again. Got to play with it a little bit, and then I get big.
That's how it works for a lot of people, actually.
He is flocked. It's not quite as nicely flocked as, say, our current Legions or our Origins Mossman, but he's still really, really good. So, like, you know, like there's a lot of neat stuff here. Pixis, this is another homage figure. Vinny, you know, here it is. Pixis was actually named, it's not a homage, but a tribute, rather, to Pixel Dan.
Oh.
Because they do tribute figures as well, like Sir Gerard. Oh, they didn't put the note down here. So Sir Gerard is Jeremy Gerard.
Yep.
Let me guess. They haven't done any kind of homage figure to certain gurus.
Actually, I'm pretty
We were looking
sure.
at the goblins earlier, right?
Well, this guy right here, Oxus, looks very similar to. Oh.
Yeah. You mean not? I don't know. It's not mighty. It's not mighty enough. It's not mighty enough.
This is a tribute to a certain guru, because, like, this is absolutely disgusting looking, but it's in the most amazing way possible, right?
I can see it in the eyes.
Just throw some glasses on it, and yeah.
Have it stroke its own ego on 30 videos in a week.
They should have like a Gollum type character, and literally like do like a mighty, not quite Mighty Spectre, but like change the name around somehow. You know,
Specticus Gurus.
There you go.
They did a tarot card reader, so it has all the cards with like the spades and the diamonds and the hearts and everything on it. And then it would predict your death. It would come with the death card.
So this is not quite Evil Lynn, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Well, again, it's their homage to Evelyn. That's why she's got the blue. The yellow skin is like her powered up magic because she is half orc, half angel.
Mm-hmm.
But you notice she uses the female vampire head, the blue weaponry, the cape. Like, yeah, again, it's just another really, really amazing job that they've done. Actually, here we go. Again, since we're on the figure, we can actually read a little bit about.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone know the actual pronunciations for these? Because I just know I'm gonna one day call it Malina, and someone's gonna say no, it's Melina. I don't know. Just does anyone know the actual? Is there like a source?
No idea.
Yeah. Okay. You know, Dubon, Dubin. You know, I don't know. It's just people get finicky over pronunciations. I know because of the comment section of my video.
But the names are so off and like bizarre on Mythic Legion. Like it's hard. Like I can't even remember the names most of the time.
Yeah, like I was asking Eldor the other day, is it Zoar or Zor? And he's like, Ken, it's either or. Don't even worry.
It's either.
I think
or
Zoar
either.
might be a little more common, but not.
And I believe in Filmation it was pronounced both ways, Zor and Zoar.
Right, and just like Preternia, I've heard Pre-Eternia and I've heard Preternia. You know, but there's no second E there, so I just assume it's Preternia.
I always said Preternia. But...
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember how they said it in Revelation, but anyway, it's just one of those things that always that one person when you deep dive something, it's like you did it wrong. So I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to segue so far.
No, it's okay. And Brick's been working
in the comment section and they say that, then you say thank you for watching and you give them a heart and a like and move on.
Yeah, and then if they do it again, you hit the ban comment.
I just say I appreciate you informing me as I was unaware prior to.
Take the high road.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for your feedback. It's ever so helpful.
Yeah, that's it. It's all interaction, and that goes towards
the
the algorithms.
I've had legit corrections before, and then I pinned the comments at the top of the feed, so it sort of adds to the video like an addendum. But I've had these splitting hairs, not important comment before, or it's just like, yeah, now you're just telling me I need to say it as tomato and potato, like what you're doing now.
So, like I said, Brick has given us some instruction here.
Yeah.
Like I said, we have Melina. And then he has come in to help us all too with some further names like J. Qualin, A. Ron, A. Ron, O. Shag Hennessy.
Shag now or shag later?
For whenever I can get it.
Man, 4.5 hours, you're all still here. That's amazing. And started a bit later too because of Payne's premiere.
Well, to be fair, I came in later, so
I just joined, and I'll probably bounce earliest too, just because I've been anyway doing too much lately, taking on too much.
Bill's already done one whole stream, and he jumped on.
Yeah. That's because I'm crazy and stupid. I've got
hanging around me too much, Bill.
I got this upload going, and it's like at 93% now with 20 minutes left. I want to stay up until it finishes. So,
what better way to stay up?
Myself,
you're like me. You like to wait till it finishes uploading.
Well, see, for Bill, he was sitting here in the chat, and I kind of figured that's what he was doing. So eventually, I was just like, I'm gonna just go ahead and throw him the link because he's hanging around this long. Normally, when Bill wraps up, he'll pop over, say, "Hey, everybody, I knew y'all would still be going," and then he hops off. But tonight, since he was hanging around, I was like, well, let me throw him the link now, see if he wants to come in now. And I appreciate it. But Ken, I don't know if you saw earlier, but I now have and kind of what got us on this topic. See, no, I got you, Brick. I got you. You say anyone? Key and Peele, which is actually why Dawn, when she sees Aaron in a chat, she will call him Aaron because of Key and Peele. It's amazing skit, by the way. If you ever wonder how to put the emphasis on the wrong syllable, you need to watch that skit. So here is my new Waltor the Mad.
Oh, the exclusive.
Yeah, he sent me the skeleton half because he doesn't need it.
Mm.
So this is that new cool kind of skeleton head sculpt here.
Mm.
Whereas he also comes with the alternative head sculpt, which may look familiar for your Keltis figure.
I was going to say, I
Also
couldn't see in the
new-
dark, but I couldn't tell if it was Keltis or Furious 4 you were holding up. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same head sculpt, different paint app. But then I realized at some point, and I remember when this kind of came in, Sean sent me this one, and I've got to figure out now. If you wonder if the helmet comes off, it does come off. But then you get this weird little flat top. So I don't know which figure this came with, because I know this wasn't on Sean's old scapular. I mean, maybe it was. It could have been. Sean had a couple at one point, but I don't think that was his, because scapulars has always been red. But Brick brought up a little bit earlier about seeing the two scapular figures is why you should only look forward and not go back on these. And I know I just stopped sharing screen, but I'm going to bring it back up here because this is that exact point. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. As we go, we get new sculpts, new pieces, everything like this. So this is your original scapular, the Crypt Breaker.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a new version of this guy coming out that was announced with the Sons of the Rising Star here.
Red Star, yeah.
So you've got this right here is your original scapular. Very basic knight pieces. Again, this particular type of helmet, which is with a couple of figures. You got your knight armor. This is it. There ain't a whole lot. You've seen this on like a dozen figures before. As a matter of fact, like with the exception of the boots, it's the same exact thing with the boots and the head that I have for my scaphoid.
Mm.
You know, it's basically the same thing, different paint. So you go in and you look at the new one. This is why you just do not go back. Version 2.0 here. You've got this. And Ken, I know we looked at this, you know, on one of your streams recently.
Mm-hmm.
The amazingness, the new pieces for it. Right? And Bill, this is why we're telling you, man. You want to get involved. You can get involved moving forward and not back. They give you enough to give you two distinct looks to this character.
Is Bill thinking about jumping into Mythic Legions? How it is?
Twisting, I am twisting his arm. I'm
Okay,
twisting
because
Bill
Scap-
doesn't have the money to get invested in it. Now
Okay.
Bill might buy a figure or two to use for something else.
Yeah, because the easiest way to do it, lore wise, is Atlas and Scapular are two very key characters, and they're getting a 2.0 version, just like Adamon and Attila and Gorgo, right? So, but anyway, not gonna, I was gonna try to twist your arm. And in the end, it's gonna come down to what you like. I started with Motu tribute figures, and then I transitioned.
Right.
This is a recent one that Ken actually acquired here.
Yes.
Keltis.
Yes.
So this is your Skeletor homage.
Yeah.
And if you notice, he looks very similar to a certain scapular
Yes. You want to know the funny thing is that Adamon was actually for sale at that same show, but that one was way high priced.
I was going to say it was closer to that actual retail price because he didn't have a broken staff.
And he had the card and everything. So I mean, the person selling it was Vangelis, right? Who was another Transformers toy tuber. I'm sure he would have budged on the price, but by how much, right? Like, I would have needed $100 off just to even consider it. To be honest, that's how high he had it. Right.
Here's something I gotta ask about, Ken. Here's a version of his staff where it's got like the Unknown One style helmet with the ram horns.
Mm-hmm.
Did yours have all that?
Yeah, it's got it's a replacement piece that you put on and off. You take on and off. If you look at his actual weapons loadout, in fact, I didn't even realize that that's what it was for, but I do recognize that piece.
Yeah, they didn't have that at this time. They weren't like taking those pictures when this was reached. I mean, this is when Trevor started.
Okay,
but
so they don't have the weapons loadout, but that piece is there. I didn't realize it was a replacement staff head. I just thought it was a paperweight. So,
well, that is pretty awesome. I've got to admit, I did not realize that looking at this.
I've got to glue my staff back together, but the thing is, it's such a long piece. Right now, it fits in a little baggie when it's broken in two, so I just left it broken in two. Right. So, yeah.
So we're getting a re-release of Scapular, which again, as we just showed, is pretty much Keltus.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're also getting a re-release of Atlas.
Yeah. That's going to be amazing.
This is the same figure mold they used for their Adamon, which is the He-Man homage.
So chances are these will release either at the beginning of 2025 or maybe December of 2024 is my understanding. So, I mean, they won't go for sale in Canada. Yeah.
I mean, going over the next year, we've got Necronomina. Well, we've got Poxus coming.
Yes.
Then we've got
real soon.
Necronominus.
Yes.
All-Star 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got All-Star 6 is Necronominus Wave 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then it will be this. So this is more than likely 2025.
Yeah. So E-Collectibles isn't going to put them up for pre-order yet till January. So I can't remember who it was. I think maybe Payne said just order one a month or something and just go from there. So Atlas 1 month, the Bear the next month, Scapular the next month. Just do it that way.
Yep. Order one a month. And if you know who you're ordering from, you can talk to them about how to invoice. Because I know I'm going to ask Aaron from Helidope, be like, I want to be charged full price once a month for that.
Oh yeah, with Mike from E-Collectibles, it's going to be you have a locker hold option, and then he ships every Friday. He goes through and he ships when you go over a certain limit for free shipping. So yeah.
Brick is mentioning the fact that he actually does not like the Adamon Atlas head sculpt. Hey man, that's totally reasonable. I can get that. That's not going to be for everybody.
Interesting.
And Boba Hicks has joined in with us saying, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Boba Hicks.
I think it's the first time he's noticed that we're doing a simulcast stream across multiple channels. He lives in Ireland, right? So he's just getting up now.
Yeah. It's about 8 a.m., 8:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's over on my channel. He hit my stream. Hey,
Which
Boba.
is one of those reasons we do these simulcasts, because there are some people who may not necessarily be subscribed to me that may be subscribed to Bill. In this way, they're still getting that content. They get to see it if they want to come over and subscribe. But I know Boba Hicks has been subscribed to me for a while. So
yeah. He was one of my early viewers. He was like, when my channel had like no views, I could count on Boba Hicks the comments. So it's always kind of nice when I got some traction finally. I remember who was there 2.5 years ago.
That's, to this day, I still try to remember all those people who've been around from the start, because, I mean, if it wasn't you guys for showing up, like Thanos, I know you were here like night one when I started doing the solo stuff.
Yeah.
And I had like
with me now, so
well, there are few people who I consider basically co-hosts of the Clubhouse, and those are the people who, like, you see with me each and every week, who can always be guaranteed to be here. Some people may not be as guaranteed, but Thanos, you are one of those people. Ed, you are another one of those people. But I like that recently in the last couple of months, we have seen some more of those more regular people. Like Allison herself has become quite the regular. I don't think she's missed a hangout in like 2-3 months now, I would say, almost.
Okay, yeah.
And even you've been popping on, like, you come on the later half.
Yeah, I'm a Johnny come lately fourth quarter
What I love about
bench replacement. But yeah, that's fine. Happy to be on the roster.
Right? Like that's one of the things that makes the hangout great, because like you got the people who show up early on and hang out for the first couple of hours, and then they drop off, and then we get the second half crew too that gets to come in and hang out on the back end. And it helps especially too with the time zone differences and everything else. So I mean, it's one of those great things I like about this format, having this fun stream. I know Lawrence doesn't always agree with me about the simulcast, but I've definitely noticed a growth in my channel, and I hope that it helps people find everybody else's channel.
What does Lawrence agree with? You could say, I like the taste of pizza, and he would say that's because you're a dumbass. Like,
if you said I don't like Ohio, he would agree with you.
He'd agree.
Okay.
He would
There we go.
definitely agree with that. He would agree with that.
And who can blame him? I think that's the one thing we can all agree on.
Hey, look, from my time in Ohio, one thing that I've learned, or a couple things that I've learned, they got a really kick-ass Arnold Schwarzenegger statue that I want to steal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's guarded by rats that are about as ballsy as the rats here in Baltimore City, but half the size. So I definitely could take on the rats at the Ohio Convention Center. And it was just that little area where they hung around. Now, when I steal the Arnold statue from Ohio, I'm going to replace it. So it's not like they're going to be missing anything, but it's going to be a statue of Aaron and Ted, the boys from Helidope Toys, showing off at what will be the foreseeable home of the future for PowerCon, up until Val says he's going to switch venues, because he said he's definitely going to stay there. Just he couldn't get them for next year. So, but I will certainly replace the statue of Ted and Aaron. It may start out as like a stick figure picture, but it will eventually be a statue.
Now, if somebody steals it, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
I so am. They're going to come after me first, but the best part's going to be I can be like, hey, look, first off, you can check my cell phone. I don't go to Ohio often.
But
So
all you got to say is,
stolen
look,
at
if I
PowerCon.
stole it, there would have been a statue of Ted and Aaron there. Is there a statue of Ted and Aaron there? No.
That's true.
So I
That's
didn't
my
steal it.
solid alibi.
Right?
There's
Let
no
the record
statue of
show
Ted
I
and
was
Aaron.
live streaming, and here's where the live stream is. Go watch it.
Right? Yeah, I could timestamp you exactly when I said it. Do you see Helidope Toys in Arnold's place? No, then it wasn't me. If the glove doesn't fit, you cannot acquit, or you must acquit. Sorry, that's totally said the wrong thing for that.
Chewbacca is a Wookiee from planet Kashyyyk. And if that don't make any sense, then you must acquit. It's the Chewbacca defense.
Accurate.
I want everybody to know they just got a patron exclusive Wookiee chant.
At least you don't spam your Patreon emails like I do. Sometimes you get 3 emails a day, and it's like, what's Ken up to? Is he just sitting around his computer all day long?
Well, see, I don't spam emails or messages on Patreon because I figure all the patrons get enough of me in the group chat. Spoiling Survivor Series about CM Punk and nobody paying attention until it actually happened.
Yeah. Did y'all talk about that before I jumped in, or because I posted it as it happened?
Yeah, I put it up here, and you had sent me the video at the same time you were talking to here. Travis, Mr. Wonderful, was talking about it, and I mentioned both times. I was like, "Yeah, I posted a video in the patron chat about that earlier where there was this meeting call with Triple H talking that
Oh.
CM Punk may make his return. I posted a couple days ago and I realized nobody reacted to it, which tells me nobody actually clicked on it and played it, which, I mean, that's fine. I don't care. But it, you know, because sometimes that chat gets so flooded.
I was
that
going to
things
say,
get
sometimes you can't
missed.
scroll back far enough. Right?
So what I did was tonight I actually replied to it. So in the patron chat now, you can actually go back and click on it, and you'll see he's like, we're going to, you know, Randy Orton will probably be there. CM Punk should be returning that night. I know, Seth, you've got a problem with it. And it's like a Zoom call.
Seth was heated badly. I don't know if that couldn't have been kayfabe because he had to know that the only cameras that were going to catch him were fan cameras.
Yeah, I saw that footage too of Seth getting really pissed off, and I think it was Triple H that came out and was talking to him, wasn't it?
All right, here's the thing. Okay, I'm insular. I don't know what you're talking about, but I kind of do because I know who all these wrestlers are. Tell me what happened. Seth Rollins got some heat on CM Punk coming back.
Man, Seth and CM Punk have not gotten along. Yeah, like Seth's one of the main reasons that CM Punk left WWE.
Okay, now I didn't know that. I thought it was because him and Vince had some kind of beef.
Well, there's part of that because he's always had an issue with the way WWE was running things, who was getting the reins, like that was all legitimate, and even Triple
the way
H called him
the way
out
they
on
handled his injury, in 2014 or 2013.
Yeah.
So basically, Survivor Series happened tonight, and rather than doing the traditional Survivor Series format, they went like WCW War Game style, right?
Right.
Which they've adapted for a number of years, but it depends on the pay-per-view. They adapt it as the main event differently, like for different pay-per-views, and then Randy Orton was the last entry tonight. They weren't like, they kind of played it up like is he going to show? Is he not? He did, and then his team wins, and they flash the copyright. They're about to go off air. Then Cult of Personality comes on, right? And then I was actually replying K-Dog Broadcasting on the Patreon chat. And then I hear Call to Personality because I'm watching picture in picture on my phone. So my screen is this big when CM Punk comes out. I'm just like, what is this? Like, it takes me a full 5 seconds to realize what the hell is going on. And it's just like, he comes out, I'm like, I can't believe this, right? Like I don't know, it was mind blowing. A lot of people don't think it'll last, but still.
I guess it really depends on how long he can go without pissing off too many of the right people. But considering Seth is still kind of like one of their main roster talents right now that they do give a lot of push to, he definitely has aspirations to move back office as his career goes on. Like, I think he's going to be that next like Triple H kind of guy, right? Go for the whole ride, have a good long career.
You can say that, but Seth is still very much in his prime, right? Like, wrestlers go,
he's not going back for a while. And he hasn't had a whole lot of serious injuries either.
That's
like
true.
Triple H early on.
Why can Sting wrestle till 63? Because he just did not get injured much, right? But Seth,
not as much as
I was wondering. I was wondering if Seth was just going kayfabe when he was screaming up the aisle, but he had to know that the only people who would catch him was a fan camera. He had to know WWE's cameras weren't on him, and the cameras were all on.
Not at all. That was legitimate.
What did Seth do?
He was screaming profanities up the aisle, and Michael Cole and Corey Graves were holding him back. I'm not sure if Cole and Graves were actually on commentary, and then they had to jump out and hold them back. Oh, they weren't. Okay.
They came out with like Adam Pearce, like from what I've seen.
Because you got to bear in mind, right? Like, if you're about to go up an aisle, Michael Cole is not the guy that's going to stop Seth Rollins from going up the aisle. Michael Cole is my size; he's going to get pushed out of the way by Seth Rollins, no problem. But it just shows that that's probably how real it was. That they didn't even have like real security jumping over the rail to try to get at Seth Rollins. Like it just had to be whoever was there trying to hold him back.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Seth
was going after CM Punk.
He tried to. He tried to.
Legitimately mad. And
Right,
if
now,
you go
Michael
back,
Cole didn't stop him. Who stopped him?
Well,
There's
Corey
about four
Graves was
guys
also
that
helping.
stopped.
Yeah, Corey Graves was also helping, but Cole was the one who had like his arms around his waist. But
Yeah.
and Corey Graves was like trying to like push off his shoulder, like no. And apparently, when Drew McIntyre got backstage, he slammed the locker room door and then left right away, and then like got changed and left right away. Is what I heard.
Right.
People are not happy that CM Punk is there.
If WWE Creative has got any fucking balls and any sense in their head, they've got to make a storyline out of this.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sure they will. And Triple H is in charge of creative again, thankfully now.
Yes.
So they are going to run with it. I know they are. And that's why he was saying, again, I posted this earlier this week. It's like a Zoom call, right?
Mhm.
And Triple H starts off by making the announcement like, this is what's going to happen. I need everybody to act professional and to be professional. And then Seth pipes in because he's part of the call. He's just like, I feel like you all have cornered me, like you've trapped me in here. I can be professional. Anybody who's seen me work with, and I can't remember the name now, so-and-so, who he's had like legitimate real life beef with. He goes, I can work professionally and all like that. So like it goes into that. Then again, Jay Uso is like saying, yeet, like after every time. I forget who the other person is, but again, it's like more of again like a commentator, back office person. Might have even been Corey Graves. I don't think so. But like they're talking about like, well, you've already called this guy a cancer for being here. Like you can't be doing that on public TV, kind of thing. Because then
Why would they record the Zoom call? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, that's the thing, right? Anybody could have recorded that Zoom call. And it leaked, you know, just to put it out there and be like, ooh, CM Punk is coming back. And you even see like one of the windows in the Zoom call is CM Punk. Now, mind you, these are all still frame shots, kind of like how Thanos right now, how he is not here. So it's kind of like that same thing. Like if I were to stop my camera, but it's got like a picture of Triple H in what would be where my logo is. So that's how you like it identifies who's calling. But again, it's in the patron chat. You can go back and listen to it.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay,
but it was like a legitimate.
I can't believe it because like WWE, like they were already doing well with storylines, but I haven't watched in a while because Raw is 3 hours long, you know, so there's no way. But
I haven't watched.
People are going to tune in, right?
Yeah, people are tuning in this week.
One of my
People are
friends
gonna
sends
tune in to
me.
either see CM Punk or see the train wreck that he creates. Right? That's.
I know.
I'm back just to see Orton again.
I know. I love Orton. Orton's my man.
Orton's been. I didn't realize he'd been gone almost 2 years. I didn't realize he was gone as long as he was, like a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, he's been out for a while.
At least, yeah.
Because him and Riddle were tag teaming last before he left. So
I'll be honest with you, I quit watching WWE around right about the time that CM Punk quit.
Yeah, I mean,
I had a long gap where I didn't watch much wrestling at all. It was like 8 years or something. I didn't watch wrestling, right? So I had to go back and rewatch stuff on the network a couple years ago.
Well, one of my biggest problems is like I did have a lot of respect for Punk back when he was in WWE before he left. When he got involved with AEW, and I just kind of started hearing about like a lot of the different demands he had and a lot of the way he was trying to direct the story towards him, I was like, this seems like very similar repeat behavior. And it kind of bothered me because before I just thought, okay, well, some of that's got to be rumor and some of it's good. There is no doubt he is one of the best in ring. He's definitely got great talent in ring.
Yeah,
he's got good.
And he's a draw.
I respect him as an in-ring worker. Yes. Do I respect him as a fighter? No, because he lost all my respect when he tried to go to the MMA.
UFC.
UFC, yeah. When he went to that, and it turned out that he was a P. No, I lost it. I was like, I thought he would go and be legit in that, and he did not.
So he was no Brock Lesnar or Bobby Lashley. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
My biggest thing, he's become a very big prima donna, and you know he's too in his own ego now, and it really showed. In his time at AEW, to me, that became really relevant, and now I'm kind of on that. I don't really care for him. I'm interested to see how they will use him and this beef that he has with Seth and some of the amazing storylines that could come from that. Because, I mean, look at like the legitimate beef between Edge and Matt Hardy back in the day. Like there was legitimate beef.
But you know what? Like
into a storyline.
They were able to completely bury it. Like, you know, WWE Network has this series called Table for Three, where they have these guys sit down for dinner or breakfast or lunch, and they talk, and they set up a table for four with both Hardys and Edge and Christian, and they just talk like old friends, like 10 years after that whole angle. People bury things, right?
And
you know,
it's important that they do that, but I like the fact that they can use it while it's hot.
They can, yeah. The difference is these guys respect each other as performers, right? So you never know. Like, there's a huge difference in being in your prime and performing and being retired or like semi-retired and looking back, right?
Yeah.
You know, like I always wonder if any of like the YouTube problems people are having right now, people look back in 15 years and be like, man, you know, let's hug it out kind of thing, right? No one, that's literally no one in particular. That's like,
well,
you know,
I totally know that there's going to be a couple of people that are going to look back at a more recent debate and probably like, man, we both sound like fucking idiots. Well, I don't know. Maybe at least one of them will. The other one will.
When you say recent, you're talking about a 2023 one, not a 2021 one.
Right? A 2023 one, not a 2021.
Okay. Yeah, I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, somebody is going to recognize that. Wow, one of those people will at least look back and be like, "Man, I sound like an idiot here."
I'm actually not sure which of the two you're talking about, which is kind of funny.
Well, I know the one that sniffs his own farts probably will not. I know who he's talking about too, and no, he won't admit to anything. He doubles down every time.
That was the 2021 debate, and that guy, that one, he will never look back at a retrospective of himself and ever think that he is anything but the greatest gift to toys ever. That's why he calls himself a guru.
Yeah, his comments haven't aged well
at all.
Like at the time,
down on it.
At the time when it happened. You know, there were things he said there where you kind of nod along and go, okay, that makes sense. Didn't really answer the question, but I kind of see where you're going. And then after a while, all of a sudden, you're like, man, these comments age so poorly. You know, I kind of feel for the other guy.
And Bo Hicks, the first one that you put up there, he's disagreeing with me. He's tired of the work shoots. He wants just defined baby faces and heels. Now, according to Dutch Mantel, that's what puts butts in seats.
Dutch is from the old school, though, right? You're talking about. Wait, wasn't Dutch from the World Class Championship Wrestling era, or was he?
Dutch has been around for a long time. He was in the Continental Wrestling Association in Memphis. That's where I first saw Dutch when I was a kid.
In Jarrett's Jarrett's territory, yeah.
Yes, and he moved.
Bill, you should check out my not to self plug, but I will. We should check out my Von Erich's video I put up.
I'll do that, Ken. I try to watch as much as I can, but I can't watch everything, and I
can't either. Right? I always say I will, and I don't.
But yeah, Bo Hicks is right. I mean, that's the old school way, and that's what Dutch said. Put butts in seats. You know who the good guys are, and you know who the bad guys are, and you tell a story with that, and people will come and watch it. Now, I also think that now if Rollins has got some legitimate heat with Punk, and I was the booker, I would make those sons of guns a storyline, and they would have to.
But the problem is you have to put Punk over, and you already used Rollins to put Cody over multiple times. You can't just go and job Punk again, or not. You can't just go and job Rollins again.
Right. Because then what's going to end up happening is Rollins is going to end up being like Ziggler, where
Yes,
you time and time
jobber
again
to the stars.
team
Right.
him up with the new guy, and he's going to teach the new guy the ropes with some tag team action for months, maybe
Yes.
even a year, and then eventually they're going to cross each other and he's going to job out.
Well, that's the problem, right? Like Bob Hicks was
It's
saying in the
time to
chat.
do the job. You got to do the job, Jack.
So like,
Yeah, Ziggler, they
so like
did wrong.
Rollins isn't as big a star as some of those other guys. They want him to be, but there's a certain it factor, right? Like he has the in-ring talent, but why is Roman pushed as the biggest star? Rollins can run circles around him in the ring.
Because he doesn't have a family behind him that's pushing him. That's like a
Yeah,
royal.
but Reigns has the look, the frame, the marketability, the
He's the
demeanor,
size. Right. You got to look at all
Yeah,
of
because
those
Vince
champions.
loves those big guys. Vince
Like-
beats off to those big
But
guys.
Vince
of
isn't
the
in charge anymore.
Of the three Shield guys, I go in order: Reigns, Moxley, Rollins, in that order. I got Moxley over Rollins.
Now, why do you say you pick Moxley over Rollins? What is your...
You know, when he showed up in AEW, he had a certain chip on his shoulder, and it was the right chip on his shoulder. He's always a solid draw. You will always believe he's in the main event, and I can see him carrying a company better than Rollins can.
Okay.
Well,
I
if
can
you don't
definitely
believe
put that.
you're in the main, if you don't believe you're main event material, even, no matter who you are, no matter how many jobs you have to do, if you don't believe that you're main event material, you don't belong in wrestling.
Right. Every one of those guys has to have a certain belief that they are main event material.
Even Orange Cassidy.
Yeah. Well, his is probably one of the greatest gimmicks I will ever think.
I love that dude. So, sorry. I completely sidebarred you all to a wrestling chat. I'm so sorry.
No,
you know
that's
what?
okay.
It's okay.
I got
that's
nothing
fine.
to add to it. I'm wrestling.
Sorry, we've completely...
I can talk wrestling forever.
It's all right.
I'll bounce when my battery tells me I'm getting...
I know, you're good. I'm
No,
using
you're
it to
good,
get
Ken. You're good.
You're
stuff
fine,
organized.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're fine. No worries. I'm very if I were unhappy or annoyed, I would have interrupted already and changed the subject. So you're good.
We appreciate
But I think you kind of follow old school wrestling a little bit, Allison. So
Old school wrestling to me is the wrestling. That was back in my day, and I swear to God, you could never tell when those guys were shooting and when they weren't.
Best
yeah.
year,
But
hands
when you
down.
go old school, do you go back to the territories? Or you're talking early WWE media
I'm
around
talking
May?
territories, Jack. I'm talking about when I was a kid watching. I'll give you an example. All right. So Memphis wrestling, I live 75 miles from Memphis. That's what I watched when I was growing up. Was studio wrestling on Channel 5. Okay, Lance Russell and Dave Brown. One of the funniest things that I ever saw happen live on that station was, so Plowboy Frazier had just got suspended by Eddie Marlin the week before, and Hart was madder than anything. And if I'm not mistaken, somebody, I might have been Stagger Lee, was out there with that mask on. That was, of course, Coco Ware. And so Hart was like, okay, if you're going to do it, I'm going to do it. So he comes out the next week telling everybody that the Lone Ranger's fixing to come out, and they play the William Tell Overture, and out comes Plowboy Frazier with a little bitty domino mask on, wearing a powder blue suit and a white hat on his head and a neckerchief around his neck. And Russell just is incensed, and he goes, well, everybody can tell that that's Plowboy Frazier. And Hart says, no, that's not Plowboy Frazier. Plowboy Frazier has a deep voice. Listen to this guy. And Plowboy goes down. And he goes, I'm the Lone Ranger.
You know,
those are the storylines, man. And that stuff would play out week after week after week, and it would draw seats in the Mid-South Coliseum. They would fill that Coliseum up week after week with that stuff.
Yeah, I only knew Lawler like post territory era.
Dude, Lawler invented the heel face turn. He was a bad guy, he was a good guy. But see, the thing about it was he was so over in Memphis. that it didn't matter if he was a bad guy or a good
Face
guy.
or
Everybody
not,
loved
right.
him.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. He is the one who invented the heel that everybody loved.
Yes.
He perfected that years before, in my opinion, years before Flair had it.
Yes.
Because there are certain people who you love as the heel, like The Rock. A lot of people know him as a baby face.
Rocky
him more
sucks.
as
Rocky
a
sucks.
heel,
You know. Yeah.
much
Anyway.
more than the face. He's
Yeah.
such a good heel that he made a good face.
Yeah. Anyway, Oz, my battery's giving me the your battery's dying thing, but it was a good way for me to test my new S23 on a stream.
You look good, Ken. You look good. Here,
Well,
as a matter of fact, let's
You
blow you
look
up a little
good,
bit here.
You look really good.
Oh,
I was
wow,
gonna say,
the resolution's good on this S23.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm actually making more details out of what's behind you too.
Yep.
Damn. Okay. And which one is this, Ken?
Which one is what?
The phone you got, you says S23?
Yeah, I got on the pre Black Friday sale. Right, my S9 Plus was just getting old and battery was getting bad. But like this one, I barely have. I might charge it here and there, but not like that S9. That thing I think I charge twice a day to get through a day. So
Right. Well,
right.
I gotta say, I'm gonna be shopping around for a new phone myself, and I like this resolution. So
Yeah, this is
S20,
the natural resolution off the camera, and this is the front camera coming this way. So this is supposed to be
right?
the lower
lower
resolution
end.
camera. Yeah, you'll see it on some videos. Like I've tested this out just with the camera facing me on some upcoming videos. It'll work out.
Well,
It'll work out fine. So okay.
Yeah, it's looking good, brother.
I
Ken,
appreciate
what do you
that.
got coming up next?
So you and Allison already would have it in your emails, but I've got unproduced Masters of the Universe history of unproduced Masters of the Universe coming up soon. Tonight I was working on unproduced G.I. Joe, and when I saw you all streaming, I was taking some photos, and I'm like, I'm done taking photos tonight. I'm going to do this. And then soon I've got Toy Origins Megatron, where I'll go over the history of Megatron from his days as the new Microman Micro-Changed Gun Robo MC-13 release from 1983 and how he became the most famous Decepticon ever. And I got a whole bunch of other stuff coming on. Before the end of the year, I'll do the compilation history of all my LJN wrestling in kind of like a fan cut super documentary 70-minute clip video. And yeah, and I got a few other things down the pipeline as well. So a lot of stuff going down. Always planning something, always scripting something, always photographing something, always researching something, doing everything except anything practical in life, such as house chores, filling up gas in the car, eating, and So
You gotta
yeah.
eat. I mean, if you get one thing going besides all that, you gotta eat.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I'll get a snack before bed. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Take care, Ken. We'll
Yeah,
see
have
you
a great
soon.
night.
Good to see
Take
you,
care.
man.
Yeah, you too, everyone. Take
Thanks,
care.
Ken.
Bye. No problem.
It's another thing I love about doing this Clubhouse format. We get all kinds of people here, channels both small and large. You never know who's just going to randomly pop up. When they got the time, we'll get people like Mega J jumping in. We get people like, Toy Habits, Toy Sorcerers popping in. You just really don't know who's going to be here for the Clubhouse Hangouts. That's beautiful. Sometimes you don't even know whose channel it's going to host on, because there was actually the chance that I wouldn't have hosted tonight. It may have started on somebody else's channel, and it may have just been simulcast to my channel later on, but that worked itself out. And then I still went on late. So,
well, it's good. Aaron got it to have some time without being interrupted.
It was just one of those things. He normally does his streams Fridays, as we all know, and he had a very important guest tonight. And I don't know if it was Jay's availability was Saturday, or if it was because of the holiday that Aaron had to push it on Saturday. And
it was Jay. Jay had to do it on Saturday night, he said.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had spoken to Aaron earlier this week, and I said, well, what time is yours? And like I said, he said a certain time, and I took it in my time zone. So I thought he was going on at a certain time and we could just schedule as normal. Then I realized, oh no, that's going to be at the same exact time he is. So I was like, let me go ahead and push us back a little bit to make sure that he had, because he is, he just recently hit 200 subscribers.
Yes.
And, want to let him get as much views as I can and, really help him grow. So it was just like, it'd be the better thing for me to push myself back, because we're going to be going until 4:00 a.m. on a Sunday morning. And, there's no reason that we couldn't just move ourselves so that he could have some dedicated time. And then it's, very quickly, oh man, Jay Bartlett's going to be on Aaron's channel. Why don't more people know about this?
I had no idea who that guy was.
You didn't know Jay Bartlett? Okay.
I've heard the name, but I've never watched any of his stuff.
Well, he does hang out a lot more in the realm of video games than figures. He does do a lot of figure content too. But I catch a lot of his video game stuff. He's how I get my video game fix. But I also made a meme. There was a TKO last year that was done that had Mega J, Jay Gladfelter, and also Jay Bartlett on it. And I just happened to be tuning in and watching when it was going on. And I had to do the meme because it was 3 different J's. So I ended up finding a picture of somebody recreating the Spider-Man meme with the hot toys. And you had the hot toy of Andrew, hot toy of Toby, and the hot toy of Tom Holland. And so then I just found the most ridiculous picture of each one of the J's that I could find on their social media, cut out their heads and put it over top of it. It was one of the first toy tube memes I did. I think I sent it to Ken. Let me check if it's in our media. Oh, I can't check that like that on here. Lame. Oh, well. Either way, it was a long time ago. I posted it on my IG. You can find it there if you follow me. So, guys, as it is hitting that 4 a.m. mark, I think it's a good place to kind of start winding it down, cutting it up for the night. So, do our round table. Thanos, my friend, what you got going on, brother?
Drop a new episode of my Instagram retrospective tomorrow. This is the last week of Naughty November. And then
say it ain't so.
Once that's done, I'm going to make a video out of all that content on how to lose followers and alienate people. And I'm working on some Hanukkah and Christmas stuff for next month. So every day on Instagram, check it out.
Excellent. Ed?
What do we got going on? All right, tomorrow night is the 50th show of Hella Dope Toys, 9 o'clock on their channel. Tuesday, I will be on my channel and we'll be discussing Puff the Magic Dragon, talking about the song and the cartoons and all that stuff that was about that. And then every day on Instagram.
Awesome. Allison?
Yep. In the morning, I don't have my typical Sunday morning live stream, but I do have a pre-record with Aaron, Payne's Toy Samples, because daytime doesn't work with his schedule, so we did a pre-record. We're going to be coloring some Cobra eels. I will be in the live premiere chat, so if anyone wants to pop in and chat while that's premiering. Daily shorts through at least mid-January at this point, and starting either Monday or a little bit later in the week, there will be an extra daily short for 31 Days of Christmas, because I'm a glutton for punishment. And I've got more of the Kenner catalogs from the 80s. I've got 2 Return of the Jedi, 1 Empire Strikes Back, and 1 Kenner's Glamour Gals that'll be releasing by the week. and part 3 of my Evelyn longer form coloring video will be hitting soonish. So lots of stuff coming out. So anyway, yeah, all of that.
Excellent. Love it. Bill. You're on mute, buddy.
All right. Yeah, I that's what I said. I got to get my mic on. You pop me up real quick. All right, so what do I have going on? Well, I said I wasn't going to stream this weekend, which lie detector shows that was a lie. Stream tonight, and so I'm going to stream tomorrow like I normally do because I got a toy hunt that I just got through getting uploaded. My members can watch it now. It's going to go live at 11 a.m. Central Time in the morning this morning, and I'm going to do a live stream afterwards where what I got during the toy hunt will be shown off, and I've got an in-depth analysis of the second He-Man storybook that was included with the figures. King of Castle Grayskull will be dropping on Wednesday. And after that, I have no idea what I'm going to be doing, but because I don't plan anything. I was able to get a lot done this weekend, but I didn't get as much done as I wanted. But come on over to my channel and see what I got. I'm also on Instagram. That's the only social media that I pay any attention to. I do have a Facebook that I ignore. I've got an X formerly known as Twitter that I ignore. And I've got a Rumble channel that I just started. All of my stuff from YouTube's going over there. And someday I'll probably go over there when I finally get sick of YouTube. But anyway, that's what I got going on. And in the meantime, everyone have a good journey.
There we go. All right. I guess that oh shit, that's me now.
Yep.
As you guys know, you can catch me on Toy Frenzy this upcoming Thursday. Yeah, heck, if I wake up early enough, I'll probably even be able to join Bill a little bit on his hangout before he feeds the ducks. And you never know where I'm going to pop up. Certain channels, it's probably more possible than others, but I am always everywhere, all over ToyTube. So you never know where you're going to see me next, except you can guarantee at least Thursday nights, Toy Frenzy, Skelevator's channel, and Saturday nights here on my own channel. Now, as I was just bringing this up, and I remembered that it was something I posted over a year ago now, if it'll show. There it is.
Nice.
So like I said, I found the most ridiculous picture of each of them across social media and just did this. Didn't ask them if they wanted it done or if they were okay with it. I was just like, yeah, whatever, I'm doing it.
Never ask for permission, just ask for forgiveness later.
I don't ask for forgiveness either. I'm unapologetic. So, yeah. I hope you remember it. Like, since, Black Phoenix, you commented on it 65 weeks ago.
Dun, dun, dun. Receipts. We've got receipts, Alex.
There it is. It's shown right there.
Yeah, 65 weeks ago. That's like yesterday, right? In
right?
The world of
Totally
the
was
internet.
yesterday.
And
those are the hot toys.
Post the pandemic, it's yesterday, it's next week, it's 3,000 years ago. It's time means nothing anymore.
Exactly.
This was before I started doing my channel, so it's that old. But yeah, there it is. All right, guys. Thank you all for showing up tonight. It has been a blast, and we will see you all around the block.